Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembe TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place, even as we look at the aftermath of the presidential debate. Two candidates missed out in the debate or kept off the debate, and there are two that attended the same. And the Kenyans have had a lot to say about their performance. Some ran against themselves, but still couldn't win. So a lot for us to look at extensively, even as we begin to share out what we think and feel about the whole scenario. And the dead silence from CHEBUKATI and the IEBC is alarming. We need to hear what these guys are up to. Our elections cannot be meddled with. We must have the president we choose, the governor we choose, the MP we choose, the women rep we choose, the senator we choose, and the MCA we elect. Nobody should select for us who to take rulership of this great nation. And so CHEBUKATI and IEBC, their silence is too loud. We need to hear what is cooking down there. It's 12 days to the D-Day. Is your voter's card ready? Are you close at your polling station? Are you set to make the difference through this election? This is a historic election that you can't miss out no matter what. So do your very best to be here and ensure that you do the right thing no matter who pushes you to pick on the wrong one. Well, the AZIMIO La Umoja and Kenya Kwanza campaigns, we compare and contrast even as we look at their last stretch schedule. Who will have the greatest bang and the highest harvest through these last minute campaigns? Let's get talking. Thank you so much for those joining us around the world. Once again, we would love to appreciate everybody joining us from wherever you are. But we also want to remind you that we are not able to do Facebook Live as usual. And therefore, if you're able to get us on YouTube, invite our Facebook guys, let them know that we are live on YouTube, and they can join into the discourse. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get discussing about our country. This country is our business, and anybody who wants to take leadership of this country becomes our interest, and it's our duty to scrutinize them, check them out, do background checkup on them until we are satisfied that they are capable of leading this country. That's the only time that they legitimately can occupy the house on the hill and be able to discharge responsibility to secure the welfare of this nation. I want to appreciate Mato Mark Dates. Thank you so much for joining us. Kungulu Kwangala. Hi to you, thank you so much. Nakuambia majina, nakuambia mnatisha kweli. Kuna Tinana Nyamagwa, karibu kwa show. Salome Mbone, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Kuna Sally Roba, we appreciate you. Meril, asante, karibu kwa show. Loom, as usual, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Favor Akita, you're welcome. Fear Allah, karibu kwa show. Kuna Dahir Abdi, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu? Millicent Ogala, na kuna Mary Wainaina. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. We thank God for everything. Well, kuna Willy Mwadilo. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Alphonse Kazungu, you're welcome. Bake Afdam. Agustin Okuku, karibu kwa show. Kuna Robert Oino, alafu kuna PK, kuna Abdulrahman Ahmed, asante sana. Omar Okofi, you are welcome. Well, once again, I'm sharing the link for those who want to share what they think and whatever view they have about the aftermath of the debate and how people performed. The deputy president specifically denied a lot of things, and Kenyans have not let him rest until they have drawn out something that every Kenyan needs to look at and begin to ventilate and be sure that this person asking for the highest office, is he capable of navigating the same? So wherever you are joining us around the world, this is Mtembei TV. Please, we urge you, if you're able to get us, help somebody else get us, help somebody else locate us by sharing the link with them. Share the link with your world. Share the link with your diaspora friends, with your local friends, your international friend, every friend around the world. We need them around for us to ventilate and debate about the future of this country, which we believe is our responsibility. We are not we are not abdicating that responsibility to another person. We will do what is required to do to see to it that this country gets the leadership it deserves and the leadership it requires at this point in time. Kuna Kiptur, Boniface, karibu kwa show. Catherine Kariuki, karibu. The Berean, you're welcome. Tom Javan, I say kitchen is becoming hotter. We look forward to interacting further, even as we wait on each other as we debate tonight. He says, I'm blessed to say there is an issue of Form 3 of Form 34A just watched on KTN and NTV. Can one share, please, what is going on with the allegations? Okay, we will get down to that before the show is over. We'll have the details. Our team is going down to get to the bottom of everything. You can be sure we'll get to what is cooking, even in the kitchen of CHEBUKATI himself, leave alone the IEBC one. So just hold your horses. Who will be able to pass that information across in good time. We want to appreciate everybody as you join us around the world. Please keep it safe. Ensure that you are doing what is required. And there is no room for being behind the curtain. It is against our standing orders. We want to have quality video for our viewers who come to join us after we have finished the program. And so please keep your camera on even as we continue to interact. Now, I want to bring in, I will bring in Stephen to start us out tonight. How are you, Stephen?
I'm fine, Bernard. How are you, sir?
I'm well. How is the going?
I'm fine. Habari ya tangu juzi?
Tuko salama, tashukuru.
Nashukuru pia niko mzima. Eliza, jambo. Na Nelvin, jambo. Okay, Bernard,
Yes.
Let me say this. I didn't watch that person yesterday. I won't talk about him and I won't distract myself about him. Nimechukua ule mwelekeo wa Mama Selina, alisema hata wewe ongea mambo ya huyo mtu. Pia mimi niko kwa hiyo line yake. Wacha tumalizane na yeye tarehe 9. Mimi saa 11 asubuhi nitakuwa niko kwa polling station. Nitamalizana na yeye na kura yangu na uamuzi wangu. I won't talk about him. I won't even go that way. But my attention will go to IBC, specifically to this bald man. Huyu mtu huyu CHEBUKATI huyu. I didn't come to the show yesterday. I don't know what you talked about yesterday, yeah. But how comes such an important commission unapeana statement saa 7 asubuhi ya usiku? Surely is somebody pulling the strings? Ama ni RUTO commission ama ni IBC commission? The same games we see happening with Kenya Kwanza ndo hizo tunaona. 1 AM, Bernard, a commission such important as IBC wanapeana press statement 1 AM. Kwani ni night runners wale wa Kisii ama ni wapi wale? Surely I was so shocked, Bana Bernard. I was so shocked. Anyway, what I read from that statement, it's far from the truth. He never clarified. He never told us the real things that we wanted to hear. Hakutuambia, if he's telling, the first statement he gave, he told us that these confiscated materials can stop the elections if the police are not going to hand them back. Then you come 4 days or 5 days forward, you tell us those materials are non-strategic. Surely this flip-flopping, amechukua tabia ya Ruto, pesa ya Ruto amekula, tabia ya Ruto ndio hiyo amechukua. Bernard, is this person really going to take to supervise this election the way we think it's supposed to be? This flip-flopping is on another level, very unprofessional. I'm so scared, Bernard. I'm so scared about this, by the way. Anyway, I'm sure that the government is on its toes, and I'm very sure, by the look of things, the way the president is behaving, you know, one mistake you can do, Bernard, in any country, not only this country, you cannot underestimate the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. People will learn this after they die. In the next life, they learn this. Underestimating the commander-in-chief is just like in your home, you underestimate your father, your biological father in your homestead, you underestimate him, then uende ukazunguke jioni kukuja unataka ugali yake ukule. My friend, hiyo ugali hautakula. Utatolewa mbio hapo kwa boma na hakuna kitu itafanyika. Unaona? So the biggest mistake Kenya Kwanza did is underestimating the president and the capabilities that the president has. All these things we are seeing, si ati ni vitu zimeatoka tu kwa Jupiter. People are following these things. The national intelligence is so aware of all these things. So I'm scared by the way Chebukati is behaving. But again, if the government is on on this, let's be hopeful that watu watamulikwa vizuri and they'll do what's supposed to be there. I don't know, just like people suggested 2 days ago here, if this guy can just step down, withdraw, and let his deputy take over. I think that will be the best gift Chebukati can give to this country. Otherwise, the flip-flopping should stop. Yeye na huyu mwenzake huyo marijuana huyo waache hizi tabia zao ya kumslead watu. They should give us real answers. We are still waiting. Who are these Venezuelans? What are the roles that they are coming to do? Why did Abdullahi Mohammed say that he doesn't know those people? What else has sneaked into this country? We need real answers, not just flip-flopping. Haitamsaidia. Bernard, sitaki kuendelea sana, wacha nitachia hapo kwa sasa. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, for that good start and right questions to demand right answers. It is our responsibility. Chebukati must do his job or face the door, and he will not just walk out of that door free. If he is out to mess us, we'll mess him up big time. Billy H says IEBC failed to order for printing of Form 34B. I am not surprised if that happens, because the way Marijuana asked about the smart marks wherever, the company, is a man who does not do background checkup. He's a man who relies on a committee that brought the paper, and he's a CEO. I've never dealt with a CEO like that one, with this kind of magnitude of responsibility. But all in all, I want to encourage everybody, please, let's keep inviting each other. Let's build up that number of viewers. Let's build it up and make a difference by ensuring that we are here sharing and enlightening Kenyans to make their choice come August 9th, 2022. We are 12 days to that date. And so let us keep working to ensure that everything is done rightly and nobody is taken advantage of by another. Naomba tumsikilize Eliza tukiendelea. Eliza, vipi leo?
Poa Bernard, habari ya wewe? Steven, habari zenu?
Niko salama
Umepotea
nashukuru.
sana.
Namna gani huko?
Niko salama. Nashukuru kwa siku ya leo Bernard. I wish leo uko mzuri. Jana ulikuwa off on show ikawa hata ileti raha sana. Lakini nashukuru Mungu leo umekuja, at least you are good. Okay, wacha tuendelee na maneno ya Chebukati. Unajua maneno ya Ruto inafanya watu kichwa inatuuma. Kwa sababu Ruto ukiongea maneno yake ni kama kichwa itakuuma. Sasa leo wamepanda gari, wamesema Uhuru alisima power. Nashindwa Uhuru anafanya kwa Kenya Power ama anafanya wapi? Mimi ninashangaa na watu wa UDA. Kitu yenye nimetaka kusema tu upande ya IEBC. IEBC leo nimeona news mambo hiyo yenye umejaribu kutaja hapa ya form A 34 na 34B. Wamesema ya kwamba watu wa AZIMIO ambao walikuwa huko wameona ni kama hizo A34 zimeprintiwa nyingi. Alafu wakiuliza wanasema ati hiyo nini inajulikana ilikuwa print nyingi. So watu wa AZIMIO they still have the question, wana ask IEBC. They have to answer. They are not agree with those things the one they are doing. So Chebukati mambo hajamaliza mambo ya Venezuela, hii ingine ndio hii imekuja. Chebukati nilisema hata jana kama naona ameshindwa ni vizuri tu resign because hiyo kiti sio ati ni permanent. Unaweza resign, unaweza andika tu barua yako na useme mimi naona sitafanya hii election kwa ya Uhuru. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye Chebukati angeweza kufanya. Even hata kama ni mimi kitu unaona inaenda kukuletea shida, is better you resign and go home. You just go and vote and wait. Because naona hiyo kitu inasumbua Chebukati but ako na stress but anajikaza tu. Anajikaza ni kama kuna mtu anamfinyilia mahali. Ile amemwambia ukijaribu ni ABCD. Chebukati anafinyiliwa kulingana na vile unaona. Unaona tu mtu appearance. Unaweza angalia appearance ya Steven, uangalie Bernard, uangalie kila mtu hapo, unaona appearance. Ukiona mtu ako na ubaya utaona tu kwa face yake. Unajua huyu mtu ako na uoga fulani. Chebukati ako na uoga fulani, ni kama amesukumwa na kuna venye ameambiwa afanye. So anapushiwa, lakini serikali wako macho, at least serikali wanaangalia. Saa hizi unajua ukifanya kitu lazima utafanya kitu kama uko na ruksa kutoka kwa government. So Chebukati let him be careful. Kama anaona kabisa hataweza 12 days anaweza kuresign. For 7 days imekubali resign, atoke tu aende akapumzike, awatie mwingine. Maana sisi hatutaki shida ionekane Kenya. Mimi ninaongea tu hivyo, kama anaweza kuwa nasikia asikie tu maoni ya watu, kwa sababu Chebukati tukifuatilia kama ingekuwa ni nchi zingine Chebukati angekuwa nakalia kiti saizi, because yeye kitu ya kwanza election ya 2017 walinalify. He was not supposed to be there. So hii tu ni kwa sababu ni Kenya wamemwacha akae. Hangesimamia election because he was not accurate in the first election. So Chebukati let him akuwe macho. Kama atasimamia asifanye watu walete shida, kwa sababu hiyo maneno ya kura peke yake ndio inaletanga shida Kenya, hakuna kitu ingine. So ingine Bernard, ninaweza kushukuru pia niseme watu wa Kisii. Sasa watu wa Kisii saa hizi ndio wamefungua macho. Watu wamedefect kwa UDA wengi sana, saa hizi wameingia kuunga Governor Arati. Nashukuru sana kwa hao watu. Saa hizi hata Ruto saa hii akienda Kisii hakuna kazi huko. Nimeona bunch mingi sana leo imesimama, wamedefect. At least ukipata hiyo video utatuonesha. Majoku sasa yeye kazi yake imeisha. Nashukuru Alex. Endeleeni kufanya kazi. Arati is the governor of Kisii. Watu kila mtu wamemsupport. Watu wamemtoroka. Wa supporter wa Ubure pia wametoroka Ubure. So Arati all the way. Nashukuru Bernard.
Okay, asante Eliza kwa utangulizi huo mzuri, tunashukuru. Na mambo ni kama hayo, as days reduce, as we approach the final line, people will begin to drop out, and it is important that we all remain vigilant. Thank you, all of you that are inviting people to join into the discourse. Please keep it right here as we continue with the discussion. If you are following us on YouTube, beware that we are not able to go Facebook Live. So help the Facebook guys to join into the discourse. You just share that link on your Facebook profile, or share it on your Facebook groups, share it on your WhatsApp groups, invite in different people so that we can all discuss and be able to chart the way forward for this great country. And we also want to encourage us to be part and parcel of our expansion program. We are launching out Mtembei TV on local TV stations, and so we are reaching out for your support into the venture. Our budget is within reach if everybody will do their very best to ensure that they make their contribution. And just to start us off, I will play out a video to the same as we emphasize the same, and then go to the next person to make their submission and state what needs to be done as far as determining the future of this country is concerned, and the elections.
Sasa runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, habari ndio hiyo. Tunashukuru kila mmoja kwa msaada wenu na kuhakikisha kwamba tunasonga mbele. Kwa hivyo we are reaching out, we are looking for 100 strategic partners who can partner with us with $200 for us to be able to go on local TV broadcast. We'll be able to reach the rural people, because with this we are only reaching the urban centers, and our main purpose is to make sure that the whole country is enlightened. So we are on that phase right now. If you are one of the strategic partners who want to support us with $200, you will let me know, and then we'll be able to facilitate that. And then we want to, I believe, now in money, okay, I believe that before the election date will be ready to go on air. If everybody will do, get me those 100 people, let them give me $200, and I promise you that the result for the elections will not just be on YouTube, it will be on every set of every TV in all of this country. So I want to appeal to everybody who can do that, please do that. And the rest you can support to the degree you can. But I'm looking for 100 people to give me $200. And so far, it's not 100. In fact, I have already gotten commitment from around 4 people. So I'm looking for 90 for Eric Wendy mwanahesabu hapa. I'm looking for 96 people. Okay, I've already gotten commitment from 4 people. So 96 people to go. Let's move. Thank you. 96 people to go. So let's get busy and ensure that happens. Thank you, everybody. And for that matter, I think nimlete Nelvin alafu tucheze hiyo video ingine. Karibuni. Nelvin, vipi?
Kwa sana Bernard, habari yenu?
Tuko salama, tashukuru.
Mimi niko salama. Niko huku najishangaa hii Kenya inaenda wapi, kwa sababu Chebukati ameingia mitini. Nilikuwa nafikiria yeye leo ndiye anapokea hizo ballot papers, lakini Chebukati amejificha, ni kama hataki kuonana na media kwa sababu ya maswali ya Venezuela. Na kwa katika mtandao wao wa kijamii nimeona wametuma ya kwamba wale Venezuelans ni watu genuine, lakini yeye mwenyewe amekataa kuapia kabisa, amekataa kutokea kujionyesha ya kwamba wale Venezuelans ni watu wenye wanatambuliwa na wanatambulikana. Kitu kingine Bernard, jana nafikiri kama kuna watu walijiangalilia ile mdalo wa jana, watu walijionea maajabu. Unajua kuna watu wamekuwa wakiona ni kama William jana ndiye amejionyesha ya kwamba yeye huwa anasimamia komiti ya budget. Anaulizwa kabisa, wewe ni nani kwa serikali? Akasema yeye ni mmoja ambao wanasimamia komiti ya budget. Na nilifurahia sana kwa sababu kina Okwara, kuna huyo mwanamke Okwara, huyo mwanamke ako juu sana, masomo yake yako juu. Alimfinyilia kwa kona, William akasikia ni kama anaweza chimba shimo aende, lakini maswali aliulizwa mpaka akashindwa atajibu nini, atafanya nini, ataingilia wapi. Kitu kingine sikusikia jana wakitaja mambo ya hustler fund, mama mboga, sikusikia kitu chochote ambacho kinahusikana na mkulima mdogo. Aliulizwa ya kwamba au ndio walikuwa wa kwanza kupitisha budget ile ya VAT. Akasema yeye ni yeye, na akaulizwa ya kwamba itakuwaje wewe unataka pesa ifike kwa wakulima wadogo. Akasema ataongeza ushuru. Kumaanisha upande mwingine anasema Uhuru ameongeza ushuru kwa vitu, na upande mwingine yeye hayuko, upande mwingine ataongezea, upande mwingine hayuko, yeye ako katikati. Unajua hata watu kitambo walikuwa wanasema Kalonzo ni kigeugeu ama ni watermelon. Sasa sijui William tutampatia gani, juu kwa sababu si watermelon, sio nini, hata sijui tutasema nini. Juu kwa sababu yake imekuwa ni. Alafu kitu kingine bado nimeangalia mahali nikaona, nilikuwa nasikiza CAS. Kuna huyu Alfred Kiter. Yaani anaenda kwa media kuenda kuomba William msamaha. Kwani William ni Mwenyezi Mungu? Kufa kiwewe, kufa ki Isaac Ruto. Wacha kukimbia kwa media kuenda kuanza kuomba msamaha ya upusi. Huyu sio Mwenyezi Mungu, na yeye si ndio mwenye atakupigia kura. William wako na kura moja, na tena ni ya huko Soi, si ya Rift Valley mzima. Kwa hivyo wanasiasa pia waache kumpatia hiyo nguvu, ni kama amekuwa kingpin. Hiyo ni upuzi yako naye, kwa sababu kupiga mtu kisiasa si kumaanisha ati uende umchomee mpaka ati umuonesha asichaguliwe. William si kiongozi ambaye ni wa kuaminika sana, kwa sababu huyu ni broker wa maisha. Anafanya ubroker na maisha ya wanadamu, maisha ya Wakenya, si hata wanadamu kwa ujumla. Juu wanadamu ni pamoja, wanadamu wa dunia mzima hapana, wa Kenya. Anafanya broker kwa Kenya mzima, yeye ni broker. Kwa sababu nimesikia mahali Rafael Tuju akihojiwa, Rafael Tuju anasema William alipatiwa 70 billion, alilipwa kwanza ya kubali kuingia kwa serikali ambayo ilikuwa ya 2013. Na mpaka Rafael Tuju mwenyewe anasema yeye na Kinoti, William akiingia watahama, waende watatafuta exile, kwa sababu hii Kenya hawatakuwa na chawa hapa, labda kuuawa ama kutocha, watakuwa kwa tortured. Alafu kitu kingine nimekuja kuona, unajua tena William asione Uhuru ni mjinga hivyo. Pia kina Rafael Tuju waache kuingizia. Uhuru ndio bado president. Na ukisikia Uhuru venye anaongea, unajua William alikuwa anafikiria Uhuru ni mlevi vile alikuwa 2013. Inaonekana William alikuwa anatumana pombe huko. Unajua Rift Valley, wanaume wa Rift Valley akiona wewe ni mlevi atanunua shamba yako yote na hiyo ulevi yako, utachukua 10,000 mpaka shamba iende. Wewe ukiwa Nairobi unakuta babu nyumbani amepeana shamba yote na 10,000, amepewa 15,000, 15,000. So William hivyo ndiye alikuwa anafanya, naye Uhuru akajua mapema. But ile kitu yenye najua Uhuru ako naye, Uhuru anametuonesha ya kwamba yeye ni kiongozi wa kitaifa, ni president wetu, tunampenda. But amejaribu kuonesha wale watu, mimi ndio bado president mpaka tarehe 9, mpaka uchaguzi ifanywe, na mpaka mimi ndio nitapeana kiapo. Wale wenye watakula kiapo, mimi ndio nitapeana hiyo upanga. Bila upanga hakuna kitu chochote kinaweza endelea. Na kitu kingine nilikuwa naomba William waache kujipiga kifua. Muda wa kujipiga kifua iliisha. Jana ameshatuonesha yeye si mwanaume tosha. Juu kama angekuwa mwanaume tosha, maswali yangejibu vile yanafaa. Angekaa chini kwanza, hata angalau alikuwa na Mwakenya, lakini hakuna Mwakenya kitu ilimsaidia. Juu kama angekuwa na Mwakenya, angekuwa na bairo pale mbele mahali alikuwa anajibia maswali. Kitu ya pili, kwenda kwanza kusema sijui Raila sijui nini, uza sera zako, uza bottom up yako. Alafu uache kuuza jina ya Raila kila siku. Raila haizi kusaidia. Siku zimebakia 11. Raila hakuna mahali penye anakusaidia William. Hata ukiwa mahali huko na hao wenye wanakuunga mkono. Na ile kitu yenye mimi nazidi kuuliza, na nazidi kuuliza hata wale wenye wanamuunga mkono kama Rift Valley, Kalenjin, wale wenzangu ambao wako hata wenye wako Nairobi. By the way, 90% ya Wakalenjin wenye wako Nairobi hakuna mwenye anaunga William mkono. Wale wenye wako mashinani wachache. Raila atakuwa na kura mingi sana ukiangalia Rift Valley. Ni vile watu wataki kutangaza tu kwa sababu ya maisha yao nini. Juu pia kuna wale wahalifu wamejificha huko. Kitu kingine nataka niambie William. Ulikuwa unaona wewe ndio mchezaji peke yake kwa uwanja. Na hao Wakalenjin wenye wanakuunga mkono. Hakuna kitu unaweza wasaidia naye. William amekuwa deputy president na aliulizwa jana na akashindwa kujibu. So ukiwa Mkalenjin unajipiga kifua kwa media, unajipiga nini ati wewe William ndio president wetu, hakuna kitu atakusaidia naye. William ameishi kuchanga 10 million Central Kenya. Ni kanisa ngapi amejenga Rift Valley? Rift Valley ni kugawanisha Wakalenjin. Wewe ni Mkipsigis, wewe ni Mtugen, wewe ni Mkeyo. Hiyo ndio ujinga amekuwa akifanya huko. So mimi kwa wale watu wenye hata wanamuunga mkono, wamejionea jana ni nani wanaunga mkono. William hakuna kitu anaweza wasaidia. Na hakuna mahali penye anaweza wapeleka. William kwanza wale wenye wako Central, William atawarudisha Western Moi era. Western Moi era. Kwa sababu huyu hata media hazitakuwa na usemi. Media watakuwa wakipangiwa cha kusema. Itakuwa Western. Na mtajijutia kwa maisha yenu yote. Ni hayo tu Bernard kwa leo.
Asante sana Nelvin, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na uchandanuzi huo. Tunaomba kusonga mbele. Nashukuru wote wanaoendelea kukaribisha mtu. Tafadhali usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu ili kila Mkenya amakinike kutokana na Wakenya wanaopeana maoni tofauti kuhusu siasa zetu na uongozi wetu. Kile ningependa
Naona ni kama Bernard ametupwa nje. Robbins, if you are around, can you continue please?
Stephen, I think Robbins ni kama hata yeye ako chini ya maji kidogo.
Endelea basi Eric, endelea Eric, karibu.
Yeah, as Bernard sort out the issues with the internet, let me just talk a little bit. First, niwasalimia nyinyi wote. It has been a long time. I think almost a month for me to be here. I've been so much busy. So nimewasalimu nyinyi wote. Alex, are you still driving? So let me just talk a little bit about what is happening. You know, as Nelvin amesema, I think people should know who is William Ruto. Before, most of the people didn't know Ruto. They knew Ruto because Ruto anaenda church, anaenda church. Actually, like in Mount Kenya, at our place, Ruto ile kitu imefanya ajulikane huko ni for those 4 years, he has been visiting churches a lot. And you know, Ruto alijuanga mahali unaweza pata watu juu hata anza siasa kwa barabara ni kwa makanisa. So alianzanga siasa yake kwa makanisa, watu wakadhania ni mtu genuine. And today I was really shocked in the morning to see a Twitter from Raphael Tuju saying that you people from Mount Kenya, you think Ruto loves you so much. This guy was paid so that he go and convince watu wa Left Valley, wa Kalenjin. And I felt so bad, not even because of us Mount Kenya, but even because of the Kalenjin people. Someone has been paid such a big amount of money, and it doesn't do anything with that money in your place. Hiyo pesa akujia watengeneze shule nayo, akujia watengeneze barabara, yani hawafanyii kitu yote na hiyo pesa. Ni yake ya mfuko ndiye akuje sasa aongeleshe mdomo mtupu bila maendeleo yote analeta. Alafu watu wanasimama wanampigia makofi. You know, that's so bad. Na hiyo ni kitu iko, because now nobody can trust Ruto actually, especially in mountain now. And the people can see in mountain things have shifted on a serious note. And comes 9 August, Ruto will be shocked. Na ile kitu atapata Mount Kenya, atakuwa shocked vibaya sana. Because the point is this. The first thing, he came with this narrative of dividing the rich and the poor. Because the moment you divide the rich and the poor, you create a gap so that you can be able to fight in between those two people. Because when the poor and the rich are together, you cannot fight them. You cannot rule them. But the moment you divide them, you rule them very much well. So Ruto started on that point. And actually, he managed to do it a little bit in Mount Kenya, not even a bigger part in Mount Kenya, until the time our leaders in Mount Kenya came back to us. And we people who understand a little bit of Ruto, we started talking to our people to explain them about the way things are. And all of them, they came back into their senses. That if I fight a rich person who is my neighbor, this guy will not give me job tomorrow. Where am I going? If I fight the rich person who has employed 50 people in my community, in my village, those people will be sacked from work. Where will they go? So we people from Mount Kenya, people started thinking on that issue. And the things started shifting. And Ruto should be very much worried because he has been running alone for 4 years. And the few months Baba started walking around in Mount Kenya, Ruto started crying. You see, things are changing in Mount Kenya. Before, you couldn't add a word Raila in Mount Kenya. It was very difficult. We used to vote for him, but in a secret way. And he couldn't even get 4% in Mount Kenya. Raila couldn't go to campaign in Mount Kenya. People can see today in Nyeri, yesterday in Meru. And one thing, the big mistake Ruto has done is to fight one of our own, Kinoti. Another one, fighting Munya. Fighting Kiraito Muronge. He doesn't know who is Kiraito Muronge in our community. Fighting insulting all our elder and leaders in Mount Kenya. That's where he started messing everything. The way he came to insult Uhuru Kenyatta at home, in a home backyard, that was very bad. So this guy, people should know, is someone who is not good, and he doesn't want good for this country. And if you want to go back in Moi era, Bernard watafunga hizi channel zao, station zenu Bernard zote mtafunga. That is if we go to Ruto. Mtakuwa mnaenda asubuhi State House kupewa report yenye mtasoma the whole day. Mnaambiwa leo mtasema hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. No more, no less. So we should be very careful on this. The freedom we are having right now for to say anything someone wants. This freedom was brought by the person who is Baba here, Raila. Raila, the moment Uhuru called Raila for handshake, Raila demanded nothing. Hakuna kitu Raila aliitisha kwa serikali. The other day, I wasn't around. I saw a newspaper talking about the RUTO empire and Raila empire. Raila, the business with the government couldn't be traced. Haikutresiwa. Walitafuta wanafanya biashara na government. But Ruto, biashara zake ni za serikali. Serikali inampatia billions of money. Na huyo ndiye mtu anakuja kutudanganya vile atatufanyia. Anatuibia, alafu anakuja anatudanganya vile atatufanyia. I'll just give one example here. Let me give this example with like Bernard. I have a debt, nimekuwa na deni ya Bernard ya 5,000. Na for the 10 years, nimekuwa na hiyo pesa naweza mlipa, lakini sijamlipa. Lakini juu najua Bernard mali nafanya kazi na muhitaji ndio niendelee kufanya kazi, saa hizi nakuja kumdanganya, kumwambia Bernard, wewe nisaidie nipate hii kazi, nikipata tu hivi, within the first 2 weeks nitakulipa hiyo 5,000. Na yet for the last 10 years nimekuwa kwa hiyo kazi na nimekuwa na hiyo 5,000 simlipi. Lakini juu saa hizi nataka nisaidie nipate kazi, ndio na mpromise ati nisaidie tu niingie kazi tu hivi, nikishaingia 100 days na kulipa. That is Ruto for us. Huyo ndio Ruto tuko na yeye saa hii. For the 10 years he has been there with our debts, but because now he knows he need us as a referees for him to get the job, he promised us that give me the job, help me, then I'll pay you in 100 days. I think whoever will trust such person, I may say it's a person who doesn't think. Sidhani ni mtu anafikiria hata kidogo. Naweza sema ni mshenzi sana huyo mtu. Kwa hivyo, for the Ruto people should understand this person. And hiyo story ya kulipwa na Jubilee na TNA, nimewaambia kitu moja, watu wangoje kesho waone Mount Kenya vile itawasha moto. Hiyo kitu ya kulipwa, hiyo sasa inaenda kuleta shida Mount Kenya, because this guy hakuwa na haja na sisi. Na mtu kama huyo ni mtu mbaya sana. Ametumia Wakalenjin vibaya sana. Amefanya Wakalenjin wakuwe wakitusiana kwa social media, wametusiana na watakuwa kitusiana juu ya kitu ingine, juu ya yeye vile amekuwa akiwaweka, na hiyo pesa yote alilipwa hajawafanyia kitu na hiyo pesa. You understand? That's very bad and very bad. So let us be wise as we go on this election. Ruto tumweke kando. A minute. So someone is okay. Let me just conclude by saying about the Chebukati issue. Chebukati siku hizi sijui hiyo msee anakaaje. This guy kama alijiaka kichinjio. Na kuna kazi nasema, ukisikia kazi inaitangwa suicide job. Saa hizi nikisikia kuna kazi ya chairman wa IEBC anaonziwa siwezi apply hiyo job. Because Chebukati saa hizi akona shida sana. Aliapply ikiwa job lakini mpaka bibi yake anasema tumuombe. Such a job is not a joke. Chebukati ameepa njuu anashindwa atasema nini. Venezuela, atatuambia nini story ya Venezuela? You know, and there is one thing I want to say here. The problem is this, and we are doubting Chebukati. Anything's happen, the DP is the first person to defend Chebukati. Watu wa Venezuela kushikwa, William Ruto ndiye alisimama. Na you know, if you are in this country illegally, si Chebukati anafaa kudiru na yeye na wewe, hata kama unafanyia mathematics, lakini uko hapa bila passport. Hiyo si kazi ya Chebukati, hiyo ni kazi ya serikali. Sasa DCI atakukamata, hiyo unaweza tritiwa kama terrorist. So kuja kutuambia watu wamekuja na hawana passport na wanaenda hata private resident, hata waendi kwa IEBC, alafu ati ni wafanyikazi wa Smartmatic, alafu Ruto anaruka it shows a lot of things that is going on. Lakini saa hizi the government imefunga njia zote. Saa hizi Ruto akiamuka, Chebukati akiamuka, and people should remember in Kirinyaga Babu Owino told Chebukati, tunajua mahali unalala siku hizi, tunajua wakati umeamka uko wapi, mwanamke wako, bibi yako, hata girlfriend yako tunamjua siku hizi. So Chebukati should think about that issue. Juu saizi yako monitored na aendi, hakuna kitu anaweza fanya. Nobody will hurt Chebukati unless wenye amekula pesa yao, hao ndio wanaweza mhurt. But for the government can never hurt Chebukati. What government will do, it's to prevent asifanye kitu yote ya upuzi. Another thing, Azimio na hizo makampaign, niliona schedule ya campaign za Azimio. It's very nice, and the last campaign will be in Kasarani. I think Baba has planned, everything is well, na kila kitu inaendelea fiti. Alafu Bernard, let me just congratulate you so much for, I can see, for the work you are doing. At least in few days this thing will be on TV. Now wazazi wetu wataweza kuwatch, because saa hizi maadhi akiniuliza ni nini gani hiyo unaniambianga kuhusu, nikimwambia ingia online ananiambianga huku sina wifi, but now nitakuwa namwambia ingia kwa TV channel fulani, you will get the station. So it will be very much okay, Bernard. You have done a good job, and we'll try and support you the much we can. And even here, when the show starts running on the TV, definitely si tutakuwa watu wa kukujanga, ni si tutakuanga guest most of the time. So thank you so much, Mr. Bernard. Na God bless you. God bless all. Thank you.
Of course, nyinyi ni wadau tayari. Thank you, Bwana Eric. We appreciate that, and we appreciate everybody. Please, let's keep it clean in the comment section. Hakuna haja ya kutusi mtu, ni lazima tuheshimiane na heshima idumu, lakini haki yetu mpaka tupate. Kwa hivyo yule mtu anataka kudhulumu haki yetu, mpaka tumname na tumshame, no matter how big he feels or how great he feels. Well, we're going to have one video, and then I think it's the turn for Bantu Warrior, if I'm not wrong. We still encourage us to continue sending your contribution. I've just received 1,000 shillings from Bakis Mohammed. Thank you very much. Let's keep doing our very best. Before you know it, we'll have hit that figure and we'll be on ordinary TV set, even as we maintain the online broadcast. So we are only expanding. We are not closing one place to open the other. We are expanding to ordinary TV station broadcast space. And so help us expand, help us get to the other platform and be able to ensure that every Kenyan is fully informed. Tusikilize hii tape, a video, and then we bring in Bantu Warrior. Right, let's start where? I think we start
Bernard,
here.
sorry, it's Robin, not Bantu. It's Robin, please.
Okay. Well guided. Robbins, if you're able to get me, please take it. I think the network is still low. Robbins, go ahead before Bantu Warrior.
All right, Ben. Unanisikia? Yeah, good evening everyone.
Unapatikana, endelea.
Thank you sir. Sasa nafikiri yangu today ndagusia kidogo tu about IBC na huyu jamaa anaitwa Cheburuto. Sikia, that's a new name sasa, sijui. I hope I'm not offending anyone. Anyway, Chebukati na Marijan are working so hard to see that Ruto is declared the president. That's an open secret. As we talk, the IBC commission is seriously divided to an extent. I think some commissioners are even calling for the chair to resign. Juu ya zile vitu wanafanya. This Smartmatic is a company that was connected to supply nafikiri Kim's kit to IBC that I used to be ilikuwa they used to be used in to register the system. Kim's kit is to make a register voters, and the same gadgets will be used for voting. Sasa mnajua huyu jamaa anaitwa there is a group inajiita Seamless ya huyu, I think that's a local operative wa Smartmatic, and the CEO huyu jamaa anaitwa Abdullahi Abdi. So if you join the dots, huyu Abdullahi is a guy who had contracted these 3 Venezuelans, and according to the current info, the 3 Venezuelans are supposed to have put a malware in the Kim's kit. And according to the information ile iko anasema, this was aimed at adding about 120 votes in the 10,000 polling stations. So like in every Kim's kit, and this would have translated to about 1.2 million votes ambazo zilikuwa zinaendea Bwana Ruto. There was another issue I had mentioned earlier, I think last week. Kulikuwa na an audit report that was done by the KPMG on the voters register. And according to KPMG, 16,000 BVR kits are used to register votes. But interesting enough, according to the records and sources, inasemekana IBC had bought only 15,000 kits. So now, like, the big question is, where did the extra 1,000 kits come from? We can already say that there is a really monkey business that's going on. And Ben, if you can remember my last submission about publishing and gazetting of a manual register, this is a simple reason why IBC find it very hard and very difficult to make it public, the audit KPMG. I think there's a lot that is being hidden by the commission. Meaning the 1,000 votes that I've talked about, 1,000 kits that I've talked about from the 15 to 16, easy extra ambazo commission inajua. These kits I'm very sure zitakuwa will be used. And these votes will be unaccounted according to the votes, because these voters are in the register. So my question is, who registered these guys? Nobody knows. Who has those extra kits? Nobody knows. So, like, on a serious note, mimi nikigeulizwa Chebukati na Marijan should do the honorable thing and just resign. NIS na DCI seems to have thwarted the scheme to rig but for a fact we really can't tell the whole thing because these guys who came, kuna other guys wamesemekana walikuwa wamekuja mbele. We really don't know walikuwa wamekuja na nini ngapi. So to me, this thing is really, really fishy. We also know for the fact that KPMG initially ilikuwa imesema wako na, when they did their audit walipata about 46,000 polling stations, up from 40,000. So unashangaa you wonder these 1,000 these were 10,000 polling stations ambazo they've not been gazetted. Kuna mtu anajua mahali ziko, so we really don't know what's going to happen with the polling stations. I think this can simply explain why Chebukati and Ruto have always instead wamekuwa wakiinsist sana on electronic voters register to be used. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Marejan from Rehab Sources, inasemekana wako very close na huyu Abdullahi. We also know from the last interview, this guys Chebukati and the friend Marijan hawakufanya due diligence when they were contracting these Smartmatic. I think everyone knows there's a lot of things going around about the failures, I think, in Philippines and Uganda. Smartmatic, at least these guys come and wamefanya due diligence and background check. I'm very sure these guys they are not the best guys to give us. I don't think they are going to give us a credible. To me, I don't think they're going to give us some credible results. Na hiyo kizao. To me, IEBC as presently constituted cannot conduct credible, fair, free, and verifiable elections. You also realize up to this minute, Chebukati has not been able to reply to zile allegation DCI Mr. Kenoti alikuwa amepeana about the 3 Venezuelans and the electoral materials that zilipatikana at the airport. So for now, nafikiri mtu mwingine anaweza chukua. I need to do something hapa beside.
Okay.
Ndarudi baadaye.
Sawa. Okay, let me say this, Robin. I think before Bernard comes back, I'll moderate. I wanted to say this. The issue with the way they had intended to rig this election, maybe these people had brought more Kim's kit, and the stickers that were going to be used, specifically in the 10 counties, they were going to sneak those Kim's kit and they stick them. Then maybe they would have used people to vote, and they later broadcast the results. So I think it's something fishy. Actually, we need a lot of clearance from this. We need them to come out clean. Hii mambo ya kuwa aongee leo anyamaze, baada ya siku tatu aongee anyamaze, it won't help any one of us. Okay, Bantu Warriors, karibu.
Asanteni sana panel wenzangu wote mko hapo. Nimefurahia sana kupata nafasi hii, Mr. Steven kunipatia hii nafasi. Tumefurahia sana bwana Bernard kuleta ile fikra ya kuweka MTV ambayo itakuwa ni kitu maendeleo makubwa sana kwa sasa na siku za mbeleni zinazokuja. Itasaidia watu wengi sana kuweza kuwa na wafuasi wengi, na kama sisi wafuasi ambao tuko hapa kawaida huwa tuko hapa, siku nyingine hatuko, siku nyingine tuko hapo, lakini kwenye TV itakuwa ni bora zaidi. Kwa hivyo tuzidishe kumsaidia bwana Bernard na hiyo fikra ambayo yuko nayo ni mzuri sana kwa Mtembei TV. Nikirudia kwa upande wa Chebukati na bwana Ruto ama Kenya Kwanza na IEBC, hawa inaonekana wazi ni kama ambao they are working together, simple as that. Si kitu ambao ni siri, wanafanya pia dhahiri, na tuweze kuwa very very be careful, kwa sababu Hii ni kama mapinduzi. It's just like a coup. People, they are very serious. Wanaaminisha sana kuondoa hii serikali, waingize ile serikali ambayo wao wanataka, na hiyo ni kitu ambayo itaturudisha sisi nchi yetu ya Kenya tukufu nyuma sana, na tutarudi nyuma sana, na itakuwa shida sana tena kurudi kupata wale wengine ambao wametangulia kimaendeleo. Kwa hivyo tuwe macho sana na tuweze kuwa katika Mtembei, hii platform tunazidi tunaeleweshana, kwa sababu vijana wengi wamepotea, wanaweza kudanganywa na kaweza kuwapatia watu ambao hawaelezi vitu vya kueleweka. Kwa mfano, unaenda kufanya campaign na unaanza kueleza habari ya 50 billions and 100 billions tutaleta hapa, ambayo ni kitu sielewi utaleta vipi hiyo pesa hapa, na ikiwa mpaka uwe kwanza ungie kwa hiyo serikali, alafu hiyo serikali iwe imejipanga, alafu ndo uenze kuongea habari ya 50 billion na 100 billion. Lakini kwa upande wa baba unaona anaongea kitu ni everyday, anashikilia ni hiyo ya kusaidia watu wale ambao kimaisha wako chini, na ukiangalia industrialize the country, kwa every town and every city wawe na industrial moja, ambapo hiyo ndio beginning, na siku za mbeleni zitafunguliwa industry nyingine, ambayo hiyo sasa ni kuempower hizo city kuendelea mbele na vijana kupata kazi na maisha kwa ya raha na starehe. Kwa hivyo tuchunge sana wakati tutakapokwenda kwa election, tuhakikishe tunaingiza watu ambao baba amekuwa ni specialized kwa mambo mengi sana upande wa ujenzi wa nchi, na ukiangalia kwa upande wa mama, hii combination yao, mama ataangalia mambo mengi, kwa sababu kama kitu kama hii IEBC ni ambayo inataka kubomolewa kabisa, kuondolewa hii kitu kina Chebukati. Hao watu walikuwa hapo tangu wakati wa hiyo zamani, waondolewe. Hiyo ni mambo ya Martha Karua, wakiingia kina baba wasafishe, watengeneze hii nchi, tuendelee mbele. Sina mengi na nitatoa mengine baadaye. Asante sana.
Asante Bantu Warrior. Okay, Waga the Great, come in please.
How are you viewers?
We are fine, we are fine.
Yeah, nimefurahi sana kuwaona leo tena, na naona tunazidi kuendelea na tunainuka, na hivi karibuni tutakuwa watu wa maana sana, na Bernard, Mungu azidi kubariki sana. Mi leo sitaki hata kuongea kuhusu huyo mtu, nataka tu kujua hizi 1.2 million huyu mtu alikuwa naiba 1.2 million afanyie nini? Juu alituambia yeye na Mungu, na sisi ni walituweka tu hivi hivi. Mbona tena uibe kura ukijua watu wako nyuma yako? Inafaa style up, na nilianza kusema tuwe tu na amani, tupendaneni, juu tunajua baba ndiye the fifth. There is no any other president ambaye atakuwa sworn in kama sio baba. Na mtu asidanganye Ruto jaribu kuandamana Kenya, juu tumeshaona kila kitu anataka kuiba. Ameiba pesa zetu, ameiba mashamba zetu mpaka Lang'ata, na ile shule ya Lang'ata, bado tu anataka tu kuiba kura. Kwa hivyo ni mtu, he is ready for bloodshed, of which we are not advocating for that. Tunaomba sana watu wasifikirie mambo kama hizo, na hiyo hata huyu Chebukati anafaa finywe kidogo. Unajua hawezi kaa miaka 5 bila teargas kuchapana Kenya, alafu tuletee teargas dakika ya mwisho. Hata tungemtoa kitambo. Ni vile tu tulisema handshake lete mambo pamoja. Chebukati should be a referee, na kama yeye pia ni referee na yeye pia ni mchezaji, then it is very bad for us Kenyans. Na hatutaki kuregret wala hatutaki kuua mtu, hatutaki mtu auliwe. Aache wa Kenya wa decide. Vile tumesema, walikuwa nasema Kenyans will decide. Let us decide who will take us to Canaan. na tumeamua ni baba, na hatupendi hapo hatucheki tukisema ni baba ni baba. Ona Meru jana vile kulikuwa, ungedhani watu wametolewa sijui watu wamepelekwa huko juu, wanataka tu kuona huyu baba ni nini, and baba is real. Jana hata sijui ni nini alituambia, hata nilizima TV juu sikuwa nataka kusikiza zile vitu tu za urongo na matusi. The best thing hakutusi mtu, lakini najua alijicontradict ile mbaya mbovu. Kwa hivyo tutarajie tarehe 9 kila mmoja wetu awe mgonjwa awe nini aende apige kura na tungoje. Mi najua baba kufikia tarehe 10 we are just going to swearing him, atakuwa sworn in na tupate kukula matunda yake. He has something for us and he really has something for us. Tukitulia na tupate hiyo kitu, tutasema Mungu ni Ebeneza. Kwa hayo machache, wacha niachie wengine, tusikawie sana kwa laini. Wazee wangu ndiye wengine pia bando, labda mtu aliweka ya mbao, na ukikaa sana kwa laini anasikia vibaya sana. Mi nimeenda, tuonaneni baadaye. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Waga. Thank you for your submission. Okay, I wanted to say this. I think Chebukati should just think about what he's about to do again. Because I don't think if it's going to be allowed in this country. 2017, you bungled the elections. 2022, you want to take sides. It's not going to happen. Let him wake up. Let him not underestimate Raila Odinga, because Raila has not been in government for so long, but the way he has been exposing some of the things that have been happening in government, you can't underestimate that guy, and now he's in government. So let him not think that we are asleep. Let him not underestimate Raila Odinga. Joshua, karibu.
Yes, habari yako Steve?
Jambo.
Nzuri.
Yes, karibu uendelee.
Yes, hii mambo ya Chebukati now is becoming something serious. Anasema kuwa wanafanyia update. I don't know.
Joshua, uko kweli? I think Joshua ako na shida ya network. Njuguna, come in please. Yes,
hello,
karibu Njuguna.
Yeah, everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. We shall give Joshua another chance akirudi. Endelea.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. I think this one of the contributors talked about the leaguing. The leaguing has been there, but it became more expedited when Baba announced his candidature, his presidential candidature. And the gentleman who has been used and who was the host to these the 3 Venezuelans was this Mr. Abdullahi, the one who was somewhere in the Transnational Plaza, whatever. And don't forget, this Abdullahi guy was an employee of IEBC from 2013, and he left in 2018. So he was the person who was the go-between between IEBC and Smartmatic, because he's the guy who is claiming to be the country representative of Smartmatic in Kenya. That one should not be allowed at all, at all, at all. There shouldn't be no representative of the company which has been contracted to prepare the election materials anywhere in that country. So this is something which has prearranged, and the leaguing was on top gear. That's what I can tell you. Because if there was no leaguing, there is no way the 3 Venezuelans would have carried IBC materials and failed to declare them at the airport. The person who probably should have gone to receive them is somebody from IBC. It should have been made official. But these guys, they have not declared this material. They were only discovered because if these people are, if probably we had some corrupt official at the airport, this material would have found their way to those 10 counties. That preferably would have produced a lot of votes for RUTO. And I've said, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, I said in this platform, Smartmatic do not qualify to conduct election materials. And that's why I was asking Bernard that I hope one day you get that clip. There is investigation which was carried by the Philippine Parliamentary Committee when it burgled the 2016 election there. And the CEO of Smartmatic is a Mr. Gashi, I can't remember the first name. And he's saying there was a problem because some of the servers started sending election results 2 days before the actual voting started. So they were leaking for the other guy. So this is not something new, and that is mathematics, because we also saw the problem in Uganda. And this is precisely why, yeah, the only people who could have agreed to do this dodgy work of rigging is not a company from the Europe. It could only be a country from even a country which is not even that world. Because if you think of Venezuela, that is country which is completely bankrupt. It's completely bankrupt. And so there's no way would have sent, if we were treated to say if CHEBUKATI was somebody who had some kind of moral standing, he would not have gone there. So I believe there is somebody who has got a question. Lobbins.
Njuguna, can you please submit mpaka umalize kwanza? Robbins, you will come in with your questions. Wait first, please.
Okay, I believe this was something which has been prepared or hyped, and it became expedited and accelerated when Baba announced his presidential candidate. Let's not forget, before the December 20th last year, when he announced, RUTO was in the field alone. He was competing against himself, and he was sure of a win, but never thought that Laida would come over, and Laida has taken over within the last 6 months. It's not even 6; it's done a very few short period, and we have seen Baba has actually penetrated the mountain. That is for real. The other thing I would like to mention is the campaign which the president is now coming out very clearly, like today like yesterday in Naivasha, today in Nakuru, and he's coming very clearly, and he's telling Kenyans, this is the person I would prefer you. He's not telling us to do it, but he's asking us because he know the two guys. He know who is RUTO and he know who is Raila. And let us not forget the coming of together between Uhuru and RUTO is what we call a marriage of convenience. These are not buddies. These are not people who know each other before. It's just that because of that problem which was there sometimes back, and this is what brought them together. So it's not something that we can say they are historical friends. It's a situation because of the two communities which brought them together. And Kenyatta, being a very peaceful guy, he wanted to bring this conflict to an end. Equally, this is what he has also done with Baba in 2018 when they shook hands, because we know the country also had some problem after the 2017 elections, and I congratulate the two of them, both Baba and Uhuru, for doing what they have done. And what I have in my mind, and I'm very sure Baba is our next 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you. If some Robin, you can say what you want to say, and I think I'm done.
Okay, Robbins, can you a minute, please? A minute, just a minute to say what you wanted to say.
Oh, mine,
Robbins.
Mine, Steve, was I just wanted to add something to Njuguna. Smartmatic, that company headquarters is in London, and this guy traveled all the way from Venezuela, and they never even made stopover to London. So tunashangaa, where they even get these materials? Na watu hawakusimama headquarters. So I wonder if at least those materials would have been brought from London, would just make sense, because the headquarters is in London. But these guys come all the way from Venezuela straight to Nairobi, man. In a letter, a lot of questions. I just wanted to add that.
Okay, what I understand is, a moment, Juguna, I'll give you a chance. These guys left Panama. They left Panama. They came through Istanbul, Turkey, and they were in Kenya. So the way they didn't come from London, where the company is headquartered, and it's so shocking, you know. And the way IBC, the way Chebukati defended these guys at the first statement that he issued, and the way now is flip-flopping, you know, it shows that there's something fishy going on, you know. He came and told us that these guys are IBC officials, are going to work for IBC. You see, he never mentioned Seamless Limited. He never mentioned that he never told us that Smartmatic had a local representative in Nairobi. So the way this information is coming out now, it's something that we should not take lightly. Joshua.
Yes, habari yako?
Ulikuwa umepotea, so ingia tu, endelea.
Nashangaa hii leo internet inatoa nje kabisa. So what I was saying, Chebukati is not sincere, and Chebukati kama ingekuwa nchi nyingine hizo angekuwa anatakana awe kamiti. And think because Kenya just people are just soft. Chebukati anasema kuwa ana update watu. Today I was watching the news. Nasemekana kuwa they printed form 34B. Wameprint mara mbili. And then you are wondering that why are they printing 2 forms, and then they have different security are different. They're not the same security as Fanani. And then wana claim kuwa the ingine watakuwa napatiana sijui itakuwa inabaki kwa observers, another one. So those statements they're really contradicting. Kama ingekuwa wako sincere, they ought to have updated each and every party, waeleze kuwa this is what we're going to do. We are going to print 2 ballot papers for, not ballot paper, I mean form 34B, because we are planning to have this and this and this and this and this. And then now they're saying that how to print form 34B. Yet the previous election we had form 34A, and then we also had form 34B. Ya kuandika the final result ya presidential candidates. So we are wondering what's really happening with the IBC. I don't know what's really happening in IBC, unless they come out clear and tell the Kenyans what's really happening, because there are so many things that are contradicting. There are so many things ambao wamefanya ambayo sasa hata hii election haitakani ifanywe hii election. Kama ingetakana election to be postponed, because we are left around 11 days. Nothing tangible imefanywa ambaye na itasemekana kuwa this election be free and fair. Everything wanafanya chini ya maji. So I think that the best thing that Kenya should do, they should demand that this election to be postponed. If they're not ready, then they should postpone this election so that we can do this election the other time, hata kama mwaka ingine. Hakuna haja kukimbilia election and then watabangulia election. I'm seeing kuna mchezo hapa hivi. Na Chebukati is not sincere and it's not honest to Kenyans. You know, at the end of this thing, hii election si yake. Hii election ya watu wa Kenya. So if you think that it's not ready, afadhali achane naye ama resign, because harakisha we go to an election, a bangle election, get a lot of chaos. So if it's not ready, achane na election kabisa. And then I want to talk about RUTO. Yesterday niliwatch kidogo the way alikuwa anaongea. Today ameenda sijui walikuwa wapi pale hivyo. I don't really know walikuwa wapi. Anajisifu vile Raila akuja hiyo debate. To me, Raila not going to that debate, that was the best decision so far. And then Gachagua pia anajisifu alikaranga Karua. Sometime anachangana na watu hawa. Sasa Gachagua anaweza karanga Karua kweli? No, today I was wondering wanasema alikaranga Karua ndio maana Raila kuenda. And then today he has been exposed by Tuju. And I'm sure by the time vile mama itakuwa nazidi kuendelea tunaona atakuwa na mask. Ile movie yake itatolea because kama alilipwa 17 billion. So what anademand nini tena? 17 billion, that's a lot of money. He was paid, that's a lot of money ambaye alilipwa. Hiyo ni pesa ambaye hata saizi anatakana anakula mpaka wajukuu wake wote for another almost another 1,000 years. Na alilipwa mtu mmoja. So Ruto is not sincere. And that's why sometimes I normally wonder na Kenyans. Mmambiwa na rafiki yake mkubwa ambaye ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa this man is not sincere. Huyu jamani mwizi. And then some section of people who are tribalist wanamfuata Ruto si kama nini, because umeambiwa huyu jamaa walikunya naye shati, walikuwa wanavaa shati moja, wanavaa shati moja na tie ya red na shati ya white, wamekunya mikono ya shati. That time they were really friends. Now today anakuambia kwa huyu jamaa huyu mimi namjua. Wewe hata hujayeona Ruto, unamwona Ruto tu kwa TV peke yake akipiga kelele hapo akibweka. Hujayemuona na macho. Unasema wewe ni hasla. And you're being advised with a president, a sitting president, that this is not the right person. You know, I always say that Uhuru is a billionaire. I tell you anything right now. Raila is a billionaire. But they want to save Kenyans because they have seen how this Kenya ikichukuliwa na huyu jamaa huyu mali itaelekea. They are advising you that this is not the right person to take this country. Wewe hata shilingi 100 una kwa mfuko, you are suffering. Unamfuata Ruto sisi kama you don't even know that Ruto, you're just hearing about his name. Na unamsikia kwa TV na kwa radio na kwa internet. So Kenyans who are really wise, we need to come out. Tarehe 9 hata kama hii kura kuna ujanja inachezwa hapa na hapa hii. But if you vote overwhelmingly, na ambaye hata Chebukati atasema kuwa hii hata kama nataka kufanya mchezo haiwezekani, then I'm telling you, hii election will be won with almost 70%. So I don't see anything like rigging the way anafanya mchezo. Saizi tayari anashashikwa. Anything akifanywa anashikwa. Last time walipatikana Wetangula na wale kwa wengine walipatikana na Wetangula walionekana Wetangula walishikwa. Hii juzi watu wao kutoka Venezuela wameshikwa. Kidogo tena hii leo mambo ya walipoenda wakina Mwangi walipoenda huko wakapata kuwa kuna janja wa ballot wa forms zinatengenezwa pia wameshikwa. So I don't see anything about this election hapanyika. So I think that this election is going to be won by Raila Amolo Odinga. Kenyans will come out in a large number to vote so that we cannot allow William Samoei Ruto awe president wa Kenya hii. Uhuru ameongea vizuri kabisa, and Uhuru has been consistent since 2028. I mean since 2018. Maintain his stand like a man. No, sometime I thought maybe Uhuru atageuka kama sometime watu wanasema atageuka, but I've maintained his consistency for the last 5 years. Akisema one word, kuwa Ruto si mtu mzuri. So wewe hata ujui Ruto, unamsikia Ruto kwa TV na kwa radio, unasema wewe ni hustler, tunapata Ruto simply because I really like your passion for standing for the truth. There are people who can stand for the truth. You are not a tribalist. I wish I could ningechukua kata yako. We don't have tribalists here in Kenya. Somebody ni mkora ameiba. Tuju anatuambia very well kuwa they with this guy na anajua maovu yake. Tuju today I mention some of his scandals. Amesema kuwa he has almost 29 scandals na anajua za Ruto. Today he only mention 6. And then wewe hujawahi kukutana na Ruto, unamsikia Ruto kwa TV tu, kwa radio, unamfuata si kama nini. You are being advised with our president that this is not the right person. Not that Uhuru kuna kitu na Uhuru anataka. There's nothing Uhuru want. Uhuru is a billionaire. He has money, but he is really caring about the Kenyans. Wakiwacha kwa mkono huu mkora huyu, you are going to suffer. So Kenya should come out, wapige kura wisely, because at the end of it, this is our country. We will not run anywhere. In any case, inchi maribika. It's our country, and we will remain in this country until the time maybe kama Yesu Kristo atarudi. But for now, this is our country. We need to save this country, and the only way to save this country is only through our ballot, by ensuring kuwa Raila Amolo Odinga is our president tarehe 10 next month. Na Mungu awabariki.
Thank you, Joshua. Before I hand back to Bernard, I wanted to say this. This country has been a transactional country for many years, but we have a special chance this year to make it a transformational country. Raila and Martha Karua are the best candidates who are going to transform this country. Hizi mambo zote unasikia 17 billion, those are transactions. Mahali kuna pesa ndo mahali Ruto yuko. You have seen what the Daily Nation told us. Ruto is the same government is criticizing, is the same government is getting money from. Aje tu bado atulipe sisi huku chini tupigie kelele. So I think we need to move away from this transactional politics, and we embrace transformational politics, which is going to come through Azimio, and that's the way forward. Bernard, I'll hand back to you, and I think it's time for Tom. Thank you.
Okay, Asante Stephen, I appreciate that. Thank you for holding on. The enemies of progress want to block me from this place, but we will make it no matter what. I'll play a video and then Tom can come in. I pray that it plays this time around. Tom, just come in.
Hello? Yes, Bwana Bernard. Habari ya jioni.
Salama. Keep your camera on.
Okay, are you seeing me?
No, we are hearing you.
Yes, but you can see me now.
Yes, thank you for showing up. Okay, go ahead.
Very good. I'm happy. Okay, Stephen, habari ya jioni. Robbins na wengine wote, habari zenu na pamoja na Bernard. Naona wenzangu wako salama na wako sawa kabisa. Mimi nikichangia siku ya leo sitachangia sana, nitakuwa na mafupi tu, sababu tumeona maelekeo ni Azimio. Tukiongea sasa hivi tumeona mahali tunaelekea, na maelekeo ni Azimio. Bwana Bernard, sina mengi siku ya leo, sababu mengi tumeongea na tumeeleza. Tumeona behaviors, the characters of our colleagues, na tumeona na tumeweka kila kitu, tumeweka kando. Kama wana Azimio, tumeona watu wa Kenya Kwanza, nia yao tumeona, na nia yao imetukumbusha mengi. Ukiwa kwa makini, mengi tumeona ya 2017, tumeona problems yenye ililetwa na IEBC. Na IEBC themselves tunaona wakati huu vile wamechanganyikiwa. Kwa ufupi, Bwana Chebukati mambo yake tumejua na tumeweka kando, na tuko sawa, tunamwangalia kabisa. Tumewachia DCI wafanye kazi yao, kama ni kushika, kama ni kufanya nini, hiyo ni mambo ya DCI, watafanya kazi yao. Sisi kama watu wa kawaida wenye Azimio, sisi pia tutaelekeza tu watu wenzetu wapige kura hiyo siku ya tarehe 9, wapige kura na amani, na hiyo amani tunataka. Wapige kura na warudi nyumbani. Wakisa rudi nyumbani, wanyamaze tu, wasiende kwa mabarabara, waone tu vile kura inaingia, which I believe kura zitaingia vizuri. Number 2, Bwana Bernard, hii Azimio as a group vile tuko, let us just preach peace. Peace is the most important thing during this period. Chenye tumeona, hata kama ni makosa iko mahali, let us keep peace. Peace is the most important thing. Tusiongee mambo mengi, because tukiongea mambo mengi tutaribu roho ya wale wako undecided. We have the undecided team, wale hawajaamua ni nani. Let us just give them their space.
Okay.
Bernard, are we
Sawa
together?
Bwana Tom, inaonekana ujumbe. Yes, ujumbe wako umefika na kuna watu wanaimba nyuma yako, sijui ni radio, sijui ni TV. Kwa hivyo utashughulikia hiyo kwanza, lakini ujumbe umefika. Asante sana. Naomba tusonge mbele.
Okay, wacha TV yangu iwe chini. Watoto wangu wameweka kidogo juu. Wameweka chini sasa. Iko sawa?
Sawa sawa. Asante sana. Utarudi baadaye. Okay, thank you, Bwana Tom. We appreciate it. Peace is important for Kenyans, and let us all embrace peace, not just preach it. Let's embrace it and put together everything that makes peace work in our relations. Naomba sasa tumsikilize Begi. Is it? If I mispronounce your name, you begin by forgiving me, because Jesus said so. Peggy Loshio. Welcome. Unmute and speak to us. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Just a minute. Mtanipatia chance next time. There's a boss here. Okay.
Sawa, usivunje sheria. Asante. Bwana Anderson, are you the boss?
Bena. Mambo?
Anderson, yes.
Mambo Bena.
Poa, namna gani?
Niko salama. Nasalimia wenzangu na Eliza.
Kamera yako tuone hiyo kofia Azimio vizuri.
Yoyo. Eliza, Robinson, Melvin, kuna Becky na Tom. Mko poa? Bena, kwanza kitu ya kwanza, unakumbuka juzi nilikuambia mambo ya university Kaimosi? Hii mambo Mudavadi alikuwa anataka hii university iende huko Maragoli. Nashukuru sana rais amepeana kibali, sasa university iko Kaimosi. Sasa tuko na Kaimosi University. Hiyo ndio tunashukuru kwanza. Mudavadi alikuwa anafikiria itaenda huko kwao. Sasa yeye hana bahati. Hao wanapiga mdomo huko na serikali inafanya kazi. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio nashukuru kwanza. Nikiingia kwa mjadala, Ruto mimi nilijua tu atatembeza sasa, ataeneza sasa ukora tu. Baba aliogopa sijui nini, sasa hiyo ndio watatumia tu. Hiyo niliexpect tu, ninajua tu sasa hiyo ndio watatumia. Hana agenda. Sasa hao watashinda tu kutembeza tu, baba hakukuja, sijui ameniogopa. Wacha atembeze hiyo. Ametuuzia wheelbarrow tumeshiba. Ametuuzia mganga tulishiba. Ametuuzia mzee wa kitendawili watu wakashiba. Sasa hii wameogopa debate. Sasa hiyo ndio watatembea, na hizi siku zimebaki 12. Hakuna kitu wataongea. Na nikakwambia siku ingine Ruto tumpatie, tuombe Mungu sana aende huko Central mara nyingine. Arudi huko na arudi. Miaka 4. Wewe umeshinda mahali, kwani hajamaliza kupeana uongo? Ule uongo amepeana miaka 4, kwani hajamaliza? Anashinda tu huko Central. Wacha aende tu huko. Arudi huko juu kwingine kumeteleza. Kama Western kuliteleza, Nyanza kuliteleza, Nairobi kuliteleza. Wacha arudi huko. Najua tunagawana hizo kura. Mambo ya IEBC, unajua Chebukati huyu. Chebukati mimi sijai muamini. Tangu afanya tu mambo yake 2013, 2017 sijai amini huyu mtu. Sasa inafaa hata hawa ako ndani. Juu ya Chebukati mimi sijai muamini. Mambo yenye anafanya ni kama sijui anaona sasa Kenya ni yake. Kenya si ya mtu, Kenya ni ya Wakenya wote. Sasa yeye anafikiria Kenya ni yake na hao watu wa Yuda hao. So inafaa serikali muangalie sana hii mambo anafanya. Hizi siku zimebaki 12 wang'ang'ane na yeye. Na uchaguzi lazima atafanya ule uhuru na haki. Hiyo naye ni lazima. Apende asipende. Hata kama ako na mipango zake, hiyo naye atafanya. Kama wanafikiria ni wizi, hiyo wizi yao itaisha. So yeye atafanya uchaguzi wa haki, na watu wa Azimio naomba waendelee hivyo. Baba waendelee na kampeni zao, hizi siku zimebaki. Naona amepanga kampeni zake mpaka siku ya tarehe 6. Aendelee hivyo, amalizie kazi. Hizi vote ziingie ndio tarehe 9 watu tuamuke tupige kura. Kuna jamaa alitengeneza magari zake hata hazitumii mafuta, wheelbarrow. Tunamsukuma na hizo wheelbarrow vizuri. Hizo hata hazina kazi. Vizuri sana. Tunamsukuma, wengine wakienda Mululu, wengine wakienda Bungoma, wengine sijui wakienda wapi. Tuwapeleke tu nyumbani vizuri. Wakae huko salama. Sina mengi Bena, bado niko area.
Okay, asante Anderson kwa hiyo update, na tunashukuru kwamba kila Mkenya amemakinika. Tunajua mbivu na mbichi. So Alex, hata ukiwa next toka nyuma ya curtain.
Bernard, habari?
Haya, show your face. Karibu.
Yeah, Bernard, nashukuru Mungu. Bila nilisema kutoka kitambo. Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Okay. Peggy, you can do that. You can make your submission if you can now.
You can't hear me, Ben?
Na nipata kweli?
Bernard, tunakusikia. Unatusikia? Eliza, unatusikia? Peggy, mnasikia?
Tunakusikia, unaweza endelea. Ni kama Bernard asikiki.
Yeah, I think Bernard ndiye ana drag kule nyuma. Yeah, Melvin, kwanza nilitaka kuongea na wewe sana kwa sababu nataka uambie ndugu zako kutoka Rift Valley kwa shida ni yako Bernard, sio
Bernard, unasikika sasa.
Bernard, tunakusikia. Tunakusikia.
I think Bernard, you are dragging.
Okay. Sawa. Silisema Peggy the sister to make her submission. What happened?
Then you are dragging. You are about 3 to 4 seconds
I
behind.
want to refresh my browser, and that will throw me out. Kwanza, I need to be able to play videos. I think those cockroaches don't want me to play videos, and I must play those videos. Leo kuna video mzuri sana. Lazima tusicheze. Wapende wasipende.
Sawa sana Bernard, tutaendelea.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Tembei TV. This is Open Forum Political
Bernard
Discussion Show. That gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front.
Okay, I think Bernard alikuwa Melvin, asante sana. Leo nilikuwa nataka niongee na wewe. 2007 ndugu zako kutoka Rift Valley walijua watakuwa serikalini, lakini walisahau kwa sababu katika karne ya kupigania ukombozi wa Kenya wa pili, ndugu zenu katika Kijaluo walikuwa wanaita Mirembre, which means the only begotten son. For 24 years They were the only begotten son of Kenya. They did not know how to fight from outside. They were babysitted, and all they knew was silver spoon. Na wakati uongozi ulitoka kutoka kwa Raila, they resorted to violence. Na ni kama wamesahau sana. 2007 to now is a very short time to forget. There is a difference between the state and the government. You may be in the government, but you are not the state. Na unaposikia kitu kinatumika kinaitwa deep state, it means exactly the word. It is deeper than you may think. Matiang'i alituchezea juzi akisema, kwani ulijua iko deep lini? That's the fact. It is deeper than watu wenu wanajua. Sasa nataka nikumbushe watu wenu kitu kimoja. Serikali ilifanya curtain raising ya uchaguzi wakati wa debate jana ama juzi. Tukapima temperature na tukaona nyinyi ni waoga sana. Tuliwazimia stima, hamukuwatch debate. Na tulitaka tujue how much you are serious. Na tukagundua nyinyi ni waoga sana. How can you guys over 90% cannot watch? Mumeangalia ni Twitter tu na TikTok mumeona. Ama hii kitu mmerudia nyuma. Unajua kitu ya kurudia si tamu kama ile ya kuwatch. Kwa sababu utaambiwa Yvonne Okwara alikuwa hivi, mnasikia vibaya. Let me give your people a simple example. When I started working in a restaurant. I was very young, I was very naive, I was very obedient, but nilikuwa muoga sana. Na unapofanya hotelini, unajua watu wanakuja hoteli sio maskini ndugu yangu. Watu wanakuja hoteli ni watu middle class na wamejiweza. Mtu anakuja anapiga kifua na kuambia, wewe umefanya hii mbaya, umefanya hivi. Mimi natetemeka, nakimbia jikoni, naambia mtu wa jikoni. Mtu wa jikoni tu amerelax. So siku moja mtu wa jikoni akaniambia, huyu jamaa amefanya mpaka umelia machozi. Akatengeneza chakula akamaliza na akaiweka hivi, akatema mate. Akaniambia mpelekee. Nikampelekea na akakula. Na ndio nikasema siwezi nikienda kwa hoteli. Siwezi maisha yangu kukasirisha waiter na kukasirisha nani? Mtu ambaye anapika chakula. Everything depends on them. Na wacha nikuambie kama kuna walimu wako hapa. Unaenda shuleni, unaanza kupigia mwalimu kelele, sijui nini. Mwalimu mnyenyekevu, walimu ni wanyenyekevu, watakuangalia na watu kuongelesha vizuri sana. Kwa sababu, unajua mtu, you can't deal with your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sons. Somebody is able to deal with all these children, sons and daughters, 40 or 50 of them in a class. So what does he do? Anakuongelesha vizuri, unapoenda. I swear to you, your son will be 40 over 40. And there is nothing utafanya kwa sababu itakuwa likizo. Tunataka kupewa Kalenjin likizo. Mutakuwa number 40 out of 40 na tutaenda katika likizo na hakuna kitu mtafanya. Kwa sababu hamuelewi the difference between state and government. Yes, you hold a position called the deputy president. Hatuna shida na hiyo. Mukitaka chukua yote, hata minority majority leader, hata kwa senate mulikuwa nazo zote, paka mkakuwa na majority leader kwa parliament mulikuwa nayo, but you never had the state. Sasa tunawaambia polepole, mununue Chebukati, mufanye hii yote mnataka, mukimbie popote mnataka, kitu kinabaki ni kimoja: those who count the votes matter. Sasa saa hii Uhuru ni mwerevu sana. Unaangalia saa hii anatesa Ruto. Unajua a day before the debate, saa 7 ya usiku Chebukati alianza kutoa sijui ni mapresa. Chebukati hiyo siku wa kulala na Ruto. Wote walikuwa wakiongea. Badala wa prepare for the debate, ilikuwa tu ni kuongea. Kwa sababu all this time Ruto hakuwa ana prepare kuongea na watu. Alikuwa ana prepare kuiba kura. Unajua, hii yote confidence ni kuiba kura. Lakini hakujua kuwa hii wakati wote walikuwa namuona. Na unajua serikali haina shida, but the deep state ndio iko na shida. Deep state will not allow that to happen. Sasa wameweka mikakati yote. Unaona Uhuru anaenda, unashangaa 2 weeks to election. Why are you showing us new military? Why are you doing all these things? That's psychological, my friend. Wewe unapoangalia, you don't see the impact of it. But mahala Ruto yuko, psychologically, the guy can't sleep kwa sababu hiyo ni vita kuu. Hiyo ndio inaitwa Armageddon, unangojea ya mwisho. Ruto anapigwa vita na rais, lakini rais hayuko wapi? In any political gathering. Yeye anakwenda tu kule mbele, machache tu anamchapa, mjamaa wa kelele, mjamaa wa uongo, mjamaa wa madharau. Uliona juzi vile alimcastigate. And Ruto was, because he's of a choleric nature, he was being pushed to the limit so that when he goes to the debate, he doesn't debate with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, he ends up debating with Raila Amolo Odinga hata kama hatakuwa. But you know what happened? We succeeded. Hakuongea juu ya bottom up, hakuongea juu ya hustler. Mwisho walipiga mama mboga wakamfukuza kutoka kule, na hiyo yote inatokana kutokana na vita ambavyo Uhuru mwenyewe anajua vile anazipanga. So nataka kuambia watu wote, wakina Black, wakina Atuya, wakina Duke, na wote ni marafiki zangu sana. Ni marafiki zangu hata kuliko Bernard. Fortunately or unfortunately. Marafiki zangu sana. Nataka niwaeleze hivi. Hata Ruto akishinda, hatapewa uongozi wa Kenya. Lakini tunajua hatashinda na hawezi shinda. Kwa sababu all along he has been preparing to steal election than to fight and win the hearts and the minds of the people. Unapotaka kujua Ruto ameshindwa kura, ni kuangalia kitu kilifanyika Meru. Sasa hivi tukiongea, Murang'a is over 50% Azimio. So whereas we wanted 20 to 30% of the mountain, we have surpassed that. And now we are heading to 60%. Ruto atatoa kura wapi za kushinda hii uchaguzi? Don't blame Chebukati. Chebukati muache. I swear to you, we are here in Mutembei. Chebukati will sleep in jail after elections. We don't want to cause a civil war in our country. Let him do every illegality that he wants to. Leave him alone. My friend told me one time, I was very quick, you know, when you are a new parent, about 20 years ago, ukiona mtoto akifanya makosa unafikiria, I mean, you have a right to kupiga mtoto. Mwalimu mmoja akaniambia siku moja, lazima uache mtoto uone mahali ujinga wake wote umefikia. It should be accumulative foolishness. And then you deal with it quantitatively, mara moja na mwisho. Na tumeona Chebukati ni nani. And we will deal with him at the right time. So don't worry about Chebukati. Asiwasumbue mshindo kulala tafadhali. If you are in Azimio, do not lose sleep because of Chebukati. I swear to you, we are here in this world. Chebukati will sleep in jail for all these things that he's doing. That is not going to pass. Wanamuangalia, they have recorded, ye mwenye, he has incriminated himself, anasema kuwa eti hao watu wanafanya IEBC, na ye mwenye alitoka mali alikuwa akakimbia mpaka wapi? Airport. He incriminated himself. It was not hearsay. It was not a presser. He went to the airport himself. And therefore, the evidence is with the DCI, and it's just a matter of time. Na unajua wanawake tuko nao, Mungu alisema ni wasaidizi wetu. Roho ilimkataa mke wake mapema mpaka akasema, tafadhali ombea mume wangu. Labda alijua kitu mume wake anataka kufanya. Sisi hatukujua, lakini sasa inaonekana kuwa mume wake anahitaji maombi. Mimi simuombei. Na kama nitamuombea ni maombi kuwa Chebukati aingie kwa jela, kwa sababu huyu Chebukati ni kama anataka kuleta ugomvi katika nchi yetu. Na mwisho kabisa nataka niongee juu ya kitu kilifanyika leo kule Machakos. Unajua PK rafiki yangu alikuja hapa siku moja akashtua Kuseo, akamwambia mpende msipende, Mama Ngilu hatakuwa gavana wa Kitui, na si ati hatumpendi, tunataka tupange hizi kura, Azimio ichukue, lakini hata sisi tu negotiate. Leo niliona watu wengi wanatoka katika chama cha Chap na UDA na kwingine, na saa hii wamesema Nyiva Mwendwa ndiye atakuwa gavana wa Machakos. Nataka niwaambie hivi, siasa ni kitu ngumu sana. Wale ambao tulikuwa tunafikiria hawaku negotiate vizuri sana kama Kalonzo today sits somewhere in a very comfortable place. Ndiyo alitusumbua, lakini alipanga wakamba wao vizuri sana. Na unapoona kura ambazo zitatoka kutoka Ukambani zije kwa baba, serikali itapoingia utaona kuwa they will also sit pretty and enjoy the government. Sasa tunaambia watu wetu kutoka Nyanza, siku za kura musikue comfortable, because sasa tunaona ni kama kura tunashinda. Muende nyinyi wote muingie na mpigie baba kura. We want to pigia baba kura kuliko vile Kibaki alipigiwa, so that we can enjoy this massive support ambayo tuko nayo, so that Ruto will be sent home like a Burukenge. So let us not undermine the process of being voting baba in. But at the same time, Ruto must go home, kwa sababu Ruto also, I think, if baba akiingia, if he's not careful, hata yeye ni kama anaenda kwa jela, because he's incriminating himself in so many things. Asante sana. Bernard hayuko, sijui ni nani alikuwa anaendelea. Melvin, hebu ongea.
Inaitwa nini? Wacha nikukosoe kidogo kuhusu Wakalenjin. Wakalenjin wako aina mingi, na ukiangalia Wanandi ni waoga. Ukiangalia kwa Wakalenjin, hata ukiuliza Mama Selina atakwambia wale Wakalenjin ambao ni mashujaa, na uwezi sikia wakipiga makelele kwa media. Kipsigis, mimi ni Mwafcast wa Mnandi na Kipsigis. Hata wewe ni jirani na unajua, umekaa nao Sotik. Mimi nimekaa Sotik hapo Cheburat kwa muda wa miaka 2 hivi. Kipsigis huwa waongei, huwa wanatenda kwa vitendo, huwa wajipigi kifua. Lakini Nandi ni watu wa mdomo tu. Na ukiangalia hata wanasiasa wote, hata huyo Haron ule senator wa Kericho alikuwa na wika na mdomo sana, lakini ilifika mahali akakatazwa na wazee, akaonyeshwa kwamba wanaume Kipsigis huwa wapigi mdomo, huwa wanatenda kwa vitendo. Na unaweza confirm na hiyo. Kwa ile chama ya UDA, wale wanaume ambao wanajipiga kifua kila siku ni wanaume ambao wanatoka kwa jamii ya Nandi. Na Nandi ni waoga. Hauwezi walinganisha na Kipsigis. Kipsigis, Keyo, hapo ukipita Pokot, uende Marakwet, ni watu ambao ni mashujaa. Huo huwezi wasikia kwa media. Hata Kipchumba Murkomen na shangaa alitokea wapi. Lakini labda ako na damu ya Unandi. Lakini huwezi sikia akiwa anajipiga kifua. Hauwezi sikia mwanaume Kipsigis, Keyo, Tugen akijipiga kifua haswa kwa media. Na hiyo unaweza confirm, hata wewe mwenyewe unajua, na wewe umekuwa nao majirani hapo Sotik, wamejaa sana. Kitu kingine ningependa kukuomba nikuambie, Kalenjins kwa ujumla, sisi hatuna tamaa ya uongozi. Ule mtu ambaye ako na tamaa ya uongozi ni William peke yake. William peke yake ndiye ako na tamaa ya uongozi. Na mtu yote ambaye anajipiga kifua hapa akisema sijui William lazima aingie, sijui nini, unajua kuna kitu kimoja wanasahau. William amekuwa MP Uasin Gishu. Hakuna kitu amefanyia Wanandi huko. Amekuwa deputy president. Deputy president si kama vice president. Hakuna kitu amefanyia Kalenjin hata mmoja. Mtu mwenye amesaidia ni Cherargei, kina Oscar Sudi, wale viongozi ambao wako karibu na yeye, lakini raia ule mwenye ako hapa chini, raia ule mwenye ako hapa chini, hakuna hata mmoja. Ni mtu tu anapiga juu tribalism. William, lakini hakuna kitu yenye William Momoyo asaidia hata mmoja hivi anaweza sema kiongozi ambaye ametusaidia. Kuna kiongozi hapa na ambaye alikuwa deputy speaker wa National Assembly, anatoka Kuresoi North, anaitwa Moses Cheboy. Ukiangalia saa hii amepigwa huko kwa sababu hajaitaja jina William kwa siasa zake. Ameletewa MCA ambaye anajulikana kwa village moja peke yake, ati ndiye anasimama MP, na Cheboy ameruka hapo, ameenda kusimama independent. So William Kenya amefanya, amejaribu kutugawanisha. Hiyo ndio kitu unafaa uelewe. Amejaribu kugawanisha Kalenjin vile ameweza kugawanisha Wakikuyu Central, hivyo ndiye ameingia Rift Valley, amegawanisha. Na hata saa hiyo Black anaingiaga hapa sana, na unasema ni rafiki yako. Muulize yeye anapigia William kura kwa nini? Akienda kucast voter yake hivi, umuulize sababu moja peke yake ile ambaye, na asikutajie mambo na bottoms up upuzi. Asikutajie mambo ya bottoms up upuzi. Akuambie sababu moja ambaye mimi nafanya napigia William ni hii. Ama ni wapi William ambaye saidia Mkalenjin hata mmoja akasimama na wao? Wapi? Hiyo ndio kitu unafaa umuulize huyo Black. Naona ako na mdomo mingi sana hapo. Kila saa akiamuka ni matusi, kutusi wengine na kuribattle, anataka kuribattle watu watatu. Kama venye Atiligadhi Gashagu huwa anajichocha kwa mic. Hiyo hawezi. Alafu kitu kingine Alex, ningependa mnisaidie na mawaidha. Hizi kids ambazo ziliingia, hizo gadgets zilitumika kwa kuregister watu. Na wizi yenye ilikuwa inafanyika kutumika kwa hizo gadgets 10,000 gadgets. So ile kitu yenye ningependa kujua sana, tuko sure aje ikura hazitakuwa na hazitakuwa yani na vitu hivi. Hiyo tu kwa sai Alex.
Yeah, nashukuru sana, but I want to assure you kwa whatever the case, if Ruto will win, squarely, I think Baba is a Democrat with a string of record. Now, I want to assure you that Baba will never allow himself to be sworn in if William Samoei Ruto wins. But William Samoei Ruto will not win by rigging election. Ruto is working overnight to rig election, not to campaign. So hizi manene ya kit, the state has already unbaffled all that. Na tusiogope hata mara moja. Do not lose your sleep because of Ruto's conniving nature. Hiyo yote has been taken care of. Nani alikuwa mwingine? Nani alikuwa anaenda kwenye? But nitaka nikukumbushe Melvin. The day Cheriot aliandika katika Twitter yake, alafu akadelete within 20 minutes, because I think probably that is the day he realized. Cheriot himself reconciled with all of us when he says, for the first time, two Nilots are running for the election. Whether one of them wins, it is a win for both of them. And he deleted immediately that. And word on the ground is, hata Pato alikuja hapa juzi akaanza kuleta hiyo ujinga. They are comforting themselves and saying simply that it is Nilots who are running. And they have come to that agreement that they are losing, and now they are comforting themselves that Raila is a Nilot. But Raila is not a Nilot. Raila is a Democrat and is a Kenyan. Sasa tuende mbele. I think Bernard ako karibu kuja. Ilikuwa Robbins, ilikuwa ni wewe ama ni Anderson? Who was next? Mr. Tom, Okinya Madho Kongokai. Okinya Madho Kongokai, Asai. Hey, Melvin, chukua ushukani.
Bernard, ni Kongo gani hiyo mtu anakunywa?
Yeah, nimemuondoa Tom na I think Robin, ni wewe ulikuwa unakuja. Robin, hebu nisaidia hapo. Unmute Robin.
I think Anderson hajaongea. Anderson can take on
Anderson.
after.
And
Yeah,
Anderson,
sure.
Azimio Anderson.
Ni mambo
Salama sana Anderson. Tuelimishe,
Alex?
tupe wisdom hapa ndugu yangu. Naona Mungu ametubariki na tunaendelea kuenda mbele vizuri. Tunafuka hii sakafu na very soon tutakuwa serikali. Sasa elimisha sisi.
Unaona Alex, ile jambo umeongea kuhusu Chebukati, hata mimi unajua Chebukati, by the way, ni high time tuachane tu naye by the way. Juu hata akifanya nini, venye umesema deep state washamuona. Na Ruto, venye umesema Ruto yeye si deep state. Yeye amekuwa serikalini, ndio hatujakataa. Yuko serikalini ni DP. Mara yeye si DP, unaona alijichanganya. Mimi niliondolewa Jubilee, bado yeye ako Jubilee. Unajua yako Jubilee. Juu kama yeye ni DP wa Jubilee, yeye yuko huko tu. Yeye mwenyewe alijichanganya. Angesimama na msimamo angeondoka tu. Lakini wakati alikatalia hapo, juu yeye ni mlafi, yeye kazi yake ni tamaa tu. Yeye ni tamaa ya uongozi. Hapo ndio tutamuonyesha. So watu Azimio, by the way, tusijali na Ruto na wizi yake nini, yeye ajaribu tu kuiba. Hakuja tu na wizi yake, serikali ishamuona. So sisi tujipange, tumnyorose tu vizuri kwa kura. Ruto hawezi shinda Raila. Hiyo ndio kitu inajulikana. Ruto hawezi shinda Raila. Raila ashasimama mara 4. Tunajua mahali anatoanga kura. Ruto hajawahi simama upresident. Hatujui atatoa wapi kura. Na Alex, nataka unisaidie, Rift Valley wako na kura ngapi wale watu wamejiandikisha? Nisaidie hapo.
I think Rift Valley is the highest, iko kitu kama 6 million, something like that.
Sawa. Sasa kama ni hizo 6 million, haizi pata zote. Hata wewe unajua. Haizi pata zote. So anaweza kuwa na 5 million. Na 5 million hapa Kenya huwezi kuwa president. Kama anajitanganya na hiyo, yeye atapata hiyo 5 million alafu huko Central tugawane. Unajua sasa walikuwa wanajua tu huko Central ni yao. Kama Alex, kama wewe unajua hapo hiyo ni bedroom yako, ni nini unashinda kuenda huko? Yeye angekaa tu kampeni huku kwingine, achana na Central, ajue tu Central ni yake. Lakini jamaa ameishi huko miaka 4. Bado anaendelea tu. Zimebakia siku 12, Ruto bado anaenda tu huko Central. Anajua ni kubaya. So Ruto hana kura. Alidanganywa na kina Mudavadi, sijui ataletewa 70%, sijui nini. Na hata hao wenyewe wanajua hata 20% kutoa Western itakuwa kazi. Unakumbuka mwisho Uhuru walipata kura ngapi nini? Hapo Vihiga. Vihiga walipata 18,000. Wakiwa na Ruto. Vihiga, mahali niko. Sasa ina kuhakikishia hawatafikisha 18,000. Hawawezi fikisha hizo. Juu Ruto mwenyewe amejaribia kura huku Western. Juu ya matusi. Na huku Western ile kitu iko nani Alex, unajua watu walikuwa wanasema Mudavadi angepewa. Unajua Mudavadi angekuwa running mate wa Ruto, hapo angekuwa angepata kura za Waluya kiasi, lakini wakati tu alianza kumdanganya sijui atakuwa nini ati prime minister sijui nini, Waluya tukajua huyu jamaa ashaturuka Waluya venye anaturukanga. Sasa hapo ndio alijaribia. Kwa hivyo hapa Western, nisikudanganye, kama Ruto atafanya vizuri Western atapata kitu kama 15%, na akifikisha 20 hiyo ni wizi, atakuwa ameiba. Maana mahali anajiringa nayo ni hapa Bungoma tu. Bungoma ndio anaringa nayo na si ati Bungoma iko na kura milioni, hawafiki huko, ni kitu kama 300,000. So akikula nusu hapo, Raila akule nusu, haizi fikisha hizo venye anafikiria ati 70. So si by the way, tusijali na Ruto. Ruto yeye aendelee na mambo yake, apanga venye ataiba kura zake, yeye aibe tu, lakini hataona kiti. Hiyo ndio niko naye Alex, tuko pamoja.
Na asante sana. Na hata hiyo Bungoma, I think Makiadi atakuja baadaye atusaidia. Hata hiyo Bungoma itakuwa ngumu sana, kwa sababu juzi baba alipokuwa huko a few days ago, uliona katika constituency ya Katitmas, daktari ambaye alikuwa ODM alikubali kuangusha bendera chini na kusupport mtu wa DAP. Though mtu wa DAP wakati huo baba akiwaweka wote kule mbele akuambia mtu wa ODM asante sana, lakini hivyo hivyo tuliona kuwa katika mtu ambaye we were sure he might win kiti ya UDA kutoka Bungoma katika ubunge was mtu anaitwa Didmas Baraza. But hata hivyo unaangalia wakati wote watu wa Western na watu wa Trans Nzoia especially na Bungoma wanapokaa chini, they have resorted to negotiated democracy so that they cannot leave any space for UDA to do what? To win. And I want to assure you that any UDA person that was strong in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma today has a problem, because the negotiated democracy that has been done as we speak now, it is fumigating them openly. And utaona Didmas amenyamaza na wale wengine ambao walikuwa wanapiga on top. Juzi hata Sudi mwenyewe, Sudi is totally lost. Sudi might lose in his constituency. I am not sure. I hear somebody like Murkomen is having the tightest race ever. He started being a senator. You don't see him easily because he's fighting with Tolgos. Eldoret and Usingishu. And Baba said it in Meru. You know, Baba was very steady. He said, kutoka kule wataenda. Now when he said Eldoret, you had people jeer and they were very happy. We can't wait for now Baba to go to Eldoret and stamp for the support of the people who have not been breathing like Floyd, people who did not know how to shout their political alignment. I believe that hiyo rally ya Eldoret is going to be a game changer. Remember, even last time we had an issue with Murkomen becoming a governor, and essentially not Murkomen, Mandago has come out kusema the only governor that was both endorsed by Raila and Uhuru is him. So Mandago should go back and read. I think he has a memory problem. The only reason he became a governor the second time is because he was endorsed by Raila Amolo Odinga. Sasa, I think as we go, I think now it's not just rallies we are having. Psychologically, wakati wanakaa, unasikia kila siku Karen imekaa chini naongea, Karen imekaa chini naongea. Wanapokaa chini, wanaangaliana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. I think they know that they have lost it. But we must continue with the psychological war upon them and make sure that we finish them psychologically. Unapomwangalia William katika uso, unaona he is very paleted and depleted. And ile energy alikuwa nayo, hata anapokutukana, anakutukana tu kama ng'ombe imeoza. Asante sana. Sasa Robin endelea kutoka hapo.
Mambo ya ng'ombe imeoza. Ni Alex, thank you so much brother. Sasa unajua sasa imefika point, you know, some of us who really not want to unajua Ruto ni senior wetu, ni brother wetu mkubwa. Hatu jamaa bwana, lugha yake is jamaa yake ni yani amezidi bwana, hana heshima kabisa. Sasa you find mahali mtu hana heshima hasa, pia hata you also find don't get any reason to respect him. Sasa mimi there's something I really need to talk about. By the way, I need to sijaipata nani Melvin. Whenever I get to talk, Melvin sijui anatokaga wapi. Ile Mengiti is a really upright guy. Huyu jamaa, the way he talks, as I said earlier, mimi nimefanya kazi ya LD na nimekaa na hiyo watu, but kupata vile Melvin anaongeaga, kusema kweli, huyu ni mtu amejitolea, ni mtu ameamua. I'm very sure labda kura yake iko Nairobi, because akienda huko kwao, unajua hata I'm very sure kuna wengi sana, there are some people who watch him behind the camera, sema tu huyu akija nyumbani Mungu mmoja tunakata ya shingo. Anyway, I needed to talk something about history presidential debate. Na personally, me, I made a few observations. That's my personal. Jana niliona Ruto showed that he's a bitter Kalenjin leader. He's not a national leader kabisa. Unajua, his answers to most of the questions painted him a really community leader and not a national leader. Tuchukue like ile question of insecurity in Rift Valley, and precisely the perennial Kerio Valley and banditry. Akaulizwa, being in government for 9 years, what have you done, and what are different strategies that you will employ if you are elected? Jamaa ile jibu alipeana, alisema the insecurities you see in Kerio Valley is all about politics, and that's the government fighting him. That's the Kalenjin Rift Valley experiencing insecurities juu serikali inamchapa.
Let me help you there.
Yes, sir.
Ruto made a mistake and used the wrong word. And that's why I think Sasa, I really agree why we were allowed to do literature. I didn't know why we were allowed to do literature and grammar. Ruto said the government is trying to punish me. And Yvonne asked him, I don't get it. How are you punished? You remember that?
Yeah. Hiyo
Okay.
kwanza ilikuwa about about the insecurity. Sasa the other one was about Roland Kimorel. Akaulizwa hii time yote umekuwa DP, mbona these projects was not completed? Na nafikiri vile alijibu, alisema about the 2 dams is all about politics again. That the people in government who are fighting him, that's why the projects were stopped. I remember in 2018, the same question was asked. Ruto akasema the money in question was not about 21 billion. It was merely 7 billion. And that for every penny paid, they had a bank guaranteed that no money was gonna be lost. But jana akasema there was about 7 billion that was lost. So like having said that, you find the reason why I said Ruto is a tribal leader. This girl was trying to whip the emotions of the community. Unaona, ndio wakale waone kama it's like the other people are against them juu yake peke yake. Unasema he was being targeted and they are being punished. Unaget? You know, Alex, we all know the insecurities in Kerio Valley. Suta Valley, huko za Samburu has been an issue. Hata wakati wa Moi, Kibaki, we were in this Kenya. So Ruto absolutely did not address that issue. Instead, I'll blame at the handshake brothers. You would imagine that kind of an answer. Handshake ndio imefanya vita za nini za huko Pokot, Kerio na Suta Valley huko kwa Samburu it's about a handshake. Me, as far as I'm concerned, these two projects, the Aron and Kimorel, sijui mbona watu wachukuliagi these dams seriously. These projects were supposed to kusaidia watu huko. And you remember wakati audit ilifanywa, I have a close friend of mine who works with KKA National Audit. The same time project nini hiyo audit ya Kimorel na Aroli ilikuwa inafanywa. You can recall after the national audit gave the report, we all know things like towels, duvets, utensils, blankets were being bought at exorbitant prices. So my question was, what has the sanitary thing got to do with mambo ya dams? You realize hii pesa ilikuwa na buy hizo vitu. Kuna hoteli ilikuwa inajengwa somewhere and we all know it. Mahali hoteli ilikuwa. So Alex, mimi there are few things ambazo nimekuwa nikifanya research extensively on these projects. Hii ya dam serikali ilianza ku undertake. There's one thing that most Kenyans don't realize. There were not only two dams. Sio Aron, kulikuwa na Aron and Kimorel. There's one inaitwa Thwake Dam going for about 82 billion. Iko kwa border ya Makueni and Kitui. Iko Itare Dam 28 billion, iko Nakuru County. Kuna Karimenu Dam 24 billion in Gatundu. Kuna Dhiba Dam 16 billion in Kirinyaga. Muruni Dam 5 billion in West Pokot. And a dam in Nyeri going for about nafikiri 1.2. So my question is, most of these dams ziko on their last phase ya completion. Akina Thwake, Itare, Karimenu, Antiba, all these dams ziko the last stage ya completion. Even some kama akina Karimenu na Itare nafikiri zimekamilika. My question is, Ruto wana watu tukiwa jinga aje? Why is it that issue iko tu? This issue iko tu na Arol na Kimorel. I've given you all these dams that are known ambazo those projects zilianza pamoja na Arol na Kimorel. Zote ziko complete. Mbona ya Arol na Kimorel ndio we keep on talking about it? So jamaa alisema ati hiyo dam kuna ukora kidogo ati iliingizwa. That's the reason why, hata I wonder, nikaona watu huko Elgeyo Marakwet wanaklapia jamaa. I was like, really man, Kenyans tuko yani nini shida ni tuko na kweli. We all know very well these guys ndio walikula hiyo pesa. That's the reason why ule CS Rotich is in court. Si ni kweli Nelvin? The guy is in court juu ya hizo nini ya hizo projects. But we still want to say ni uhuru ni handshake. So this guy is not sincere, and a few days bwana, we really need to just stand up now. We put in the right kind of people ambao watatuongoza. Nelvin, unaweza ongeza kitu bro? Naona watu wametupa nje wote, sijui wameenda kulala ama iko shida ni wapi?
Hapo ni ukweli, kwa sababu kuna kitu kimoja pia niliangalia nikaona, unajua kuna ile kitu yenye tumekuwa divided. William siasa yenye anapiga ni divide and rule. Udivide na urule. Uoneshe kila mtu wewe ndio peke yako unaweza. Alafu kama kuna kitu kingine sijui kama mliona wakati baba alikuwa Bungoma, wakati CS wa Malu alikuwa anaongea, Dismas Baraza alipita kama kivuli hapo kando. Alikaa kama mchawi. Sijui kama mliona hiyo clip ama mimi peke yangu niliona. Alipita nyuma kama mchawi. Yaani hajamaliza kutajwa, kumbe yako area.
Wakati alitoka hivi na akatoka na watu.
akatoka na watu. Lakini naomba hako kapepo, naomba haka pepo kama kako kasirudi. Unajua kuna watu wengine, mimi naomba wale watu ambao wana support William, ambao wanajipiga kifua, naomba wapigwe kitu mbaya sana, waende nyumbani asubuhi mapema. Hiyo ndio mimi nafurahia naye. Alafu kama kuna kitu kingine nilikuwa nataka kuambia, you know, Robins, we ni kama umekaa huko sana huko nini, na kuna kitu kimoja unajua, mimi hata kenye ilifanya nikaama Molo ni juu ya kitu kimoja. Unajua mimi niko kwa mpaka ya Kikuyu na Kalenjin. Nilikuwa naishi mahali kunaitwa Sirikwa. But kuna Sirikwa iko huko Kuresoi North.
Kuna Sirikwa mingi hata huko side za Band Forest kunayo huko nini. Sirikwa ni mingi na nafikiri side za.
Sirikwa iko mingi. But ukiangalia wale wa Kikuyu, mimi nawaomba sana, ikiwa ni saizi Uhuru wako ni president na William ni deputy president, na Wakikuyu wafugi ng'ombe na ng'ombe ya Mkalenjin inalala nje, ng'ombe 50 zinalala nje. So
True.
Ng'ombe zaidi ya 50 inalala nje. Hata ng'ombe yangu nyumbani inalala nje. Kuna kitu kimoja ningependa kuwaomba tu. Hii mambo yenye wanaona William wanampigia makofi. Sijui kama umeiona William vizuri kwa macho. Hata akiongea, akiona mtu amekuwa against yeye, hata kama ni kwa mkutano, anabadilisha sura mara moja. Anakuwa mnyama.
Nilisomea mimi kwetu ni hapa Nairobi, lakini nilikuwa na auntie huko Eldoret. Kama unajua shule inaitwa Anasense, right?
Hiyo ni kama sijui, lakini
iko hapo Band Forest, na plus nimefanya kazi Eldoret sana. Nimefanya kazi hapo Moi Referral Hospital. Hata jana nafikiri juzi nilisikia ukiongea story ya nani ya Mishra. I used to work with the wife, anaitwa Dr. Palavi. Na huyu jamaa ile kazi amefanyia Wakale Keses, hiyo area ya Cheptiret. Si ndio mwenye ile hospitali inaitwa Medihill. Yeah, the guy amesaidia, but sasa unaona the kind of politics huyu jamaa anaenda kupelekea watu wake. Sasa anaongelesha na kilugha ati ondoeni huyu mwindi hapa. Mtu anapatia watu ng'ombe 200 and by the plus so that many things that I know of. Sasa mimi naongea hiyo. Sasa hata before Mishra akuwe MP, mimi naongea story. Mimi nilitoka LD 2013. So I know I have worked there, mimi najua, and I know what the Mishra amefanyia Wakale, hata hosi yenyewe. Badaza unapata mtu anakuja anaambia hapana, niondoleni mtu sababu ati simply because haongei Kikale. You know, it's so sad, brother. It's so sad bwana.
Lakini sasa kuna kitu kimoja, Mishra naye Mishra anaongea Kikalenjin, anaongea anasikia.
I know.
Na kupiga, unajua kuna kitu kimoja Wakikuyu naye wanafaa wajifunze naye, jamii ya Kikuyu ya Mount Kenya wanafaa kujifunza kitu kimoja. Ikiwa huyu ni Mishra ako Rift Valley, anafanya maendeleo Rift Valley, alafu anapigwa, afai kuonekana Rift Valley. Kuna kitu kimoja wanafaa wafikirie sana. Kama huyu ni Mishra anafanya maendeleo Rift Valley, na huyu ni Uhuru ametujengea barabara, ukiingia Central barabara zimejengwa sana. Hata hapa Nairobi barabara zimejengwa, Mombasa barabara zimejengwa kila mahali, Kakamega, Kisumu barabara zimejengwa kila mahali. Ikiwa huyu ni Mishra anapigwa juu kwa sababu yeye ni kabila lingine, kwa sababu yeye anatolewa hapa afukuzwe, na huyu ndio president ambaye mnataka akuja wafanyie kazi. Ukisikia mtu kama huyu Gachagua anasema pesa zitolewe kwa Safaricom, zipatiwe hao wakulima wadogo, unajua wakifanya hivyo kwa miezi miwili, hii nchi inakuwa western Sri Lanka. Hiyo Sri Lanka yenye mnasikia itakuwa western Sri Lanka. Kwa sababu ya nini? Watu wataogopa kila kitu. Watu wataogopa hata kuweka pesa watu wataanza kuweka pesa kwa nyumba kama enzi za Moi. Mtu anaanza kuweka pesa kwa nyumba kwa sababu hakuna mahali penye unaweza bank, ukionekana huko na tupesa tudogo tunachukuliwa wote, tunaenda kwa sababu wewe unaonekana huko na pesa mingi kushinda wengine. Haya, hizo pesa wanataka kuongezea kwa mifuko zao. Alafu kitu kingine, watu wanafaa wawache ile ujeuri ambao wamejiekelea kwa akili. Kiongozi, tuko na viongozi wengi sana, na si lazima ukuwe na kiongozi mkalenji ndio ati maisha yako ibadilike. William amekuwa deputy president, sisi hajatusaidia na kitu yoyote. Hata Kipril ukimuuliza hakuna kitu yoyote sisi tumesaidika naye.
Sasa
Eldoret hakuna dual carriage. Hakuna dual carriage Eldoret.
Melvin, unajua wacha nimalize ndio Alex achukue. What I was trying to say, hiyo period nilikaa LD miaka 7. Sasa saizi hata wakale wakiongea hapa mimi hawezi nisengenya. Nasikia vizuri sana. Mimi nimetoka Umasaini na niko na some relatives ambao wa Kikuyu. Wakikuyu ambao wako Rift Valley hawana shida bro. Because watu wako na experience, they know what they've gone through. In fact wale watu wako na shida sasa ni hawa tunasikia wa Murang'a, wa Nyeri, people who've never been past Nakuru. Hawaelewi kabisa. Seriously. Unaget? Hawaelewi kabisa. I'm telling you.
Do you know what happened in Molo? No. Yeah? Do you know what happened in Molo?
Exactly. I know what I'm trying to say.
Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened in the church in Eldoret?
Bro, I was in Langas.
Do you know what happened in
I was in Langas.
Okay, let's not talk about that because ni vitu zingine uchungu sana for this game.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
So please don't
unajua umeingia hata ujui watu tulikuwa naongea kuhusu nini na nani.
Just allow him to finish his point.
Exactly. Sasa unaona kipa ameingia hajui what hiyo point ilikuwa ya Melvin about these Kikuyus ambao wanashangilia Ruto. So I was trying to tell him watu ambao wanamshangilia Ruto ndi hao Kikuyu kutoka Murang'a, hao ambao wanamuona juu ya nini, they've never unagete, but kuna wale wameishi huko Molo, wameishi Eldoret, those ones know him. Mimi niko na issue na hao kutoka Murang'a na Nyeri because they are just hao tu ni kushabikia, but they really don't know this guy. So that is my point na keep. Yeah.
Asante sana Robin, umetuelimisha hapo. Kuna vitu vingi, unajua hii channel sio tu siasa peke yake, kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tunaelimika navyo. Iko jamaa anaitwa Nathan Thusi, anatoka Machakos. Alikuwa akija hapa usiku anatuambia Mama Ngilu hatakuwa governor wa Kitui. Sio ati hajafanya kazi na hatumpendi, ni siasa ya Wakamba tunajaribu kuiweka vile tunataka, na tulimpinga sana. Hata huyu Wekesa alikuja hapa akatuambia hivyo, tukampinga sana, akasema mimi nakaa Machakos. Lakini unajua tunapokuja hapa kuna vitu vingine, sisi tunasoma gazeti, unajua Uhuru alituambia gazeti ni ya kufunga nyama, naelewa. Na hapo ndo nikakuja nikajua ni kweli kabisa, gazeti ni ya kufunga nyama, tutaisoma na itafungiwa nyama, lakini the corridor of powers hawa watu wenyewe wanawajua. Ndio maana nataka kuambia ndugu zangu kutoka Rift Valley kuwa uongozi umeenda. Huyu ndugu yenu alikuwa na chances za kukuwa the 5th president, lakini akafanya blunders, na pia amepewa one more chance, na Uhuru alimwambia wakati huu hautakuwa, wakati mwingine labda tutakufikiria. Ningekuwa yeye ningeanza kutengeneza huo mwenendo wa wakati mwingine, kwa sababu he still young, and I think ukweli ni kwamba kwa he has worked in the government, if he puts himself very well in the future he might, but we are not guaranteeing him. Kingine ni ukweli kabisa, kucampaign kwa Rigathi Gachagua, he has the Mary consciousness, he's a mayoral consciousness, he doesn't know that he used to be a member of parliament, he presented his constituency in Nairobi, alikuwa anakuja in parliament. Utaona tu Gachagua anaenda tu round Nyeri, akienda diaspora kidogo tena anarudi Nyeri. I don't think that was a good choice, but he had no option. Huyu ndugu yangu mwingine alisema Anderson kuwa angechagua Mudavadi. ndugu yangu, angechagua Mudavadi, mlima wote leo ungekuwa Azimio. Ruto was cornered. Whoever he was going to choose, he was going to lose, because that is how he designed his politics. Angechagua Mudavadi, he could have lost Mount Kenya. Angechagua Kindiki, ange lose a little bit of Western and a little bit of Central within Mount Kenya Central. So all we are saying is that Ruto designed in politics like mtoto mdogo, na sasa I think he is maturing up. Aya, tuendelee mbele. Ilikuwa nani anakuja, ama kuna rebut kutoka kwa hao wengine ndugu zangu? Kip, naona mkono wako iko juu, unataka kurebut ama unataka kutoa mchango wao?
No, ni rebut. Nijua nimesikia huko kwa nyuma. Nikasikia Nelvin, my brother. Najua, I think I would kindly ask you not to say that about Nandis. That's a warrior clan. Najua kuna watu huko nyuma wananipigia simu nyumbani anasema ai it's not I'm Kipsigis by the way. Sasa wewe ngoja kama mama, your mom is Nandi, so your uncles will not be happy, kama mama atasema hey sasa unatutusi hapa live TV bana. Nandi is a warriors my friend. Wazungu waliogopa watu sana, so naomba tu yani just unyenyekevu tu, apologize tu, wasikie mzuri if it's kindly, na tuachie namba hapo kwa private chat.
Haya basi, nimeapologize, lakini kuna kitu kimoja ningependa tu kukuomba na nikuambie. Hata ukiangalia kwa ukweli, Kipsigis men huwa wajiexpose hata kwa media peke yake, na huwa wajionyeshi ujasiri yao. Hapo unafaa ukubaliana na mimi, lakini nimeapologize kwa hiyo.
Asante sana. Sasa mimi na wewe tuko Kipsigis na tunaongea kwa media sahi. Thank you very much.
Asante sana.
Sisi ni kuelimisha, tunaelimisha watu. Ningesema tu hivi, sisi ni kuelimisha, tunaelimisha watu. Sisi hatuongei mambo mabaya ama kufanya, tunaelimisha wale wa Kenya ambao wanaweza kuwa wamepotea njia, na wale ambao wanaweza potea kwa kizazi ambacho kijacho cha kesho, kizazi cha kesho.
Asante sana. Na Nelvin, uache tu namba yako, na thank you for the apology. Tutasafisha roho kadhaa hivi, so utuachie hapo namba kwa private chat. I'd like to chat with you later.
Asante sana Kip na Melvin, mnatuelimisha sana. Kumbuka mjadala wetu leo ni the aftermath of the debate. Mnaonaje debate ilienda, the aftermath? So msisahau huo mjadala, KK final campaign na Azimio la Umoja versus KK final campaign. Mi kwa uwezo wangu ninaona kuwa I think we have really destabilized watu wa KKA. Atumuoni Mudavadi anymore. Wetangula sijui is dancing somewhere behind the granaries, vile Miguna alimwambia. He's dancing behind the granaries. Anderson anatuambia jamaa wake hatujui mahali yuko, ako kule Vihiga. Ruto tu peke yake ni anaona anapiga kelele huko, anapiga kelele na Rigathi Gachagua kidogo, lakini unapoangalia campaign ya Azimio, they are really organized. And I think as we head, the next 7 days are going to be very critical in that now the areas we are supposed to go. I think we are going to Kiambu, Kakamega, Eldoret, and where else? I think Baba said that in Meru. And I think he chose critical areas so that he can, because unajua kitu inaendelea kufanyika ni now it's the psychological war. The last 2 weeks inakuanga not really campaigning, is to kill the morale of the other people. And as you have seen in Central, morale ya KKA imeenda chini. Na nataka niambie watu kama Black, hatukuwa tunapigania Nyayo Stadium, tunataka tukue na rally ya mwisho. Sasa hivi majeshi, GSU, polisi, hata wale watu wa kuimba national songs wako kule Nyayo Stadium, wanaimba nyimbo tawala tawala Raila, tawala Raila, tawala raisi wetu, tawala Raila, tawala. utaongoza vyema. Sasa hizo ndio wimbo ziko kule. That's why we are guarding Nyayo Stadium. Red carpet imetengenezwa kila kitu, na hiyo Nyayo Stadium Ruto hawezi kubaliwa afike karibu, kwa sababu ata mess up with our final and the best inauguration that has ever happened in the face of Africa and in the face of Kenya. So musishangae, Nyayo is a preparation place, na amwezi enda kufanyia rally yenu mahali tunafanyia preparation ya inauguration yetu. Inauguration yetu tutawaambia mahali itafanyiwa, lakini kwa sasa kwaya zote za Raila ziko kule zinaimba. That's why ulisikia ni peace concert, sio peace concert. We are preparing for Raila's presidency in Nyayo Stadium. Thank you very much. Nani alikuwa mwingine? I think Brian hebu tusai, no, Laban alikuja mbele yako. Laban misiani mbiyoro mwana mindo.
Alex, kwanza wacha ni kushukuru sana na other panelists na wasalimia nyinyi wote. Kwanza kabisa nataka nishukuru Mtembei. Hapa huwa tunakuja kuelimishana by the way. Lakini jambo la kwanza mniruhusu kwanza kabisa ni toe pole zangu. Mimi natoka pande za Kisii, constituency yangu ni Bomachoge Borabu. Lakini jana kulikuwa na msiba, kuna accident ilifanyika na tulipoteza wanaume watatu ambao walikuwa katika msafara wa mambo ya siasa. Hilo ni moja. Lakini pili, mimi nafikiria kwamba msimamo wangu mwanzoni ulikuwa Raila do not attend. Haikuwa debate.
Dakika moja Laban, hebu tuambie
Yes.
what happened in Bomachoge.
Yes, kulikuwa na msafara wa Manson Oyongo. Si anauliza ugavana pia. Sasa kulikuwa na vijana ambao wanatoka kwetu kabisa nyumbani. Mmoja anaitwa Ositu na mwingine anaitwa Seth, lakini mwingine anatoka pande ya South Mugirango. Kuna gari moja walikuwa ndani, lakini ilikuwa na speed ya juu ikaoverturn. So 3 guys were lost, wengine walipata accidents, wako hospitali. Hiyo ndio ilifanyika jana.
Just to make sure, I saw in my Facebook page, Nyange Nyabomanga was among them.
Yeah. I think
So
that is the third one.
Is Nyangenya okay?
Yeah, but in hospital. But fully have not confirmed. Lakini kwa hao wenye walifariki ndio niliconfirm. Yeah.
Okay, Nyange Nyamumanga is one of my good friends. We've been going to church together, and he's been on Baba's side a lot. He's a contestant, and he's a very formidable contestant from Bomachoge. He's a very young man, and I got that message in the morning, and tunasema pole sana kwa bibi yake, watoto ambao ni nawajua, na asante sana kwa hiyo habari. Pole sana kwa hiyo familia na wale wote ambao walikuwa katika hiyo ajali. Asante sana, na unaweza endelea ndugu yangu.
Yes. Sasa wakati tumetoka kwa hiyo, nafikiria wacha tuongelea about the debate ambayo haikuwa debate, kwa sababu ukweli umejulikana na yule William Ruto mmoja watu huwa wanaambiwa. He came out. In fact, he was flashed out kutoka mahali amekuwa amejificha muda mrefu. And he was out akiambia watu it was just a confirmation kwamba yale mambo ambayo watu wanaambiwa ni ukweli. Double speak, uongo, mengine anajirudia. Na tulishukuru kwanza huyu mwanadada wetu anaitwa Yvonne Okwara. That lady aliperform exemplary. That lady is a good lady anyway. Sasa hayo yakishafanyika hivyo, kitu cha kwanza lari ya Eldoret tunaingojea sana. Mimi nimekaa Eldoret, niliona sijui ni Robin alisema amekaa Langas. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Hill School, so politics za KSS hiyo area yote I understand it properly. Mishra narudi akiwa na hiyo chama yake yenye aliunda kidogo hapo. I think Ruto hata akijaribu namna gani, wale watu wa KSS wamesaidiwa. Mimi mwenyewe nimefanyia Mishra kazi, kwa hiyo famu yake iko hapo nyuma ya ng'ombe, nishafanya kazi hapo, so hiyo area tunaelewa ni nini inaendelea hapo. Mishra amesaidia watu wa KSS constituency. Mimi ni beneficiary, I can tell you openly bila kuficha. Mambo ya pasaris, hajui huyu ni Mkalenjin, hajui huyu ni Mkikuyu, hajui ni nini. Ofisi yake iko na kila kabila. Hiyo ndio vita yenye Mishra ako nayo. Hiyo mambo ya PO Box Punjab, hiyo hakuna mahali inaenda. They will come back and I think pale kutakuwa na statement huwa tunaongea, na I think hiyo mkutano yenye itakuwa Eldoret itakuwa just a confirmation ya kitu yenye niliwaambia hapa. Uasin Gishu Raila atatoa over 40%, kwa sababu we communicate na watu wenye wako kwa ground, na hiyo tutangojea tu with the time. Na sasa kuendelea hapo mbele, mambo mengine yatatokesha vizuri, and we are happy, more than happy kwamba Raila atawin by landslide, na sitaki kusema sana. Hayo ndio nilikuwa nayo kama opening remarks.
Aya, asante sana. Naona leo watu wetu CEO na CEO wako hapa, Bernard na Wekesa. Sasa tutaachia yule ambaye anajisikia ameshinda mwingine kidogo aseme chenye anaweza sema. Pasta, we uko kidogo chini. Pasta, nyamaze. Wekesa, sema kitu hapa kabla hujarudi kulala. Nilikuamsha.
Thank you. Nimekuja na kitu inaitwa fact check kidogo tu, tuone mambo ya debate. Checking the facts vile kulienda. Sijui kama nimeipata ama imepotea hiyo fact checking. Uko aje lakini Alex?
Mi niko vizuri. Unaona suti yangu iko kwa Adobe. Unajua usemi jina Adobe saa hii kwa sababu in preparation utaki mtu
ayatulia kidogo.
Does that make sense, or is he just playing victim?
First, let us fact check everything that he said about Arol and Kimwarel. He starts by saying that the dam contract was signed at the same time with other dams and the contractors were the same. Fact check, Thiba Dam, contractor, Strabag. Fact check, Thwake Dam, contractor, Chinese. Fact check, Arol Kimwarel, contractor, Italian. Like I said, inconsistencies, blatant lies. Point number 2, he's asked, so tell us about the issue of the contract. No, the contract was cancelled to punish me. Just how important does the deputy president feel? Because I think that is a very high sense of self-importance, that the whole nation, the people can go hungry to punish an individual who is a deputy president. Why wouldn't he be sincere and say what he said I remember he was in a function at the judiciary when he was tasked about the loss of the 20 billion. And he said, no, all that was lost actually is not 20 billion. It's at a small figure, something like 7 billion shillings. Yesterday, asked on 7 billion shillings, he realized he had been caught on his previous statement. And he said, you know what, it was 7 billion, yes, but it was not lost.
It was insured.
It was insured. And even the grasp of the details of, those back office details, what is insured, how has the matter proceeded on, including knowing that the matter is in London, shows somebody who is very vested or who has a particular issue that he's following on the matter. So once again, Mr. Deputy President, why won't you come out and tell us, I am invested in this matter. Maybe I have a link to these people. And for me, it's a matter that is close to my heart, and that is why I am following it. like I said, inconsistencies, contradictions, and blatant lies. Was money lost or was money not lost? We believe money was lost. But he says, even if it was lost, there is insurance. But why was money lost in the first place? As somebody who sits in the executive, you should be able to answer that and answer that substantively without passing the buck. And what we have seen is flip-flopping on the matter.
Okay.
Alex, you know me, I'm not endowed with the argumentative power kama yako. So I want to play another clip and then I will just comment briefly. Huh?
Go ahead, my friend.
Don't have any record, any public record of you saying that these contracts should be made public. Why? You see, as deputy president, there is so much that you can do. In fact, my role, my oath of office has 3-4 functions. Number one, I swear allegiance to the people of Kenya and to the Republic, to discharge every responsibility given to me by the Constitution and the law. And number 3, to advise whenever required. That's the language of the Constitution. Whenever required, the president on matters that he requires advice. And number 4 is to serve people equally and fairly.
All right, I have just one last question on this before we move to our next topic of discussion, because you've informed us about, from what I understand, and you can correct me, Honorable Ruto, about the limited sort of powers of the Deputy President. Is that what you're saying in respect to making these contracts public? You said, and I quote, "I can only do so much as a Deputy President."
Absolutely.
Okay. However, in previous television interviews, you have stated that you and the President remain accountable for everything that has been done for this. So which is it, Mr. Deputy President? Are you responsible for not making these contracts public? Because you in the past have said that you and the President remain accountable and should be asked about everything that happens in this country.
Precisely, that's why you're asking me, and I have answered you. I have said clearly that to the extent that my duty as Deputy President is concerned, I have discharged my responsibility. I have given advice to my boss on many issues, including that particular issue. But you know the buck stops with the boss.
On the Judiciary Fund that you've mentioned, you said you will operationalize it. But the judiciary is by dint of the Constitution of Kenya independent. So what is this exactly that you will do that operationalizes this fund?
You see, independence can be undermined by financial resources. The reason why the judiciary has been raising this issue over and over is because, much as they have their independence, their financial requirements are still subject to other pieces of legislation, which is against the Constitution. The Judiciary Fund is supposed to draw resources directly from the Consolidated Fund. Once approved by Parliament, that should be it. And in fact, because of the push that I have had on the Judiciary Fund for the last 1.5 years, it was actually operationalized in June.
So you do have some influence, Honorable Ruto, within this government.
If you look at, I have been pushing in the public, because that's what I said. When I said I'm going to set up the Judiciary Fund, I think somebody decided to say, this fellow is pushing too hard. Let us implement this Judiciary Fund so that he loses this card. He cannot take it to the people of Kenya.
So you do have some influence.
We have achieved it anyway.
So you have some influence, Honorable Ruto? Because previously, you know, in
Of
this
course I have
conversation,
influence.
but in this conversation previously, you have said there's limits to what the deputy president
I
can
have
do.
influence nationally on pushing agendas. I may not have,
such as disclosure
as deputy,
of SGR
as deputy
contracts?
president. I didn't push the judiciary fund as deputy president. I pushed it as a leader.
Why couldn't you do that then for, you know, a number of the other issues that we have discussed here tonight that you have said you did not have influence over?
I have pushed back, for example, on the issue of the BBI. I pushed back heavily. And I deployed a lot of influence. And actually, by God's grace, we managed to stall it. Our competitors are saying they are going to go back to it immediately after the election. But I think it was a complete waste of resources, and it was actually not made in good faith, because a constitutional change that seeks to undermine the independence of the judiciary is a dangerous constitutional change. A constitutional change that seeks to subsume the executive and the legislature and take us back to where we were in the Nyayo days is actually taking us back, not taking us forward. And that is why I made my position very clear in the public domain.
Honorable Ruto, do you believe in the independence of the judiciary?
Honorable Deputy President, let's now move to the next topic of our conversation this evening, and this will be on a matter of national security. You were recently in Elgeyo-Marakwet County, where you promised the people of Kerio Valley that you do everything in your power to secure them. In your manifesto, you say that security is a cornerstone of protecting people's livelihoods. Why has the government of Kenya, in which you've served as an assistant minister, as a minister, as a deputy president, been unable to secure the people of these counties?
A false narrative, very unfortunate false narrative, was rolled out that, oh, all these national police reservists in Elgeyo-Marakwet, in Baringo, in West Pokot, were actually a militia that William Ruto would use at some point. And all the National Police Reserve were withdrawn. A very reckless act.
You have not said anything about the killings that have been taking place, like they told you, 150 people buried this year. You spoke about it only yesterday. Where have you been?
It was a political agenda. You know, the withdrawal of the National Police Reserve was really an unfortunate act. But because it was intended to punish William Ruto, you know, never mind that many people lost their lives, is a real tragedy.
You're saying that was done to punish you?
What other explanation would you have?
How would that punish you, Honorable Ruto?
Because I am the one who had led the whole, in fact, I am the one who had taken charge. In fact, I was there every 2 weeks.
So how would your government punish the deputy president?
You live in Kenya, my good friends.
And I am failing to understand it, sir.
And you know...
Are you telling the people of Kerio Valley that 150 of them have been buried this year alone just because a government is punishing the deputy president?
Not just that. The Kimwarer and the Aror dams were cancelled intentionally to punish my supporters. That's it.
We will come to that, sir. You, as the deputy president, consume intelligence reports. Tell us, over the last 30 years, what is it that has led to this continuous cycle of violence in Kerio Valley, in Baringo, in Samburu, in West Pokot, even going as far as Marsabit County? What causes this, and what will you do, knowing the intelligence that you have?
The biggest contributor to the situation we have in those regions is competition for resources, competition for water, competition for pasture, general matters of education.
So you say that the Aror Kimwarer Dam you've recently said that you are going to complete it should you be elected president.
Yes.
Why did it fail?
I will. Yes, I will. It didn't fail. It was meant to fail. I mean, let me tell you.
As the deputy president, sorry, sir, to just interject. As a deputy president, and like I started by saying, you've been minister before, you've been an assistant minister. We are talking about violence that has been taking place for decades, not just in the term that you've been deputy president. So this is not about you being punished now, unless you're telling us that for a long time, there are people that have been scheming to punish William Ruto by killing the people of Kerio Valley.
That's not what I'm saying. I am saying we had a solution. We had close to 5,000 National Police Reserve. In fact, we have, we'd even moved a step forward to provide armored vehicles to make sure that we can follow whoever these criminals are.
Honorable Ruto, let's go back to the issue of water, and you've mentioned the Kimwarer and Aurora dams. And you say that as well was cancelled to punish you?
That was cancelled for political reasons.
For political reasons. Well, some of the allegations that have been made, by the DPP in court is that payments were made contrary to the law. They were not processed through the consolidated fund. That in fact, this was all done to ensure that there were kickbacks, that the government made advance payments, including 11 billion shillings in excess of unnecessary debt to, this is what they're saying, which prosecutors say were to go to, friends and co-conspirators of the scheme. If this is what you allege, are you alleging tonight, Honorable Ruto, that there is a big conspiracy between the DPP, between the courts, and also politically with respect to the Aurora and Kimwarer dams that are now in court?
For your information, Aurora and Kimwarer was signed at the same time with other government projects, signed by the same companies, funded by the same financiers, and they were signed not with me, witnessed by the President of Kenya. So these are not projects that were cooked at night or in some dark corner, right? How come that the only projects that did not go through is Aurora and Kimwarer? All the others went through. I'm looking forward to the day somebody will step forward and actually tell the country how will the government of Kenya lose 20 billion shillings that was supposed to build Aurora and Kimwarer, and yet there is nothing on the ground. What was this? What was this sinister motive?
Do you believe money was lost?
I don't believe any money was lost. And even if money was lost, people should be taken to court.
But you said around 2019 that it was 7 billion shillings that was lost.
No,
not
I
the
didn't
21
say that.
that was being alleged by the DPP.
I didn't say that. Check my statement. I am very clear about what I said. I said 7 billion shillings was paid. Right? That's what I said. And for your information, I said that 7 billion shillings that was paid was actually insured. I mean, surely, how can we lose 7 billion, another 12 billion that is going to be incurred by this government? And it's an act of political convenience.
You just said we didn't lose 7 billion shillings.
No, I'm just saying eventually we will. Pardon? Pardon?
Don't have.
Alex, even if I don't say anything, I think the summary of it has said it all. Huh? Yeah, so sometimes our friends in Tangatanga will tell you someone has won the debate. But if you ask, yes, he has talked much, but where he was finding his point is when he was scoring the offshoots. You asked about the judiciary, and you answer about Kimwarel. You are asked about Kimwarel, and you answer about BBI. You asked about security, and you go to dams. That is how he finds his points. But when you go to issue-based discussion, he completely scored nothing. I think I took time to cut those clips just to consolidate what I was saying. And you realize, yeah, he had much argument, but not on point. All of them were offshoots. On fact-checking, we have been told the dams, kila dam ilikuwa na different contractor, so he was just lying to us. And because he knows his followers are always just excited about everything he says, but they don't have time to go and dig deeper and know what he said. They are not Bereans. What he said, whether it matches with the script that is available. Now, another problem, you see, and that's why sometimes I have a problem with you, dear guys. They normally tell us that Ruto is sharp. He's asked the first question, he answers it off. Then he's asked the second question to bring him to sense, and then he runs into the trouble. For example, this question of security. He said that people of the security situation is meant to punish him. Now, Eric asked him the second question. Do you know about the issue to do with you consume what? Intelligence. And you know that the security situation in Kerio Valley has been there for over 30 years. What do you think could be the problem? And he goes ahead and states it very well. You know, they have been fighting over the food scarcity, land issues. He forgets that he had said that the security situation was meant to punish me. So he answers well the second question and he forgets that the first question he had already blundered. So that's where he was losing his points, and for me, I question the intelligence of our deputy president. Shortly, and Asema, we didn't lose any money. Then wakiuliza swali ingine, he forgets. And he says, how can we lose 7 billion? How can we lose 12 billion? That is the short memory. Baba huwa anasema ni kama ngiri. Ikikimbia kidogo ikifika hapo imesahau. Inaanza, he starts a new statement and he completely contradicts himself. So Ruto was debating with William, and I don't know whether William won against Ruto, but we appreciate for our intelligent panelists, Eric and Yvonne. He did a good job. They were not there to aggravate him, but they were having sharp questions that he could not notice that he was running into trouble. So that is what I observed yesterday, and in fact, he finished on a lot on. He could not. He didn't have the climax. If you check the Baba's debate of 2017, how he finished and rallying all the voters, and then commenting on why Uhuru never came up, I think Ruto finished on a flat key, and because he had extremely been punctured, the ego he had when he came to the debate was already lost. He forgot that he was supposed to invite his family. He came with all of them there, but he forgot to invite them on the stage because I think he was blown off proportion. and he didn't do what exactly he planned to do. Another thing that was brought out very clearly is that he had come to show that he takes care of the lowly, the mamambogas. And shortly after the PR, they pushed Mama Mboka off the red carpet, and that was done by his he used to be a professional news anchor, and right now is just another Farouk, slapping people and complaining against the media for everything that is happening. It's bad to join Udaku. Guys, even if you are desperate, kindly remain in a in a team that makes you to remain reasonable. Most people who have gone to the other side are moody, and hata niliona Chebukati akiandika barua lazima aweke makasiriko. Why? You don't associate with that guy without losing your temper. Raval Tutu has finished this guy tonight. Someone, I think, Bernard, you have those clips. I don't want to comment about it, but he has completely destroyed him. Issues to do with land and na makasiriko na kuchapa watu mpaka wanapelekwa South Africa for plastering. So thank you. I was just here shortly to intervene. Bernard had left. I will be exiting anytime. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Akesa, for the observation. I would request one before you go. The videos you have played, you need to get rid of them yourself because I can't control them from this end. And then on the matter of joining UDA, don't join if you want to retain your sanity. It's a place where only insanity can help you survive there. You must unscrew your head, leave it in the house, and then join UDA. And then our deputy president is, I think he's fighting hard to join Churchill Live and the comedy competition within the country, or without. If was still, he just needs to go back to the starting block and find himself. As far as I'm concerned, from his yesterday's performance, he lost himself long time ago. He needs to find himself, call a conference with himself, locate exactly who he is, where he's coming from, so that he can know where he's going. As at now, ajielewi. Kuna wimbo ilikuwa inaimbwa kitambo inaitwa sioni wala sisikii. Ingawa macho masikio niko nayo. Wale veteran mnaelewa hiyo wimbo. Mesia Church. Okay. So right now the deputy president haoni wala asikii. Ingawa macho masikio anayo. Let's make progress as we let me see if I can play video from this end. One of the greatest talents.
Azimio wakiongozwa na mwaniaji wao wa urais Raila Odinga na mgombea mwenza wake hii leo wamezuru kaunti za Laikipia na za Nyeri wakisaka kura, na zikiwa zimesaliwa siku 12 tu kabla uchaguzi mkuu ufanyike nchini. Na viongozi hao wameweza kutoa wito kwa wafuasi wa muungano huo kudumisha amani, na pia vile hawakumsaza naibu rais William Ruto, wakisema kwamba alijiaibisha jana katika mdahalo wa waniaji urais. Mwanahabari Nuru Abdulaziz anaarifu.
Amolo Odinga.
Ni kipindi cha lala salama. Wanaazimio wa Kenya hii leo wamesaka kura Mlima Kenya katika kaunti za Laikipia na Nyeri. Wametoa wito kwa wafuasi wao kuchagua viongozi watakao wafaidi katika miaka 5 ijayo.
Ile inakuhusu wakati huu wa uchaguzi ni kuchagua viongozi wenye kulinda mali ya umma, na ndivyo wajue lazima uangalie rekodi yao, uambie kiboko ya wapisaji wote ni baba na mama, ni baba na.
Mimi ni mhandisi, ni engineer. Nitaangalia mambo ya barabara yanafanyika vizuri, mambo ya stima, mambo ya maji, mambo ya viwanda, yote mimi nitaangalia, na mtaona kama Kenya inakimbia.
Raila na viongozi wengine wa Azimio walimkejeli Ruto kuhusiana na mdahalo wa waniaji urais hapo jana.
Ile mambo yake hata ya uchumi, ile modeli yake ya bottoms up, hakuongea hata neno moja vile atakavyoguza uchumi wa Kenya ili tupate wawekezaji wa viwanda, tuongeza ajira kwa watoto wetu wanaotoka katika shule. Ruto hajui. Akili yake kuja kwa serikali ni kutaka kupora.
Mimi siwezi kwenda kuongea na kufanya debate na mwizi. Sasa jana yeye mwenyewe alijifungia goli katika goli yake. Alinifungia mimi bao katika goli yake.
Pia walimkashifu Ruto wakimtaja kama asiye na sifa za kuongoza taifa hili.
Wale wengine washakuwa serikali, mmoja akawa dio, mwingine akawa waziri na deputy president. Ukimuuliza ni nini amefanya, ataanza tu kulalamika juu ya Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Hawataki historia sababu hawana sifa nzuri. Ukimuuliza wakati alikuwa waziri wa agriculture, walikula pesa ya mahindi, ikawa ni sakata ya mahindi.
Mama mboga, boda boda, na wale watu wanasema ni wanyonge, hawakuwa hapa 2013. Si walikuwa? Nataka kuuliza wewe Ruto, if you could not do it from 2013 to 2022, there is absolutely no way you'll be able to do it 2022 going forward.
Hapo kesho Azimio wanatarajiwa kupeleka kampeni zao kaunti ya Nakuru. Nuru Abdul Aziz, NTV.
Thank you, everyone. Let's keep going. Alex, you are to give comments on the video shared before we move on.
Yes, I hope I'm very clear.
Yeah, you can be heard.
Bernard, unajua ukweli ni kitu nzuri sana. First of all, wacha niende kwa Biblia. Biblia inasema iko wakati Paulo aliomba mara 3. Mimi sipendi Biblia sana na ninakunywa bia nyingi kuliko kusoma Biblia, siwezi danganya. Lakini kuna mahali Biblia inasema Paulo aliomba mara 3. Alikuwa na shida kuu. Akamwambia yeye Mungu, tafadhali hiki kidonda ni kikubwa sana. Mungu akamwambia hapana, hiko kidonda kitabaki mahala kiko, kwa sababu where your weakness are, that is where your strength will be. I think Ruto is a man who works from his strength rather than a man who works from his weakness point of view. You have to realize that what humbles you, your failures are the best things that makes you to be human. And from your failures, you will be humbled. And humility is the greatest virtue of humanity. And the worst vial on earth is pride. Pride will make you fall like a person who doesn't even understand what is falling down. Huyu William Samoei Ruto amefika mahala ni kama hajielewi kabisa. Hakuna mtu anamsikiza, asikizi bibi yake ama mke wake, asikizi watoto wake, asikizi advisors wake, anajisikiza na yeye mwenyewe hali hajisikizi sasa. If you cannot even listen to your own intuitions, that is very dangerous. Bernard, that was a comedy of errors, colossal and catastrophic of nature. And I don't think it is right for a person to fall into the stature whereby you can't even remember what you have said before, more especially about the 7 billion that people have spoken over and over and over. Unajua zingine tunaweza msamea, but kitu ya Kimorel na Arol, these are things that has been spoken on a daily basis everywhere. Mahala wanaenda hapo ndipo wanaulizwa, and he can fail on that. And I think that is very sad. Bernard, Ruto showed internal incompetence. I swear to you, I knew Ruto was a liar, but I didn't know that Ruto has been overrated for years and years. Unajua kuna wale watu wengine wanaenda somewhere, clips zao zinawekwa tu kidogo kidogo, zinachinjwa, alafu you think like they know how to speak, or they speak what they know. But if given an opportunity for 90 minutes, they say absolutely nothing. And that is what happened for 90 minutes. I think even at some times you could see how Yvonne was rolling her eyes. It's as if, when will the 90 minutes be over? Because enough is enough. Unaelewa? And Ruto was also subverting honesty. Ruto ni kama amefika mahali haelewi uongo na ukweli. He has reached a point whereby he is believing every lie he ever said. You see, Bernard, you can go to this, that believe him, I think, not even that at the podium. Because at some point you could see, ni kama, my camera ni kama imeenda, Bernard, but don't take me. Ni kama at some point, ni kama he got lost totally. To a point is being, as Wekesa said, anauliza juu ya judiciary, analeta Kimwarol. Akiuliza Kimwarol, analeta kitu kingine. So the flow of the conversation now depended on how cunningly the moderators were bringing the question to finish the 90 minutes. You see, I think we have somebody who needs to be taken to a rehab. A total rehab, so that he can rest maybe for 2-3 months to come up to be himself. And this is for his personal goodness and for the future of his life and the future of his political life. Lastly, Bernard, to his supporters, if they so believe they want to be a good opposition leader, opposition party, UDA, I think they need to sit down and acknowledge they have a fanatic base. And that fanatic base is mostly of young people. When you look at the German national football team for a very long time, ilikuwa ni wazee, walicheza like almost 4 times World Cup. Hadi, was it wakina Fabi Shamani wagani? They became too old, and they had to start to train watoto wa 11, 12 years for a national team. I think this is where UDA is. Mahali UDA imefikia, they ought now to start training young boys. Sio people kama wakina Black wamemea nywele kila mahali. They need to look for people ambao hawajaanza kumea nywele, train them to become politicians, because mahali imefikia watu kama wakina Black, they are already messed up. They can't be helped because they are believing lies all over. So I will urge UDA and the people who have sense, who remain to have sense, they might still have a future, because there's young people who are very fanatical for the future of themselves in what they believe. They must change guard and make sure that they maintain their momentum. Otherwise, if it's the Ruto who is going to become your leader and Gachagua, you are doomed. There is no future there. If you have leaders who don't love you, wanaongea juu ya mama mboga, and then they beat you because mmepanda kwa red carpet, what kind of leadership is that? So I think that debate was one of the best, because that interview, because it shows the grandiose of Ruto. It showed the nature of Ruto is a petty liar, and more so, he's an arrogant individual who lies without even blinking his eyes in front of cameras and asking for a job that he can't even qualify. Not that he can't be given to it. He can't even qualify for that job because he thinks that we can only thrive in lies, and the 50 million should be lied to put him to be the president so that we end up the way he is. I think Kenya, we are better than Ruto, and our generation cannot swim in the mud of Ruto and the Gachagwas. So I think it was a clear revelation of who Ruto is. For the first time in 90 minutes, we have a clear picture of who Ruto is. And if you can't see on that interview who Ruto is, then you are impossible. Okay? Then you are impossible. Okay, my friend, Black, you are impossible. What letters in impossible can't you read? Is it the M or the P? Thank you very much.
Okay, asante Alex kwa mtazamo huo na uchandanuzi huo. Naamini kila mmoja amepata ujumbe kwa njia iliyo mwafaka, na ni muhimu tujihoji kama Wakenya. Mtu kutaka kiti sio shida. Shida ni akipewa kiti atatekeleza majukumu yake. Juzi nikao kwa mkutano, askofu mmoja akatupatia challenge. Akasema katika Biblia kuna ile verse inasema atamanie kazi ya kuwa askofu anatamani kitu kizuri. Na sasa tukaona, unajua ni kuna ile verse unasikianga ambayo umezoea. So na huyo ni mzee a retired preacher, na akarudia akasema nataka muangalie vizuri, hiyo verse inasema atamanie kazi ya waskofu, sio cheo cha waskofu. Hapo nikagundua kuna tofauti kati ya kazi ya waskofu na cheo cha waskofu. So kuna wale watu ambao wanatamani cheo cha urais na sio kazi ya urais. Kama ungekuwa unatamani kazi ya urais, ungejifunza jinsi ya kuwa rais, majukumu ya rais, na ujipime unao uwezo wa kubeba 50+ million Kenyans with you. Are you able to defend them? Are you able to stick your life for them? Are you able to go to bed hungry because of them? If that is not yet in you, then you are not the president we are looking for. You are the wrong number. And so Deputy President and his team, they have a long way to go. Unfortunately, he put together a team by himself, imagined by himself, and is being run by himself. He is the problem, and is offering himself as the problem solver. It's too bad that the UDA seems to be unsalvageable. It's almost beyond repair. But without much trouble, let me play one more video, then I come for our appeal. Alafu tusonge kwa yule anafuata.
So let's go back to the issue of water, and you've mentioned the Kimwarer and the Royal dams, and you say that as well was cancelled to punish you.
That was cancelled for political reasons.
For political reasons. Well, some of the allegations that have been made, by the DPP in court, is that payments were made contrary to the law.
Sorry. Let's get this
for all Kenyans and all Kenyan leaders. I have not in any way undermined the public standing of any leader or any person or any Kenyan for that matter.
Meanwhile,
huyo shetani tutamfungia virago na atakwenda kabisa na atawachana na taifa letu la Kenya.
Lakini si yeye mwenyewe ni mganga.
Wale walitumia utapeli na ukora.
A stupid man called Atuoli.
Yule mganga ambaye tunasikia amebaki na risasi moja, ama ni yule mwingine tunasikia alipigwa na bibi juzi?
Kwani mama mzee hivi anaweza kuolewa? Naolewa na nani?
Nilisikia jamaa mwingine ati anasema ati mimi sijui nilikuwa nataka kumchapa kofi. Unajua huku kwetu hatuchapi kofi wanawake. Ule mtu anaitwa Kinoti awache ujinga. Huyo bwana Kiboti awache ujinga.
Enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Needless to say, somebody say my audio has issues. I'll be working on it. Would we go for Brian? Have you made your submission? Julius. So it was Laban. So we go to Julius. Okay, Julius, go ahead. Make your submission.
Unanipata? You can hear me? Hi, everybody. Bernard, you can hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay. Bernard, okay, thanks for giving me this chance. Sijui kama Alex ameenda because I wanted to engage Alex. Alex ako karibu ama ameenda?
Just make your
Ako karibu.
submission. If it's mentioned, you will
Okay,
resurface.
my submission
just
is
go ahead, make your submission.
sawa. My mention is Kenyans, my good fellows. May I want to thank Ruto. Ruto is representing the old regime because the old regime, we know how the old regime ruled this country. And apparently, we have lost Moi, Mzee Kenyatta ameenda. So the young generation do not know how the old regime ruled this country. And that's why I'm thanking Ruto, because he is representing the old regime. The old regime was repressive. Many Kenyans suffered. Many Kenyans lost their lives. The freedom we are having today, in 1980s, late 70s, early 90s, we didn't have this. We didn't have this platform. We didn't have this freedom we are enjoying. So that's why I give Ruto a credit. But the problem with Ruto, he wants to behave as if he's in this old new regime, and also he's in the old regime. That is the problem with Ruto, according to my own observations, the way he was discussing yesterday. Now, 2010 is not far, or 2010 is just like yesterday. 2010, Ruto opposed Katiba, the constitution that it's governing us today. So, if Ruto is now saying that we give him another chance to rule this country, and yet in 2010, he never voted, he never supported the constitution. So I heard yesterday when he was asked, do we have any problem with the constitution? Are there some areas that we can change in the constitution? I didn't get him clearly. Okay, he said there are some areas, 1, 2, 3, 4, but I think the panelists did not go into details and ask him, how are you going to change the constitution? So Ruto is mixed up. And I want to tell Ruto, I want to tell Ruto that we will still give him some time. You see, Kenyans, we make leaders. And Ruto is not ripe to rule this country at this time or at this season or in this time that we are living. And my presidential candidate, Raila Amolo Odinga, we have made him. It's we voters, it's we Kenyans who have made Raila Amolo Odinga to be who he is as we are speaking. And because we have made him, we are going to elect him to rule us, to guide us, to help us nurture or bring up another leader who is going to take over after Raila Amolo Odinga time has gone. So, I give credit to Ruto. Let him play the way he wants to play. Let him represent the old regime. Let him behave as if he wants to behave like as if he is in this current regime. But on 9th of August, we are going to tell Ruto enough is enough. And let Baba take over the mantle. Baba is in the old age, 78 years old. Me, I have nakana wazee at your age ya Raila. And I'm telling you, God has given Raila, God has given Raila a good life. God has made Raila to look like he's in 50s. Myself, I'm in 50s. I'm approaching 50. But Raila looks to be my age mate. He is strong. He wakes up early. He catches up with the routine work of campaign. It's not easy. So for him snapping or for him not going to attend the debate yesterday, for me, I support it because Ruto has been complaining that his media is not giving him proper coverage. So I think yesterday he was given time to execute or to put in black and white or to put openly who he is. And we all Kenyans, those who managed to view or those who managed to watch the analysis or to the interview, because it was not a debate. This was just an interview. They have seen who Ruto is. So I want to tell Ruto on 9th, if Kenyans are going to elect Raila, let Ruto accept the defeat and we move on. Now, you see, like, for example, in Nyanza, Western, we are not fighting amongst ourselves. We are in peace. We intermarry. We are doing trade. We are moving to Nyanza, Western, Kisii, Busia. We are working. We are moving. We are moving on with our current life. But in Rift Valley, there is a problem. We are losing lives. We are losing Kenyans. Ruto should be given time to go and organize his people. We don't want to have a Kenyan whereby we are losing lives. Citizens are being killed the way I'm seeing. And he was asked yesterday, where have you been? And we saw it very clearly. Instead of telling us where he has been, he's telling Kenyans that the government is doing these things to oppress him or to suppress him. I don't understand. Being our second in command, we pay tax. And from that tax, he gets his salary. So he's getting salary mpaka 9th. And he cannot tell Kenyans why we are losing our other in the Rift Valley. So Ruto, let us give him time. Let us nurture him. If he's going to lose this election, I know very well he's going to go to Supreme Court. He's going to challenge the outcome. and let him take time and to improve and learn how to rule the country. The way Bernard you are saying, kuna kazi askofu, kuna kazi, kuna cheo. So he has not realized the mistake he is making. The other thing I want to say is,
Brother Julius, mind time.
You remember
you
people?
already past
Yes.
3 minutes. Conclude, please.
Okay. So let me hold there. Let me also follow up the discussion, but that is my submission for today. I'm following up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Julius. I appreciate that. And, let's keep the conversation going. All the people who are viewing around the world, keep inviting somebody to watch with you. We are in for another treat, even as we look into depth the aftermath of the debates and the Kenya Kwanza versus Azimio La Umoja home stretch campaigns. Who has the best strategy? Who has the numbers? Who is probable to carry the day come 9th August 2022? And you as a voter, are you closer to your polling station? Are you still buying your air ticket? If you must travel back in order to vote, you better begin the journey. It's 12 days to go. Now it's 11 days to the election day. So you better begin to move closer to your polling station in order to be set to participate in these historic general elections. We will be getting in Sospita to make his submission, but before that, I want us to watch this video, then we proceed further. Okay, thank you. Here we go.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate all of you that follow Mtembei TV, and from that advert, you notice that there is a new project that we are undertaking, and we wish to be able to add to our followership people that cannot be reached through the online programs. And we notice that the online program is only reaching out to the urban centers, but the rural is left out because our internet connection, especially in this part of the world, is not even. And so we undertaking this project, which we believe is viable and able to be attained if everybody will come on board to help us out. We are reaching out for 100 of us here who can be our strategic partners, to be the pillars of what made Mtembei TV grow from online and got into the ordinary TV broadcast set. So if you're one of them, please reach out to us and let's agree, let us find the modalities for you to send us the we are looking for $200 from 100 of strategic partners, and so far I've already gotten 4, so I'm looking for 96. I want you, as you are out there and you want to be part of this historic move of Mtembei TV, we appeal to you to come in forcefully, strongly, and give us the wings to reach every home, even as we are reaching every continent at this point in time. So please, wherever you are around the world, we want you on board even as we make this giant step. And I believe that if we work hard, we'll be able to be on that platform before the general elections. So move with speed, get in touch, and let us make this happen. I believe this is a viable dream that when it's executed, everybody will be happy. Thank you very much. Now we go to Sospita. Kwani tumeachwa peke yetu? Karibu Sospita. Sospita, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm sorry. My lighting is not as good. I wanted that background, but if the lighting is a problem, I can move to another place. Can you all see me?
You're good to go. You can proceed.
I'm absorbing all the light. Okay, so Baba and Ruto are in central Kenya. I think Baba and Karua are in Nyeri, and Ruto, I saw him in a place called Kangari. Kangari is near where I grew up. I grew up in central Kenya, so I know that geography pretty well. And recently we had Wairia host Raila in Murang'a town, and I think the last time we had strong people involved at the level of presidential election was in 1992 when we had Matiba and Kibaki. And so if we assume that Karua versus Rigathi will follow same voting patterns, so Baba is likely to be strong in Murang'a and Kiambu because of Karua or because of antipathy towards Rigathi Gachagua. And so the fact that Baba is in Nyeri and trying to push hard there, if he performs well in Nyeri, then I think we may have a very good night on August 9th, because Baba performing well in Nyeri will mean that that Rigathi has been stopped past River Sagana. So past River Sagana, away from Nairobi, as you head towards that area. River Sagana is where now you move into Kirinyaga and Nyeri County. Now, when we had 1992 and we had Matiba versus Kibaki, Matiba only took Kiambu and Murang'a County. And then Kibaki took the other side of River Sagana. So that's why I'm saying that is very important. And then these two groups that I'm talking about, Murang'a Kiambu versus Nyeri, Kirinyaga, and all the way to Meru area and Embu, they have geopolitical relationships that date back. So Murang'a and Kiambu, they kind of pull away from the people in Nyeri, and that goes way back. And so how they get received in these areas is going to be very, very critical. And then if we come to Kiambu, Baba has an advantage because geopolitically Kiambu has been changing because, you know, we have the Kahawa area, KU, the population of that area is different. And then, of course, with Uhuru support and Kiambu being near Nairobi, there's going to be a lot of Nairobi influence into Kiambu. So Kiambu may be one of those counties that either becomes 50-50 or, you know, or Baba really does an upset, you know, because there's some cosmopolitan element to it. And then when we come to Murang'a County, I mean, of course, like I said, Murang'a and Kiambu are likely to be pretty anti-Rigathi. But then Nyeri, of course, Kirinyaga is where Karua comes from, very likely to be pro-Raila, or if Ruto makes an upset, you know, they are going to do very well just because it's Karua's home, especially at the presidential level. Let me talk about the debate. Baba employed something called reverse psychology. Ruto had, just like they prepared for the Rigathi Gachagua and Karua debate, Ruto had prepared not just for the debate, but also on how to manage, you know, public opinion. You know, those polls that are done like after KTN has, you know, after the debate, those polls in KTN, Citizen and stuff like that. Ruto had prepared to do a poll right afterwards that shows him leading. They are masters in this. I think Itombe has put up a setup where there's even robots polling online, or even there are bloggers going in and spamming the place, and they always win. You can't defeat them in an online poll, whether it's Twitter, whether it's on Google, you can't beat them, or Facebook. The Kenya Kwanza team always wins a Facebook poll. So they had all these things prepared, spent a lot of money, and then Raila just decided to step out. And I believe they probably decided long time ago that they're not gonna go, but they wanted to lead Ruto into the slaughterhouse, you know. So they pretended they are going until the very last minute when Baba pulled the rug from under his feet. Wajakoya. So if Ruto continues to behave the way he's behaving past this election, I think we are getting to a point where Wajakoya may end up being a president before Ruto becomes one. I know that sounds like a remote possibility, but the way politics goes is that it's usually about ideological leanings. I mean, folks like Trump do not dominate American politics for no reason. It's just because of ideological leaning. You gotta pick your side. You just can't be everywhere. And what we saw on stage was a Ruto who was very confused, did not know where he stands. When he's asked about his position on the independence of the judiciary, he wasn't very sure. And then his position nowadays differs from what he was saying after the election of 2017. He was for punishment of the judges, or holding Maraga hostage, or, you know, cutting down funding to judiciary to pressure them to give in to their demands and whims and wishes. And then, of course, Ruto on that stage was subjected, you know, to a rigorous process in which his true personality had to come out. The Ruto you normally see give speeches, you know, talk in TV programs where he intimidates the interviewer. This was not going to be the case. And it was going to be asymmetrical. It was going to be unpredictable. Questions were gonna come in an unpredictable fashion. And so we saw a guy who started looking confused and lost. And this is pretty consistent with his own narcissistic personality, where if things don't go your way, narcissists get very annoyed. I think you saw this with even folks like Trump. They get very annoyed when things don't go their way, of which, Trump, his supporters had to storm he's now being investigated for that. So, and so we also saw Ruto not having a true north because he has no ideological stand. And that brings questions as to whether his movement of Kenya Kwanza will survive post-election. I think it's not going to survive because of his ideological inconsistencies. In March 15, 2015, I wrote an article in the Star. I used to write regularly in the Star. Nowadays, I don't. And I opined, I was of the vision that Ruto's best chance was 2017. And the way he was going to win was, the only way he was going to win was to resign from the vice presidency and then run for presidency, then become number two. And then my opinion was that if he was to run in 2017 and ends up being in the second round, my opinion was that Uhuru and Raila were going to get together because the dynasties have, I'm sorry to say this, but dynasties somehow have to survive. And even in business, we have things called oligopoly and stuff like that. The leading companies usually collude, to block the others from rising. And you saw this with political parties bill that happened even before the 2017 election. When it comes to the point of coming up with rules for party discipline, for party hegemony, Uhuru and Raila always kind of reach compromise positions, because those two names, Kenyatta and Odinga, define our ideological lines, and therefore they are the parties. Ruto has to pass this test of 2022. He has to win this for him to become a party by himself. We are pretty individualistic when it comes to politics. Also, I was disappointed for Ruto focusing more on expenditure issues rather than income issues. We are having a very unique position in the world, with with COVID and then the Russian war, where the world is about to reset. And so Kenya is in a very vantage position to claim its place globally in global commerce. But I did not hear Ruto talk about how to bring in money into the country. He was talking more of debt, expenditure, and stuff like that. Yet we are at a time when we need to move away from looking at Kenya as a market, but rather as a producer of goods. And I did not hear him delve into that, and that was very unfortunate. And even when it comes to regional integration, we need to start looking at that community of nations within Eastern Africa, or COMESA, not as a market area, but rather as a production area in which those countries coordinate, identify products that they can produce that are in high demand around the world, and try to share out those products so that they do not compete against each other, and so that they can create a common area where factors of production are coordinated, so that they can maximize their production and try to fill in the void. In China, the cost of production is slowly rising, and the cost of labor is also rising as the population there becomes more aware and more aware of their value. And so the cost of cheap labor that used to be there is slowly diminishing. And I think at that point, I wish to yield the floor unless somebody has a question.
Okay, thank you, Sospita. That's great, and let's engage further later on. I want to appeal to everybody. Let's keep the conversation going. Unblocking people we blocked. There is a crime they committed. They are yet to repent. So we don't just unblock you because you have sent an advocate to tell us we unblock you. If you come to the platform and misbehave, you need to appeal for. Then the panel will go through your appeal, and then we will see how to either reinstate you or not. It is not a matter of please unblock and block. It is a matter of, are you keeping within the rules? Are you helping the channel? Are you helping the debate? Or you're here to cause disaster? If you're here to cause problems, we will solve you, because we are here to solve problems. Thank you very much, everyone. I continue to appeal to us that let's help us build this station and make it a household station by partnering with us, and the people who choose to be pillars, those 100 people, will be given priority when we'll be rolling out the shares for Mtembei TV. This is one station I'm too sure is going to be one big media house in the shortest near future. So let's, if you believe in what we're doing, believe in it in action by giving us what we need right now to move to the next level. And I'm sure we are capable people. Mtembei family, we are great people. Let's do what it seems impossible. It's, I'm tempted to quote the scripture. There's a question that is asked in Isaiah: can a nation be built in a day? Can a nation be built in a day? Now, there are things that seems to be impossible, but if we give it the required attention and the required effort, we make what seems impossible become possible. And the work of all cannot be done by one, and the work of one requires that everyone is around. So with what we are doing right now, it wouldn't reach where it is without all of us. And therefore, when we are moving to the next step, please, let's also move together. And so if you are not able to raise the $200, you can send in whatever amount you need. The details are scrolling on the screen on how you can make your submission. I'm waiting. I believe we'll be on that terrestrial TV program by the time we'll be rolling out results from all the polling stations. That's one of the infrastructure we're working on right now, building up teams around the nation so that we will be able to get the raw results from the polling stations. You would not need to go flipping around finding which station is rallying which results. You will get the information right away. I don't know where Penny Nyagaka is. Ama alibadilisha jina. Sasa hiyo siwezi kujua, but hata mimi namtafuta mtu anaitwa Olo. Ukipata David Olo na Alex, hao watakuonyesha kule kule Penny Nyagaga yuko. Saa hii mimi sina habari, tafadhali naomba. Asante. So ni wakati wa nani? Brian? Yes. Brian, make your submission. Papa AZIMIO, we acknowledge your presence. You will soon arrive there, but safari ni ndefu. Karibu, Brian.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Yeah, fine. I'm fine. There is nothing as bad, as bad as being your own people going against you. Because last week, RUTO was in Rift Valley. I think he was in Elgeyo Marakwet, and the dams were to be built in Elgeyo Marakwet. And he has been in government for almost 30 years. He has never helped his people. And when you're going back after almost now 10 years being a vice president and going back to your people, and even your people knows that the project that you are supposed to make for them, you've eaten even the money, it becomes tough. So he had to come back to a debate to redeem himself. Though no wonder every time he was being asked any question toward the security, he'll divert it towards the dam to explain to them that he didn't take the money, but it was government that stopped the project, not him. Again, there is another, he expected to debate Raila, but Raila was very, according to his team, I think that the advice he received was very, very well, because he expected Raila to be on debate, but the Raila was not there. Because all the time, Ruto has been campaigning against Uhuru. All the time, but Uhuru didn't respond to all insults, all propagandas. Uhuru kept quiet, and there's nothing as bad as you are trying to beat somebody, you bite, you pain him as dirty as you can, and this person is not responding to you. And for the last, maybe then we only have like 12 days. And within these 12 days, Ruto is not going on ballot paper with Uhuru. And that's what he has realized. He's going with Raila. And when you're on the ballot paper, people are not going to, they are going to vote the two of you, between you and Raila. And when the people, the voters are going to vote, they'll be looking at only few issues, the integrity part of it. So when he went on a debate and realized that Raila is not there, he has to try as much as he can to sanitize his integrity part of it. But on a wrong way, because everyone knows who Ruto is. And after taking himself into a slaughterhouse, slaughtered himself, served himself, and got out of the service crying false. Today there's another bombshell from Tuju. So I don't know how he's going to respond on that. Because now Tuju now is coming out now to give out almost 28 scandals. So I don't know how he's going to control. It's like something that was planned. After this step, as you try to run away, again there is another block. So the more he tries to run away, now he realized, okay, he was to continue with his Rift Valley rally. But now Raila now is also still sweeping out of the mountain. What do? I run back to the mountain. So the guy is trying to throw legs all over. Now I don't know how he's going to consolidate back the votes. I think we'll continue from later, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Brian. That is what the president told you. He's going to deal with this matter fast and effective, swiftly and effectively. You see the speed. Somebody will need to go back to the gym and build a capacity to withstand the speed at which things are rising up. But all in all, before you take on an assignment, it's good to count the cost. Yeah, that's what Jesus told the disciples. If you want to build a tower, you sit down and calculate. If what you have is not enough, don't start. If you are going for war and you look at your army and the army of the opponent, what you have is not enough, he says seek for peace. I believe William Ruto did not sit down and did his calculations properly. And so things are crumbling against him for not just oversight, but not taking serious what he was rising against. Politics requires common sense, requires deep sense, requires foresight, requires hindsight, requires having intelligence everywhere and making use of that intelligence. If you're given information that this is happening, you need to have how to respond to it before you begin to respond to it, a lacking attribute in the life of one William Ruto. He thinks he can shout everybody to silence and he can insult everybody into hiding. doesn't work that way. He's having a very rough lesson, but it's a lesson he cannot escape. He must attend the class and he must recite for the paper until he succeeds. Only that it is too late for him in the day to make any difference, even if he starts the class today. Papa Azimio, karibu namna gani?
Jambo Bernard, jambo Brian. Naona tuko watatu hapa hivi. So we can, myself and Brian can qualify to be your 2 deputies.
Atafutaye kazi ya waskofu, sio cheo.
Asante sana Bernard, nashukuru kuwa nanyi. Nawasalimia pia watazamaji kokote waliko. And I'll go straight to the menu. Mimi huwa si mtu wa mambo mengi, nataka kuangalia tu chakula tu na nianze kukula mara moja. Na I would want to just mention 1 or 2 things on the is it post debate, but I want to touch on that debate just on one issue, and it is the all important issue of food and food security. You know, the deputy president was asked about the Galana Kulalu project, and he meandered round and round and round, and at the end of the day, in as much as he escaped, he was still nabbed elsewhere. But one thing I want to mention is, you know, in 2020, is it 2019, 2020, the Israeli ambassador, a gentleman called Noah Gadla, resigned, or rather he asked for a recall back to his country. And you know what the reason was, is that in the history of Israel, they have never failed in any one project they have undertaken, either in Israel or any other country, in terms of agriculture, in terms of technology. They have never. So he felt that he was of no use to the Israeli government as a representative to Kenya. And the funny thing, the reasons he cited is that the maize cartels in Kenya have succeeded again. And they have succeeded, and they did not want the president to succeed. That was very telling, because in my opinion, I can't imagine that Uhuru Kenyatta would shoot himself in the foot. So when asked further, he was being interviewed by a writer from the Nation media house. He claimed that the farmers and their political representatives did not want maize to retail at 60 to 70 shillings, because if that project was to go as planned, they did not want that maize to retail at 60 to 70 shillings. Because they wanted to take advantage of importation maize, to import maize, and as a consequence, the Kenyans are being subjected to this hunger, and having to spend quite some amount of money to feed themselves. And any Kenyan who is serious in this election must ask himself or herself very many questions. Who is this that allowed the cartels to take over the food industry? I mean, the food security in Kenya. We all know from history who has been meddling with the NCPB, yet he tries to portray himself as a messiah, because yesterday he talked about having laid a foundation while at the Ministry of Agriculture. You know, Bernard, there are people who would slap you one side and then the other side, they try to massage you and make sure that you don't feel so much pain. This is what the deputy president has been doing. He has been pretending to be the messiah, while on the other hand, is ensuring that is sabotaging the agricultural industry, so that he continues to gain. And any serious Kenyan who is going to vote for any candidate between Raila Odinga, William Ruto, Wajakoya, or the other Wahiga fellow, he should look at some of these issues critically. And you know, one important thing that people don't see and or people overlook is that during the reign of Moi was able to keep the country together and peaceful because of food. And you can remember at one time, the Moi actually imported yellow maize to ensure, when there was drought, to ensure that people do not go up in arms. And food is one thing that can bring any government down. So there were so many ways in my opinion, the deputy president wanted to bring down Uhuru. And you could see even the other day the way he wanted to take over the issue of maize meal being expensive, or standard of living being very high. He wanted to run away with that, and he was using the UNGA narrative. So now that it's done, we must ensure that the person we are going to vote for, whom is Raila Amolo Odinga, is pushed to reviving this very, very important project of Galana Kulal. We do not want another 5 years or another 2-3 years down the line, we are crying about food. Food is something so easy to generate and to keep the country safe. We don't need to go that route again, because we have more important things like industrialization and many more other things that we need to do for this country to move to the next level. So you could see the way the gentleman tried to run away from that food issue, and it was a very sad affair. So therefore, Kenyans, please, you saw it yesterday. I don't need to go to details, because if we go to the details of the whole debate, you get more and more angry. And the ironical part is that the UDA fraternity still feel like that he was a hero, because when you look at the rallies that they had yesterday, they were chest thumping. Tunaona vile ule mtu wa kitendawili alikataa kukuja kwa sababu yeye sio yeye ndio anagombea. You know, he was talking a lot of for lack of a better word, I don't want to go there. So all I want to ask the Kenyans at the moment is that let's come out and vote Raila Amolo Odinga. We don't need this kind of shenanigans. We don't want people who have who cannot compose themselves, who are angry at every other thing. And, you could see what, the deputy president was given a whole platform to explain himself. on his suitability of being president. But all he did was throw jabs at the handshake once in a while, and then make ridiculous statements like the government withdrew the reservists to punish him. Who the hell does he think he is? You know, so there are things that sometimes, you know, as a leader, you cannot just start telling people that you are being punished because of me. Because at the end of the day, what I feel this gentleman is trying to do is trying to cause an uprising. And unfortunately, he doesn't have that fanatical following of Raila Odinga. He's trying to put himself in a position where he thinks is as big politically as Raila Odinga. Because you can imagine if Raila Odinga was to tell people that I am being persecuted, people will come out en masse. But you realize that his base is still shakish because he has actually bought his followers. He has not gelled with them over time politically. He has amassed that political wealth through blackmail, you know, by spending 4 years at the backyard of President Kenyatta, trying to make him look like he is against them. Yet President Kenyatta has done a lot for the Mount Kenya region and Kenya as a whole. So that gentleman, for me, is a very dangerous fellow, because if he can tell people that he's being persecuted, and we all know that Kenya is votes along tribal lines, in a way he is trying to I don't know, I feel like he's trying to instigate some kind of violence should he lose these elections. Therefore, we should be very careful. Let's remain peaceful, but come out and vote. Let's vote these things so that vote Raila Odinga, so that we just send him to oblivion, and we can move the country forward. Thank you very much, Bernard. I'll keep on contributing as we continue.
Okay, thank you, Papa AZIMIO. Waswahili wanasema mbaazi zikikosa kuzaa uzingizia jua. William Ruto has been full of excuses all along. Even if he goes to a weighing machine and discovered that he has lost weight, he will find somebody to blame for the same. If his height is not accurate, he will say the tape measure is wrong. He is a man of, the Bible calls them people who are given to change. They define everything according to their situation. But all in all, it is good that he brought himself in the limelight, and the limelight shined on him, and it found him wanting. And so no matter which explanation he has, he prosecuted himself, he judged himself, and got sentenced. And we are glad about that sentence, because it helps him realize that hii nchi sio ya mchezo. Ukicheza utachezwa.
Bernard, before Martin comes in, I want to
play a video.
Okay, thank you.
Na tayari Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ameanza kujiandaa kuondoka Ikulu, ambako amekuwa mwenyeji kwa kipindi cha miaka 10 iliyopita akiwa rais wa 4 wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tayari rais amewaandalia karamu wafanyakazi wa Ikulu ili kuwashukuru kwa kuaga. Wanaosimamia shughuli ya kumhamisha tayari wameanza kutoa mali zake binafsi kama matayarisho ya mwisho ya kutoka Ikulu kabla ya kumpisha mrithi wake chini ya wiki 2 zijazo. Mwandishi wetu wa masuala ya siasa Chris Thairi wanaarifu.
Katika muda wa wiki mbili hivi, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atakuwa ameondoka Ikulu ambako amekuwa mwenyeji kwa muda wa miaka 10 iliyopita. Imekuwa ni shughuli sio haba kwa wiki 3 zilizopita jijini Nairobi, pamoja na ikulu zingine ndogo ambapo mali yake ya binafsi imekuwa ikifunganywa tayari kwa kuondoka kwake Ikulu. Siku ya Jumapili, rais aliwaandalia karamu wafanyikazi wa Ikulu kwenye sherehe ya kuaga, huku akiwashukuru kwa huduma zao.
Sisi tulichukua usukani kutoka kwa wengine na tutapatia wengine, kwa sababu nchi lazima isonge mbele. Yangu kwa sababu vile tulipata wengi wenu mkiwa hapa, wengi wenu pia tutawawacha hapa, na yangu ni kuwaomba vile tumefanya kazi pamoja, pia mshirikiane na hawa wengine ambao watakuja.
Hata hivyo, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atakuwa rais wa 3 wa taifa hili kuondoka Ikulu kwa mtindo wa aina yake, ikizingatiwa kuwa babake mwanzilishi wa taifa hili hayati Jomo Kenyatta alifariki akiwa afisini katika Ikulu ya Mombasa. Rais wa pili hayati Daniel Arap Moi alimkabidhi vyombo vya madaraka kwa rais wa 3 hayati Mwai Kibaki, aliyechaguliwa na kuapishwa akiwa kwenye kiti cha magurudumu na kuweka historia kama rais wa kwanza kuchaguliwa akiwa amekalia kiti cha magurudumu. Pia ndio iliyokuwa hafla ya kuaga iliyojawa na hisia sio haba, kwani baadhi ya wandani wake walionekana kububujikwa na machozi huku wakimwaga baada ya kuhudumia taifa hili kama rais kwa miaka 24. Miaka 10 baadaye ilishuhudiwa tena baada ya marehemu mstaafu Mwai Kibaki kumkabidhi madaraka rais wa sasa Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kwa upande mwingine tayari amependekeza kama mrithi wake mgombea wa rais kwa tikiti, lakini huenda Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akalazimishwa kusubiri kwa muda kuwa mwenyeji wa Ikulu ikiwa kutakuwa na mgombea wa rais ambaye atapinga matokeo ya uchaguzi na kuelekea mahakamani. Kwa upande mwingine, naibu wa rais pia yuko kwenye pilka za kufunganya virago vyake kutoka kwenye makazi rasmi ya naibu wa rais yaliyo mtaa wa Karen. Wakati huo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atakagua gwaride la heshima kwa mara yake ya mwisho kwenye hafla ya kuapishwa kwa rais wa 5 wa taifa hili. Chris Dairo, KTN News, Nairobi.
Haya, siku zimeyoma, watu wanafungasha, lakini fumigation team ya Alex inahitajika. Papa sivyo watu waise. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention one more thing on IEBC. You know, I want to call out to the Kenyans that nobody should panic that there is anything fishy that is going to happen to this country, and that there will be rigging, because those Venezuelans, in my view, because I have been reading widely, and those Venezuelans have given a lot of information. And if you read between the lines, it is not only the Venezuelans who are involved. There are even 2 Indians that are not being mentioned. There are 2 Indians who have actually disappeared. And ironically, you know, Ahmed Nasir was in court to file for habeas corpus for them to be produced. These people, I want to believe, have not disappeared. They are being interrogated. They were just picked up, probably. So this is it was an intricate web that was hell-bent on messing around with our elections, but it has been nipped in the bud. So let us come out and vote. There is no rigging that will take place. Numbers are there for Azimio to win, and nobody should have that, or voter apathy should not creep in. We are headed for a win. Our focus is now to come out in large numbers because we have sold our manifesto. It is very sound and achievable. Therefore, we are on the home stretch. So let's keep it moving. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Papa Azimio. Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, mimi niko kazini bado na nitarudi kule nyuma kwa rafiki yangu Black. Tuendelee tu kuongea kwa sababu Black anaumia sana. Lakini unajua psychology tulifanya psychology 1, psychology 2 kwa college. Maybe itanisaidia kidogo. Sio mbaya. Sasa kitu nilikuwa nasema, the truth is power is shifting. And I said it earlier, people thought I was joking. If you go to Nyayo Stadium today, day and night, the swearing in ceremony of Raila Amolo Odinga has already started. There have been mock swearing in, there have been rehearsal. Amevaa suti anatakana avae, watu wenye wanatakana kuwa kando yake wako. And you wonder somebody like Ruto, who understands the whole choreographed process of 2013, 2017, he is in denial. You see, when you're privy of such of things that other people may be like, I know Abuya doesn't know what happens, because anatoka Kisii, huko mahali naitwa Nyarogocho. Yeah, ajui hiyo vitu vizuri sana. But what really happens is, by now, ukisikia ati raisi anahama State House, video ya Aida huko. Kumbuka in 2013, by the time Margaret Kenyatta anaingia kwa State House, outside of State House, nyasi ilikuwa imekatwa vile anataka, flowers zenye anataka already zilikuwa huko. Those things did not happen on election day. The transition team does whatever it does in its own way. And this time around, you can almost see, unajua waliambia Ruto kitambo sana at we need to do renovation Karen. Jamaa amekatalia mpaka sasa. Sasa hatujui tutapeleka Martha Karua wapi, because huyo jamaa amefanya Karen kama ofisi yake. Tafadhali watu wa udaku, hiyo ofisi lazima tutaiosha, tufanye renovation, tutoe cameras mumeweka yote, mama must live safely. In fact, Karen must be cleaned more than State House, because I don't trust Ruto and his people the way they have treated Karen place. But the truth is, inauguration started a long time ago. Ukiona the media saying Uhuru is moving his things, Uhuru alitoka kule kitambo. Uhuru maybe hata halali huko sahi. Sahi rangi inapigwa kwa ukuta na kila kitu. Everything that is remaining is the official, ile yenye tunajua. But State House, baba ameenda akajua West Wing iko wapi, ofisi iko wapi, na wale wazee wakina Atuoli watakuwa wanakaa wapi, Murathe atakuwa anakunywa bia yake, friji yake iko wapi, sisi tukienda huko Muratina yetu itakuwa wapi. That is it. Hiyo maneno imeisha, and that is not humor. That is the truth. That's how serikali inafanya. Na Kimemia aliwaambia, that is it. It is not about Uhuru moving out. It is about Raila moving in. Thank you very much.
Asante, Alex, for passing that message across very clearly, and I believe nobody will be confused about it. It is not about Uhuru moving out. It's about Raila moving in, and the rehearsals have already taken place. So if you are not ready for that, you better get ready, because you're getting late. I want to appreciate those that are joining us into our expansion program. I have received the contribution from Christine Adika. Thank you so much. And then I've received one from Martin. Thank you so much. I received yesterday from Robert. And then so I'm looking for 95 people. 95 people so far to go. So let's keep going, and you can send in any amount if you cannot get reach to. It's not. We are looking for strategic partners, 100 of them, to give us $200 each. But the rest of us can send in whatever we can, so that we roll out this program mara moja. Naamini kwamba hii inawezekana na tunaweza kufanya hii mambo ifanyike. Na kwa vile mimi ndio nimepewa hiyo jukumu, naomba tu mnisaidie. Si huwa tunashinda hapa wote. Msiwache mimi hapa peke yangu. Naomba mnisaidie to expand pamoja. Shosho na mababa wale kukaa wetu wa Ushagola, unaonanga ile TV ya tumbo. Pia nao waone vile tuna debate na vile tunaelimisha Wakenya na wajifunze kutoka kwetu. Hiyo tu ndio tunaomba mtusaidie kama Mtembei TV. And on that note, I just want us to own up this dream. And there's no investment you make here that is a waste, in my opinion. We've been here every night. This is the 9th month. Our pregnancy is now full. Let us give birth to a new child, even as we give birth to a new government, by reason of the opinion we've been shaping through our discussion. So naomba tu wale watu wamesalia au 95 waanze kunitafutia. Hata kama umejitolea wewe ndio kwanza na unajua watu wawili watano ambao can do that for me, please let's do that. I'll be very happiest man when I'll be taking on my other assignment, to have joined Mtembei TV and left it a milestone ahead. I would be the saddest person to leave Mtembei TV where it is when I take on my new assignment. I want to push it further so that I leave it in a better position where it is reaching more people and there is more, a future established to build on for other greater heights. So please, if you can help us, don't hesitate. Don't think twice. Move with speed. Let's do this thing once and for all. After this, Martin will come in.
Pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, asante sana. Nashukuru Samson Ogola anasema I can help with ideas on online TV. Yes, online TV remains. We are only expanding to the terrestrial TV system. Christine Adika says amehimizwa sana na nani huyu na Kevin Orinda na nani Aguaro ama Aguara. Yes. Inaonekana mmekuwa motivational speaker. Mmemuhimiza sana, so asante sana kwa kufanya kazi nzuri ya kuhimiza kila mmoja na kufanya watu wote hapa Mtembei TV to be at home even as they interact with us. Please, let's stay as a family and let's make things happen. And so we want those are strategic partners. Tuanze kuja mbio mbio. Yeah, there is Emma Kisha. Yes, you can use that number on the screen. My number, the Bernard Ingozi number, to make the contribution, to send in your contribution, and we'll be glad to ensure that it is put to good use. And right now, everything that is coming in is going straight to that TV. I want that TV on by election day, and I'm sure we can make it happen. So please, let's do it, and let's do it big. Martin, karibu.
Vipi mtumishi?
Mimi iko salama.
Lakini naona wewe, yani shetani hakupendi kabisa, ameamua kukuchapa na abakishi. Unaomba hii tunawatch. It was a good prayer that I watched it with the internationals. I watched it. Good prayer. Niliwatch. Nice one. Na watumishi wenzako. Nice one. Lakini amekuamulia round hii, internet ampatani nayo, wameamua kucheza kama we mpaka walale. Unaona saizi kumekuwa usiku, sasa uko sawa?
No, I had to go and reorganize my browsers, multiply them, and now I have a VPN for each browser because single VPN is not working.
So
the hackers are beware.
Unajua ni kipindi cha lala salama. Sasa hizi wataki uongee kabisa, kwa sababu ukiongea unachukua 3000 votes out of them.
Hao tuchawamaliza. Hakuna kile watafanya saa hii itabadilisha chochote.
Lakini umenichoma leo, umeniharibia bwana. Unajua mimi huaga ule mtu nafanyanga vitu zangu kisiri. Umenitangaza mbele ya watu bwana, ungefaa kuambia watu hiyo. Si mimi tu kanamba tu ungesema kuna mwingine hapa. Sipendi watu wakijua vitu nafanya. Anyway, since ushafanya
Transparency International.
Since ushafanya, acha tu niendelee. I think this is kwa watu wenye wanatusikiza kabla nianze, since hata tuko watu watatu hapa na baba hata papa yuko hapa, so I guess I can actually afford myself 2 extra minutes. For the guys that are listening to us, this dream started as a joke. I think we were here with Bernard na we were joking about this thing. Tukasema, Bernard, we can go, mainstream. You remember that day, Bernard? And we talked about it. I did my nikatafuta, the ones that I was getting azikwa zinakaa kitu itazekana. That was just a show. Like, you get 20 minutes or 30 minutes of a time. But we normally sit here for 8 hours. But kina Bernard ni kina nani, they went out there and they got a whole platform. I am going to ask whoever is listening to us, please, if you can, and even if it's not that 200, hata kama tu kidogo tu, hata kama ni 2000 ya Kenya or whatever you can, please, let's do it. You'll be so proud one day to sit down and see a platform, a media house that you started, you were part of that. Tunashindanga tukiongea KTN, K24, CNN, and all that. How about we be proud of something that just out of kupatana hapa hivi, then 10 years from today, we are saying you can sit down and tell your kids, you know what? I was a part of that. And your records are not going to go anywhere. I believe, at least tuko na mtumishi. Itakuwa tu pale, you will be on a hall of fame. Ikiwa kubwa, utakuwa tu hapo hivyo tu umeandikwa. Unajua? Ndio watu tulianzanga nao. Na pia ukitembea hivi ukisikia tu TV station inaendelea sasa iko Afrika, iko the worldwide, pia hata kama itachangewa jina itoke Mutembe ikwe kitu ingine, you know, then you'll be like, I was a part of that. Hata ukienda kuzeeka unasema, hey, I was part of that. So basically, I'm really appealing for people. You have a chance here to start a media house while it's still on the runway before it takes off. Let's do it. We are friends here. Sacrifice just that little thing that you can. Sacrifice it. No sijali. If you have to be uandikiwe mahali, ukuwe umeandikiwa mahali, talk to Bernard. Bernard will write your name somewhere, so that even when you start doing the shares, you can be part of it. I want to embrace anybody that comes over here. I see people watching 600 and something. You know, every time. There's a time I saw 1,200. I don't know. I think it was a burning issue that day. If we can just get that 1.6, come on, guys. Let's get it done. And then we can have a TV show that you can be proud of. Tuache kusema story ya KTN, sijui nani, sijui, you know, guild, sijui editors guild. Wacha watukujia watuambie hii show yenyu ni kubwa sasa, hii TV yenyu ni kubwa sasa, we need you guys to do this. Waanze kutulipa hata sisi. And then you get your, I mean, we be proud of building Kenya with our generation. Si lazima ikwe kina SK Macharia ndio wali build zile, you know, media houses. So basically, I'm just begging guys, this is an opportunity like no other. Kama uja feel kitu ya kutoa, toa, at least be very proud of starting a show. Now you might think it's Mutembe TV for the name, but you never know. People can change it to something else. If Mutembe it looks like it ni ya mtu mmoja, we can change it to something else and we become a big media TV. I mean, that's how CNN and all those others started. Hivi tu, na watoto wetu watakuwa kikaa hapa hivi wakisema, wajua dad na mom ama mom ndo alianzisha ama my auntie alikuwa part of that. So I want to request, I don't think getting 100 people to get 200 is a big thing. But again, if you don't have the 200, there's no problem with you giving what you can. And I believe you will be appreciated. I believe they're keeping their records. So anyways, I wanted to push that, Bernard, before I start, because anyway, kama tungekuwa watu wengi, singechukua time mob hivyo, you know me, mimi naendanga pole pole, lakini tuko watatu na najua papa ana maneno na mimi, hata nikubali. Nawe najua utanikubali before people start coming back in. All right, let's start. Now that nimetoka advertisement. Bernard, the video that you just played, but I need another video that I just sent you on your nini. It's not one of the best, but I believe people will look at what it is. I send it to you. It's for Gachagua. And if you've been watching the group discussions, I spoke about it. It's about 10 minutes long. It could buy us a little bit time before people come. But I want people, the reason I want that, even though I don't want it to be seen so much, I want people to understand where we are, how we are, the backwardness of the two sides. I mean, the backwardness of one side and the other side. You're talking about unity and peace on one side. The other guy is talking about Mau Mau. I don't know if this guy understands that we already got our independence in 1963. And we are one Kenya. I want you, if you can, play that video. For me, I never, when we started this journey with Uhuru, when Uhuru got into it, I was on the other side. Mtu sikuwa nataka kumuona it anyway. But you know what? Mkianza kusema anatoka State House, mkianza kuonesha the way he's speaking nowadays, I like tears come into my mind. I mean, into my eyes. Because the guy, I think with responsibility also comes a lot of growth. I think the responsibility that he's gone through, the fights that he's gone through, he's matured so much that it's like an Obama moment. When Obama was leaving, went into, they were talking, They went into that conference that they do for the last one, and he dropped his mic and said, Obama out. And people started crying. Uhuru, I'm starting to miss him already. And I never liked that guy at all. He's done his job. And at the end of it, he's talking to people. And now he's actually playing the psychological game of it, to where psychological and the real part of it, he doesn't need to be on top of cars, but he's actually now revamping his thing with the 2 weeks that he has left. He's actually going to Naivasha and saying what he needed to say so many times, but he couldn't say it because he had to take Kenya. He had to believe that he's the president of the Republic of Kenya, and as a leader, some things unaeka kando. Kuna vitu zingine unapigana. Let me go to Mama Selina's kind of way of talking, or even Bernard's. Unaweza pigana na bibi yako, lakini watoto hawafai kujua. Mtapigania kwa bedroom. Now Uhuru is coming out to tell people, right, na hataji mtu, na alisema sitaji mtu, but we already know who he is talking about. And that's a leader. He kept quiet, akagongwa, akaumwa. Hata leo alisema hata wanatusi mama yangu, mimi sitawarudishia. The other day alisema akinichapa kofi ya right, mimi nitampatia ya left. Of course you're not gonna do that. That guy holds the military. Utaumwa na utakulwa. Anyways, I have come to really respect the man called Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta. And I did that actually not just by what he said, but even when I went home and I started seeing Nairobi looking like almost the the cities that we look at out here when you come out here, something like New York. You go to New York, Queens, I swear, unaona hizo vitu za gorofa, mabarabara za gorofa. Mostly ni matrains inapita juu, Amtrak and whatever, but you start seeing that and you start seeing your country looking like that. Then you appreciate what is happening. The guy did the infrastructure. Give it to him. Nani Joe sema nini, Bernard niambie hiyo, mganga nini, mnyime nini, what does that saying go? Mnyime lakini mpe haki yake.
Mgala muue na haki umpe.
Yeah, that one. Okay.
Mgala muue na lakini haki umpe.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to the last parts of it. Azimio. So today I was watching, sijui kama watu waliangalia Nyeri. For the first time, I've never seen Martha Karua go on a salvo to attack enemy. She's always the ule mama wa huyu tutakuja, yako iko kwa mfuko yako, tutakuomba kwa unyenyekevu. Today she went on a salvo, aliuma kuuma. And I liked it. Because leo aliuma Gachagua kumuuma. Both in Kikuyu na Kiswahili. Alimuuma kuuma na akaumia side ingine kuuma. And I liked that salvo. Because sasa manyoya itoke bwana, tuko kipindi cha lala salama. Unajua, uma kitu kama unauma, yeye anashindanga akikuuma huko, uma, tumekupatia hiyo chance. Aliuma kuuma, and then Raila did the declaration. And I was so surprised, Nyeri was on top of it. That declaration, somebody go watch what happened in Nyeri today. I watched the whole thing. Yani, it was so revamped and I like it. Napenda. Watu, Azimio, before you think that wameisha, they bring up something else. At the same time, wako kila mahali. I think the other one was Uhuru anakampenia, Raila psychologically, anaumiza Ruto. Okay, another one. I don't know if a lot of people understand how simple Uhuru is. I came to understand, I think, 4 years ago. Did you guys actually know that Uhuru really never lives in State House? He has like a house rented right next to State House. Huko ndo anaendanga kulala. Akagi State House, anakujanga tu kwa asubuhi. That's called simplicity. Yeye anataka kwenda Ishaweri, ile Ruto alikuwa akisema. Watu walikuwa wakisema ati Uhuru ataka kukaa sijui nini, ndio hiyo vitu zake zimeanza kupangwa. Sasa kina Ruto na Kashago wataenda kusema nini? What are they going to say? I mean, they said he's going to stay, he's not going. He's going to, I mean, I don't know, Uhuru, I mean, Raila is a puppet of Uhuru. Uhuru is wanting to go. Yeye hata vitu zake zishaanza kupangwa. Sasa shida yenu ni nini? Huyu jamaa, I think at this point, if anybody knows, there's a time that when he started, he really didn't want this anything. Kwa alikuwa anashikiwa huko hivi na huko Machakos, trying, anaenda tu ku have a good time of himself. Now I believe there's nobody who's happy more than Uhuru in Kenya. Anajua hiyo kazi imemuishia, sasa yeye anataka tu kwenda kuanza life mpya tu, akae kivyake huko afanye vitu zake. So guys in UDA coming out here telling us that it's new projects, Uhuru wants to extend. Uhuru doesn't want to extend anything. Uhuru wants to go, hata vitu zake zishaanza kukusanywa. Lastly, let me tell you guys, statistically, anything above 5%, hata Chebukati afanye nini, anything above 5% is totally impossible to steal. But here we're not even talking about 5%. We're talking about 20%. It's over. Zoeni president wenyu. Zoeni the vice president. Get ready. Na sherehe tukule kukula. Mimi naenda mimi kule nitakuwa, si hata sifanyi kazi hiyo siku. Kenya inawaka moto. Ai. Raila. Amolo. Hata maliza Odinga, si ndio tutamalizia na the rest of the oath. Na hatutaki nini, tunataka Uhuru Park, because this is 1963 coming back. Uhuru, no, Uhuru Gardens. Tunataka Uhuru Gardens. Hapo ndio tunaenda na miti mkate kabisa, sijui kule nani sijui yako wapi ya kuja tupatie nini update. Anyways, Bernard, I think that was my first. Niko hapa bado. Kama tutakuwa tatu, but I urge people to come in. Kujeni tucheke na tuendelee na tufurahi.
Okay, asante Martin for that one. Msione paka amenyeshewa. Msione simba amenyeshewa mkadhani ni paka. We are dealing with these people swiftly and effectively. If you know English, that one has been deployed. So I really appreciate the kind of Uhuru. Okay, solid. He's leaving office not tired. He is leaving office not stressed. That is the joy of serving with faithful people. If you are serving with faithful people, or the people you can trust with your back, you will always, be at ease and focused. But if you are serving with snakes, you will always be stressed, looking over your shoulder, who is looking for who to poison who where. Uhuru Kenyatta has had a very good stay in office, but since the handshake, and that's why he's a happy man, even as he heads to retirement. And that's a lesson that we can all get and learn at this point in time, that as you assume a position of leadership and responsibility of leadership, the kind of people you put around yourself determine the kind of life and the kind of leadership you're going to provide. Get rid of snakes, you will live at peace. You can, rest. But if you entertain snakes will give you a hell in your leadership program. I want to appreciate those people responding to our project. I'm really happy with the progress. We are now looking for 94 people. The number is dropping. Let's get to this 100 people. $200 for us to be able to go to usual TV set as Mtembei TV, we are just expanding. We are not doing away with online TV. Online TV continues, online program continues, but we are expanding to local TV stations, and we need your support for us to do that. We can transit smoothly, and as people send in their contribution towards the same. You can send in any amount, but we are looking for 100 people who will give us $200. That will help us move faster than when we are receiving this and that. So nobody's locked out. Nobody is segregated against. We want everybody to be part of this great dream. And when I joined Mtembei TV, I didn't find it where it is now. But I don't want to leave it where it is. I want to leave it bigger and greater if there will be a reason for me to leave. But from the look of things, I'm going to stay longer than expected. So those of you who don't like my stay, you better get used to it, like the new president that is coming in, fast and furious. Well, thank you very much. Those of you that are participating, please, let's do that with all our hearts. Be part of the initial steps of the baby. And you'll be glad when it's grown into a man and you say, I'm the one who picked you at the clinic. I'm the one who was your godfather, took you for dedication. When the story is being told, your name will be among those mentioned that you made the dream happen. Asante sana. I'll be going through the names of those that have already made their submission and those who have made their commitment. So far, we are doing well. Let's move on. If we did only 10 people per show, we'll need how many days? We need 10 days. We need to do faster. 20 people per show will be able to get there in 5 days. And now we make our contractor work around the clock to put us on air before the 9th of August. Please, let's keep that deadline in our minds, even as we proceed. So before big Julius comes in, let's get this video and then remind ourselves the kind of world we live in and the kind of Kenya we are talking about.
Hii mzee na tunamshinda na kula milioni 5. Akileta nyokonyoko. William Ruto kaa kando. Kaa kando. Dawa ya hii mzee ni mtoto ya Maumau, Rigathi Gachagua. Tumekubaliana? Wewe tafadhali kiongozi wetu William Ruto na kuomba my friend. Mambo ya hii mzee akitendawili, tafadhali kaa kando. Stay aside. Dawa ya hii mzee ni kijana anaitwa Ndende Nyoro, mtoto ya Maumau. Kijana anaitwa Kemani Ichong'wa, mtoto ya Maumau. Kijana anaitwa Moses Kuria, mtoto ya Maumau. Mama wetu ya nguvu Ares Wahome, wakiongozwa wote na mtoto ya Maumau Rigathi Gachagua. Na sisi watu ya Mlima tutamaliza hii mambo ya kitendawili na hiyo mtu once and for all, forever, asisumbue watu ya Kenya tena. Nitwaiguithania. Mliona huyu dada yangu Martha Karua akiongea uongo kwa TV. Ate fertilizer ni 2,000. Ni uongo si uongo? Ni uongo si uongo? Si huyu Martha Karua siku alipewa kazi na Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki siku alisumbuliwa na Raila akitaka mtu ya kumsaidia. Huyu Martha Karua alichukua bendera akamtupia Mwai Kibaki akamwacha. Alimwacha hakumwacha. Na sasa anakuja hapa kutuambia ati anaweza shikilia sisi. Siku William Ruto na Uhuru Kenyatta walipelekwa Hague, Martha Karua alisema waende wanyongwe. Alisema hakusema? Siku zote watu ya Mlima Kenya tuliungana tukasema tusupport Uhuru Kenyatta 2013. Martha Karua na Peter Kenneth walipinga Uhuru Kenyatta. Walimpinga hakumpinga? Sasa mnatuambia nini? Mambo ya Mlima hamjui. Hamjui bei ya fertilizer, hamjui bei ya unga, hamjui shida zetu. Wewe Martha Karua, shikana na mzee Kitendawili, muingie wheelbarrow moja, muende mpaka Bondo. Harabe! Andũ aitũ nĩ mũgũtũhe jeshi ya wĩra ya UDA, nĩ mũgũtũhe gavana Mwalimu Mutahi wa Kahiga. Kahiga aendelee asiendelee? Aendelee asiendelee? Kahiga amefanya kazi hajafanya? Amejenga barabara hajajenga? Apewe nafasi asipewe? Wangapi wanasema Kahiga tano tena, Kahiga tano tena? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, huyu seneta anaitwa Home wa Matinga, ako sawa hako sawa? Anatosha atoshi? Aingie asiingie? Aingie asiingie? Wapi kura ya seneta wa Home wa Matinga Kobra? Huyu mama wetu, shujaa wetu.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and truth. Mtembei TV, bold and truth.
Yes, Martin, ulikuwa unasema? Mato.
Yeah, I wanted to say thank you for playing that video. That's the one I was talking about. Because people need to understand the kind of people we are talking about. You know, when did we get our independence? 1963. What are we talking about Mau Mau right now? I mean, really? And again, when you talk about that, and even ukiangalizo counts, and I apologize for all the Kikuyus in the house. No, it's not. We are all Kenyans together. Now we don't care about hizo mkoloni alienda kitambo. We don't play those games anymore. We are all one Kenya. When you hear, oh, nani sijui mtoto wa Mau Mau, I wouldn't mention names. Nani mtoto wa Mau Mau? Nani mtoto wa Mau Mau? Nani mtoto wa Mau Mau? What are you declaring war about? Njiru told me that was a declaration of war. I wish he was here. What are you declaring war about? We are Kenyans. Is Kenya central? How big is Kenya? What is this that is so special that, you know, you're talking about Mau Mau? 1963, we've been here together, fighting everything together as one country. So you find one side of the political divide today is talking about AZIMIO La Umoja, Declaration of Unity, which is even in our own national anthem, peace and unity. The other one is here still thinking we're still in the Mau Mau era, people living in this, you know, wakobado kwa misituni, trying to fight na sijui nini, sijui tutafanya, mtafanyia nani? You think you can even do anything to Wajaluo kiamua pia kuongea hivyo? This is where we divide our country. Wajaluo pia kiamua kuongea hivyo, sasa mtafanya nini? Na Wakamba waamue kuongea hivyo. na nani Mijikenda waongee, I mean kila mtu atake kuongea hivyo. What are you gonna do? So as a politician, actually, who's seeking the second seat of the presidency of the whole country, and that's how you're talking? Are you trying to send our country to be the South Sudan, where I mean Sudan or Congo, where they've come from fighting and everything? What are you trying to do? What does the international community look at us like? You know, we have the Britain in Nanyuki. The Britain want to train our army. They were our colonizers. But we did forgive them, and they trained our army, and we get their M16 and M14. Anybody that has been in the military understands. They give us all those things to be able to defend ourselves from other countries around us that might be a danger to us. The reason we had success in Somalia was because of those guys helping us. I mean, there's nowhere Kenya that you can tell me provides, you know, F-13, you know, fighter jets. We don't do that. Tumesaidiwa na hizo countries zote, even including our colonizers. Now, when you have somebody that is looking to be close to be the second in power, and if they were to win and something happens to Ruto, guess who will be the president? So who atakuwa kiongea story ya Maumau na watu wa Mijikenda na Coast na hiyo yote? And I'm telling you guys, when you have this kind of backward bush mentality of people thinking, is when you lose a country, because that country is bigger than Central, is bigger than Mau Mau, is bigger than that. Even the Mau Mau people that actually fought, and the kids, most of them, we meet them here, they don't talk about Mau Mau like that. You see, I don't know, it's so backward. I saw that thing and I almost shed, because I asked myself, what country are we trying? And you find people trying to support these people. You're talking about Mau Mau in 2022 when we got our independence in 1963, and actually it was 1956 that people the colonial government started, you know, backing off. Come on. People need to go read, understand where we came from. Skuza kipande kutembe ukiwa umebeba kipande hivi kama wewe ni Muafrika. These are words, kama you don't have a grandfather who told you all those things, you need to go back and actually understand where we come from. And when you hear Mau Mau, Central is not Mau Mau. Last elections, we were very close, and I still have those maps. Tulikuwa tumeamua secession. Central ikae peke yake na tuweke fence na wakuwe na nini. And we were almost giving them Rift Valley at some point. Na Kenya ingine tuendelee na amani. We cannot have such leaders. And especially a time like this that can actually burn the whole country. I'm so sorry. Bernard, that's the reason I wanted to play that, because it hurt my heart. Iliniumiza kuniumiza. I had to put it on the debate chat. And I wanted people to see, and the ones that are still on that, I want them to tell us, what is it about Mau Mau that we don't know of our history, and what is it about Mau Mau that can change? Na ipeleke Raila Bondo adil na yeye, what are you gonna deal with? Na ukidil nao unadhani wa Coast, wa Giriama, wa Kamba, kila kitu ingine itafanya nini? Because like we said, secession, we can actually fence that area. Just like South Sudan and North Sudan waliamulia, this is an abusive marriage, we're not going to do it. Asa unatuongeleshaji wewe, unaongelesha kina nani? What if we declare the same war that you want to declare? Utakumuumiza watu wako watu wa Central? Na hakuna kitu mnaweza fanya, tutakuja na side zote, kwanza you are cornered, landlocked. So if you vote, you're trying to bring war into Kenya. We don't want that. And that's what I'm telling people. We don't want that. We want Central, you're my brothers, everybody, to kai Kenya moja. And we do not need such leaders. In fact, kwanza nafaa kwenda ICC for such rhetoric. And not even that, Kwanza ende akamaliza na ile pesa yake yenye ako kwa koti now. Before we give him a vice presidency, let them go. Hiyo kiburi yote we cannot do with it. Na hatuwezi na hatutafanya. And I have refused. Leo nimekuwa mkali because tuko kipindi cha lala salama. Pole Bernard, but thank you for playing that video. I want people to see what I'm trying to say. That's inangoja, hiyo ni kumwagia mafuta hivi, unangoja tu a spark iwake.
Okay, thank you, Martin, for that observation. And I will have this to say before Big Julius comes in. We have people who still, we have people who are seeking leadership, national leadership position with village mentality. It appears to me that people like Gachagua, Moses Kuria, and Ndinyoro, Ichungwa, and all that, they have never come to terms that there is more Kenya than Mount Kenya. Okay, they think the rest of Kenya owes Mount Kenya something. And so leadership has to be in Mount Kenya. The rest of Kenyans are to be ruled. That mentality has been overtaken by events and time. The only Kenya that is safe is Kenya for all Kenyans. Mount Kenya can build the house. It is Nyanza and the Western that live in those houses as tenants. It doesn't matter how big you are as a landlord. If your houses don't have the clients, you don't have tenants, you are as poor as the person who doesn't own anything. So let us find profit in our diversity. But the mentality of one Gachagua and their team of UDA, whatever they are offering Kenyans, in my opinion, is backward. It is outdated, and nobody should entertain it. The way they think is that leadership is hating Raila Odinga or decampaigning Raila Odinga and saying this community is wrong, this community is right. You can't be asking for a national leadership position without you having internalized nationalism. Nationalism means every Kenyan matter, whether they are in the country or out of the country. Each and every one of these people are precious to you, and you as president, deputy president, you will go at any length to protect those lives. The story William Ruto goes to TV to say that the people are dying in Baragoi and the other places, Kerio Valley, because the government is punishing him. That's the mind that belonged to the Stone Age period. Now, there are no better words to use for that, because one life is too much. 150 people are dying and you say it's because of you. You would have offered yourself. You say, no, instead of killing them, kill me. That's what leadership is. Taking the bullet for the people. Taking the pain for the people. Taking the suffering for the people. Not inflicting others with pain because you want to be their leader. So Gachagua and team belong into the Stone Age, and let them be left there. I believe the mountain, the lake, the valley, and the plains, all of them constitute Kenya. And the colorful Kenya is when the semi-arid, the arid, the plains, the highlands, the lake, the valley, all of them come together. And when we mix that, we come with a colorful Kenya, where we have all sufficiency. That one place is rich, the other, the rich place feeds the poor place, and the poor place supplies the animals for the other rich place, the green place. We need the Kenya for all Kenyans. And anybody wants a national office must go for Kenya for all Kenyans. So this twisted, deceived chief mentality of the former Dio and his boss, who think that Kenya revolves around them, that if they are pinched, they are suffering because of Kenya. Do they know what suffering is? May God have mercy on us. I just want us to embrace the fact that the best Kenya is Kenya for all Kenyans. And if we want to make anybody president, we must make a person who has Kenya at heart, who minds the rendiles, okay? What are they? The gems, okay? What are they called? Hunters and gatherers. Yes, each one of them, every Kenyan matter, every life matters. Yes. Each one of us must matter. And we must come to a place where anybody can be president in this country. Not because of this tribe cannot be president, this group cannot be president, the presidency belongs to us, so fighting every other person is what makes you viable for leadership. Madness. So if Ndindi Nyoro and the rest of the list, Gachagua read, that is what they are looking for, they have sent themselves to oblivion. That's why they are irrelevant right now. They thought presidency is about attacking, wherever leadership is about attacking one person and vilifying other communities. Hiyo tumekataa. Now, I don't know how you do that and you still claim to be a Christian. I don't know how that is possible, okay? Because Christianity is about selflessness, not selfishness. So how you profess to be a Christian and yet you are vilifying other people, preferring other people, yourself over other people, is the two things that is mixing me up in understanding the biblical provision and the kind of practice we are having. Without taking much time, let's make progress with the discussion. And as we continue with the discussion, let's continue with our contribution. I really appreciate everyone that is making their sacrifice to help Mtembe TV get to the platform where everyone in the country can access this kind of information. Please don't be left behind. Whatever amount you can send to help out, please do. The number is on the screen, and I'll be sharing it once in a while in the comment section. And even when I sign out, let's not relent. Let us keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. We can get this amount within this week. By the beginning of next week, we get our contractor on site, put up the whatever the systems, and we are off. By election day, we are streaming live online and streaming on the terrestrial TV, whatever digital TV platform in that particular space, where with one button your grandmother will watch, your mother will watch, your auntie will watch, your brothers in the village will see what we are doing. Please don't be left behind. Don't exclude yourself from this program. Hii ni kazi yetu na tutaifanya, and it's achievable. It can be done. Thank you very much. Big Julius, karibu sana.
Thank you, Bernard, for for this chance. I'm grateful, and I want to ask Bob, watu wakiwa wachache studio hapa na lala, wakikisha ta be cheerful. Najua ndio tuna Anyway, I want to thank, as always, thank Mtembe TV for the chance. You know, we have personally, I've learned a lot of things. I've met good friends, and I'm grateful because it's a good thing. We are connected wherever we are. Even if we are not, some of us, we are not in the country. We are outside, but we can communicate. We can see see each other face to face, and have some discussion. I'm happy about it, and I support what you are the extending of the TV station to the local people, because some of them cannot, they are not able to, to connectivity. But for us, it's very easy here. But local people at home, kina grandmother pale, kina mothers, sisters, wale watu wa Ushago, we want also them to see these facts, because there are many things that we discuss here which in many other TVs it's very difficult for them because unajua wale wanazungumza hapa ndio watu wa boda wa mama mboga, the real people who speaks the truth. And I'm always very grateful, Bernard. You know, I want to ask Brother Ndeto to not worry about the utterances of aibu wa rais, because yeye ni aibu wa rais, kazi yake ni rais. And you know, if it comes from the mouth of somebody else, we can take it seriously. But mtu kama huyo, I'm very sure it's just ni kama tu punda akinyamba. Unajua, nobody complains when punda ikinyamba. Binadamu hawezi lalamika, because you know definitely that is hiyo ni mnyambo ya punda. So let's not because kama ni Ndeto, if at all he meant what he was saying about hiyo chenye anasema ati mtoto wa Mau Mau, hange torture bibi ya Matiba. He tortured that lady, that old lady, the same Gachagua, si ati mtu mwingine. That lady, bibi ya Matiba, alikuwa freedom fighter, Mau Mau. So how can you talk about Mau Mau and yourself you used to torture those Mau Mau people who worked for Mau Mau, who cooked for Mau Mau? So ni Mau Mau gani anaongea? Wacha kutudanganya hapa. You know, at times kama ingekuwa wakati wa KBC peke yake ndio mtu unaweza danganya watu, lakini saa hizi watu wako connected. Hiyo vitisho sisi, we cannot take it. We are not going to take it. Na tafute njia nyingine, because you know one thing, Bernard, is because the bottom up thing is not working. They tried it, it's not working. So they are looking for another new thing. Korea brought the thing of circumcision, it is not working. They brought about the wheelbarrow, it is not working. So everything that they have tried, it's not working for them. So they have to change that out. But again, Bernard, I agree with him, because, you know, who are these people that he called? They are the people who doesn't know what they want in life. They will just think about themselves. Kama yeye anafikiria kwenda kuchukua ile pesa aliiba, serikali court imesuia, freeze account zake. He's thinking about kwenda kupata hiyo pesa na kuchukua na kupeleka Wakikuyu. That's what he said. Apeleke Wakikuyu wakunywe pombe, wanawake wakunywe uji, wanaume wakunywe pombe, wakikula nyama kwake. Ashajenga nyumba mzuri na hiyo pesa. Surely the Kikuyu people are beyond that kind of. The Kikuyu people are very hardworking people. Wakikuyu walipigania uhuru, that's true. Hapa hajadanganya, alisema ukweli. And after kupigania uhuru, they are doing very hard to do business all over the country of Kenya. Everywhere they are doing their business. And they are not being given that business. Actually, they are doing good business and they are earning themselves their life. So there is no way out that Gachagua anakuja kuambia watu sijui nini. So hiyo ni stories zingine ambazo za kitoto, childish. Na ni mtu wako over 70 years. You know, it's very bad when you are in that age, you come back to talk about some like a kid. Sasa unasikia naongea kuhusu kina anaitwa nani huyu kijana huyu anaitwa nani? I forgot that MP Nyondo. Rafiki yangu anamuitaga Nyondo, asiji kalienda
Ndidi Nyoro.
Anaitwa Nyondo, haitwi Nyoro. Anaitwa Nyondo, ndio nani anamuingiga, anaituga Njeria mara. If mzee wa 70 years old over 70 anakuja kuongea kuhusu watu ati ni maumau. Nyondo ni maumau. Kijana hajafika hata 40. Surely. Yeah, kwani what is maumau? Kwani maumau umekuwa that cheap? Sure. I know you are concerned. Those words were not good, but don't worry about it. Because mwenye ameongea mwenye ni mtu ambaye tunamjua. He slaughtered the Kikuyu in Molo, slaughtering them. So hiyo ndio maumau anatuambia. Surely. Kusema kweli najua kuna vitu zingine we always keep quiet, not because we don't know, because we don't want to talk about it, because it doesn't. But if you talk about it, we will talk about it. Na hii heshima haiwezi kuwa ya upande moja. I cannot respect you and don't respect me. If you don't respect me, I will come for you. If you respect me, I will respect you. So it's very important, surely. Sasa anaharibia, anasema tu Wakikuyu, they are very civilized people. Wakikuyu, they are very educated people. Wakikuyu, actually, ukiangalia historia ya Kenya, the Kikuyus are the firstborn of the country. Ama the first wife. So there is no way out. Utaenda uende kuweka nini vitina zako kugonganisha na kabila zingine so that you will gain the stupidity that you think you're making yourself to become a deputy president. It's very stupid. Let us continue. For us, Azimio, the Azimio La Umoja, Baba thought a very good program that will unite all the people. We think about Kenya. We don't think about a Maasai. We don't think about Kamba. We don't think about the Luya. We don't think about the Kikuyu. We think about a unity of the country. As Ndeto said, the national anthem says. Lazima tuungane pamoja, tuwe kitu kimoja. Tuwe na upendo, the true love. Mtu anaenda kanisa, hii kanisa hii itatuonyesha mambo. Ndio unaona Waislamu wanatushinda kwa sababu wale wanajiita Wakristo, pastors na bishops wameenda huku, wamekuwa hao kazi yao ni kupokea handout badala ya kupreach peace, kupreach the commandment, which is love your neighbors, you love yourself. That's one of the best, the biggest commandment. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Sasa hiyo nini commandment ilienda wapi na UDA? And by the way, Bernard, I'm very happy. I was watching a clip. MCS wote wa Kisii wa UDA wamesema wanasupport Simba Arati. It's a good thing because you know kuku inakuja nyumbani kutolewa manyoya. Na manyoya tu imebaki kutoa na ukaangu. This thing we are taking it and we have already taken it and we are not even saa hizi hata tuwezi pembelezana nani. I support jana nani anaitwa nani Tempa. Kuna watu nimekuaga nao kwa hizi nini tunazungumza tumewapembeleza watu nini wa support, they are not support. Let them go, hata hatutaki kura zao. Vile Julia aliambia jamaa mwingine hapa, saa zingine kuna kura zingine hata zinakuaga ni cast, so we don't need their vote. Wacha waende na hizo. We know that we are going to win this thing round 1. Kwanza in a very very big percentage. We are going to get over 70%. That they cannot even have a chance of going to Supreme Court. That's why they are trying to create many issues in IEBC so that it will give them a leeway of going to Supreme Court. But we are not. I'm very sure we are going to win in a best way, and I'm very happy. Uhuru is doing a good job. Uhuru is a unique president, and by the way, Uhuru is one of those best presidents that kila mtu atakuja kumfikiria baada ya yeye kwenda nyumbani. Ati Uhuru was a good man. Uhuru is a good president and we love him. We want him to go peacefully home. Aende boma yake, ako na boma, ako na watoto. Aende angalie wajukuu. He's no longer young. He's a grown up man. So I think and by the way, in that advertisement here, Nissan coming to invest in Kenya, it's a big thing. That is a big thing. It's a big imeinua Kenya. You know, Nissan is the second, upper Japan, Nissan is the second biggest motor company after Toyota. And Nissan is the only company that imetengeneza supercar ambayo inashindana na kina Benz na kina so what Uhuru has done to bring the Nissan to invest in Kenya, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. So we have to appreciate what President Uhuru is doing. I think if Uhuru did this the past 10 years, hata sijui tungekuwa wapi saizi. A little bit blame him, alilala term yake ya kwanza, alilala uzingizi, akalala naye mwingine alikuwa anapora kupora. But it's okay. Waswahili walisema ama afadhali kuchelewa kuliko kutofika. He was early delay the first term, but at least we can see what the president has done in Kenya. So we love him and we admire him and we still want to see him around. Akiretire za zingine, you know, we will love to see him healthy and na akienjoy kazi ya mikono yake, because that is what he has done. Nairobi imechange, hata huwezi jua Nairobi. So we are grateful, Bernard. We are very, very grateful. And I want to ask Azimio to continue pushing, let us not, but these few remaining 2 weeks, actually it's below 2 weeks because it's around 12 days, 12 days, tuendelee tu kuomba kura, kuomba wale undecided voters wapigie baba na mama, so that we will start a new Kenya. Because for me, this election, I compare this election of this year as the election of 2002. There's a lot of similarities that we need to embrace it, to need to support it. We need to support our leaders, our two leaders, Martha Karua, Baba and Martha Karua, because they are the leaders who fought for the second liberation together. Now, because they fight for that, they did fought for that. Now they are coming in the highest office to initiate what they did fight for, which is a good thing. Anyway, Bernard, let me finish there. I don't want to take a long time as we proceed. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Big Julius. We appreciate it, and it's good for us kueleweshwa, kwa sababu wengine wetu ni kama tutaki kujua, wakati kujua ndio muhimu, ndio tuelewe tunatoka wapi. Nakumbuka jana nilikuwa mjini, alafu nikaenda kwa Shushaina hapo, alafu nikakuta kuna Shushaina, of course kuna wale wazee, na alafu kulikuwa na kijana hapo kando. Sasa huyu kijana ndio alikuwa wa UDA. Then wazee wanaongea vile William Ruto ataperform kwa debate. Hiyo kijana asema yeye hataki kujua, yeye ni mtu wa William Ruto, na hata kama William Ruto amefanya nini ama amesema nini, yeye ni wa Ruto. So mimi nikamuuliza, wewe kijana unaongeaje wakati wazee wanaongea? Akasema wazee pia watungoje, na sisi ni vijana, wazee pia watungoje, wasikilize kile tunasema. And I said, from the word go, you are a spoiled child. You cannot be saying that wazee wakungoje wewe umalize ndio hao waongee. Who is your father? Who raised you? Who taught you that? So there is this misguided so-called generation that think the elderly are elderly by accident. It's not by accident, it's by design. God designed that there is a people who will hand over whatever they have to the next generation. and should be instructed to hand to the next generation. If everything came on the first day, it will all grow old the same day and there will be nothing left. So we are in a divine or arranged order. And the only way for you to profit as a young person is to learn from your elders. If you are too much in a hurry to learn from your elders, the elders will bury you. But the divine order is that the younger bury the older. The reason why the older are now burying the younger is because the younger have chosen not to follow the due process. I hope that is clear to everyone. So tuwe makini, tufanye yale ambayo yanapaswa kufanya, na haswa wale ambao ni wazazi. Don't let your children despise their elders. Bring them up in the right way. Let them know that there is a blessing that you cannot get any other way. No prophet, now I'm talking as a clergy, no prophet can give you the blessing for your father and mother. Hakuna nabii ambaye hata umpelekee sadaka inakaje hawezi kureplace ile baraka ya baba na mama na ya wazee. Kwa hivyo lazima uchague kuishi maisha yako kwa amani, kwa kufuata maadili ambayo yamewekwa. Biblia inasema don't move the ancient landmarks that our forefathers have established. Let's listen to this shortly and then to bring in the next person.
There's ways like I need that money so that I can go and convince my community or I can convince my constituency. But it was colossal amounts of money. It was like the upfront payment. Then the final payment is through grabbing certain ministries, making sure that finance, making sure that agriculture, making sure that infrastructure. If you didn't have the minister, he had the permanent secretaries, and then he went on a looting spree.
The question everybody would be asking right now, the obvious question is, why come out now and tell us this?
It is 12 days to an election and Kenyans need to know the truth.
And the truth, once again, is William Ruto was paid to support Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes, and I don't know why he thinks that the people from central Mount Kenya area owe him anything, because he was paid off. It was conditional on him receiving this money in advance, and after that, getting certain key ministries, which is okay if he ran them properly, but he made sure that he was in a looting spree, that's all.
That the government has lost 21 billion in Kimwarer and I don't know Aror Dam, which is a flat lie. The money in question is about 7 billion. And for every coin that has been paid, we have a bank guarantee. No money will be lost because we are a responsible government. We have engaged every arm of government to make sure that public resources are safe, and therefore the correct information must be used as we target the fight against corruption so that we can nail the true culprits. Sometimes when we say 9 billion has been lost, and then when it goes to court, it is 100 million. The public is asking, what happened to 8.1 billion? So we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Relatives of influential people in political parties have been rewarded by way of nominations to parliament and county assemblies. This is going by the political parties' nomination list published by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC. And as Naoma Sampao now reports, this is the first time sitting members of parliament have been nominated even before elections are held.
President Uhuru Kenyatta's Jubilee Party has presented the head of state sister, Christina Wamboi Kenyatta, for nomination to the Senate in its party list. Also on the list gazetted by the Independent Electoral Commission IEBC are Nairobi County's Governor Anne Kananu for the Senate and Murang'a County Woman Representative Sabina Chege to the National Assembly. Also on the Jubilee list are Deputy Speaker of the Senate Margaret Kamar, Chief Administrative Secretary of Livestock and Fisheries Lina Jebi Kilimo, and Rukia Ahmed Subo Mohammed, who currently serves as Kenyan ambassador to Iran. Notable names in the list by Deputy President William Ruto's UDA list include Nairobi politician Karen Nyamu and Kajiado East Member of Parliament Peris Tobiko, who lost in the party's nominations for Kajiado Governor. Also on the list is current Laikipia Woman Representative Catherine Warogoro, who lost the UDA nomination for Laikipia East MP. Narok Woman Representative Soipan Toya is also on the UDA list. Raila Odinga's ODM has listed its chairman John Mbadi in the nomination list for the National Assembly. Mbadi was prevailed upon to drop his bid for Homa Bay Governor in favor of Gladys Wanga, who is the current woman representative. In the list for the Senate, the Orange Party has listed its National Executive Director in charge of elections, Catherine Muma. Ayoma Sampao, NTV.
Bob umeamka. Bob.
Stop attacking Bob. Let's run this interested parties order.
Kwa muda sasa, runinga ya Mtembei imebobea mtandaoni kwa taarifa na uchanganuzi sahihi. Kumbuka tuko live pia kwenye Mtembei TV.
Once again, congratulations to all concerned. Thank you Mitsubishi for your trust and confidence in Kenya.
Wengi wameipokea na kuienzi. Wakati wa kihistoria umewadia tena tunapojisatiti kuingia maeneo tofauti jijini, mijini na hata vijijini. Tunaomba msaada wako, ufadhili na uwegezaji. Katika safari hii tuvute pamoja kuingia digital TV broadcasting space. Give us wings to reach every home locally as we do internationally. Mtembei TV, bold and true. Mtembei TV, bold and true.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's hear from interested party. Interested party, how are you?
I'm okay, thank you, Bernard, Bob, Azimio, Martin Leto, a big Julius. Indeed, it's a great day, and things are unfolding very, very fast. Bernard, pole sana, tueli mwana akilia hapo bana, anasema Gachagua ameiba pesa ya Waluya. Ameiba pesa yenyu bwana. He has to return those money. So Martin Leto, I had to start with whatever.
Alileta Wilbur akatuuzia bei ya shamba.
Kasha bei ya shamba. So Martin Leto, kwa hii mambo ya the state of Gachagua is very unfortunate. And I think if you look at it, at mambo ya Mau mainly were fighting for White Island. Let's just call it the way it is. Iko White Island huko juu. Kulikuwa na Nandi resistance pia huko na whatever. So this Kenya si kuona kifika Nairobi, they were never in Nyanza, Uluyani, Coast or whatever. Wakati pigania mashamba zao huko juu. So mtu akisema tena mtoto wa mama si ABCD, it is like it doesn't make sense to me. We just incorporated the freedom fighting, but truthfully speaking, Mama was not fighting for Kenya. Mama was fighting for the shamba zao huko juu. It's on the White Islands. And that is it. That is the truth. Now, today, Bernard, I saw something very, very interesting. Just before I come to the topic, this guy in YouTube, anaitwa Skyman Gashie. This guy say normally akona nini yake, but he normally walk kwa anatembea kwa vituo. Taka kwa gari with a hidden camera pale Kenol, and was asking some youth, hapa Kenol mna maneno aje? Because a person youth akisema hapa, my friend, mambo hapa ni 50-50. Ati kwa nini? My friend, sasa watu wajajiuliza baba alikosea wapi? Tujaribu kuangalia ubaya wa baba, tuone ubaya yake. Tuliambiwa tu ni mbaya, lakini hatujai kuona ubaya wake. So people are really asking they are questioning themselves right now. Surely, what did this guy do? Why are we hating him? Tujasikia ameua mtu, achukua shamba ya mtu, ajifanya chochote ya mtu. So actually Central, there's something is very, very nini. Something's happening there. There's a overturn. Kuna kitu inafanyika pale. Na hiyo I believe ni Mungu tu. God is changing these people's heart slowly but surely. Swiftly and effectively. So it was something very, very, very encouraging. Now to come to the meeting in Nyeri, Martha now is firing from all cylinders. It's all system go. Asa kuna kubembelezana. You call it as it is. It is the way it is. And whatever she was saying, my friend, you could even cry. Anasema na Kiswahili na Kizungu, Kiswahili na Kikuyu, Kiswahili na Kikuyu. Point, anapeleka the point home. She's driving point home kabisa. And what I like about Azimio, they are very consistent in their messaging. And they are very strategic in whatever they do. Ni kama ile sasa unaona sasa mengia Central, ni kama ile sasa useme pekee umepatiwa samaki na mtu akakwekea njugu. First unajua utakula samaki kwanza, kisha kula samaki sasa ndio njugu, ile test ya njugu, the after test sasa ndio malizie na njugu. Sasa ndio njugu. Sasa mengia Central ile wakitoka pale watasahau na ile wheelbarrow, ile njugu ya hiyo njugu ndio ina test kwa mdomo. Let's listen to this person. Huyu mtu anaongea kitu ya maana sana. And whatever Raila is doing, kwa sababu watu kiangalia the reaction of the crowd, because that is very much important. The crowd was fired up. The crowd was very responsive. And that shows you that there's something very, very, very vital happening in Central Kenya. Something very, very big. At the tantrums of Ruto and the Gachagwas, that is something that now we are used to it. Kama watu wanasema it is being punished. How can you kill somebody to punish you? When how important are you? That I can go to an exit nende niue mtu kwa sababu I want to punish Bernard. I go and kill my neighbor. I go and kill your wife na watoto. Because I want to punish you. Kwani kitu gani umenifanyia? If I want to punish you, I come and kill you. Why should I go around the bush niue watu karibu 20 ati kwa sababu nataka kukupunish? This person, the agenda wana imeishia. They have nothing. They have nothing to offer to Kenyans, and they know it. And hii mambo ya like Venezuela now, what I've come to realize, Ruto knows he has lost this thing. Hati 1.2 billion si ataenda kushinda naye, ataongezwa. He just want to narrow the margin ya kushindwa. Say, we had the numbers. My friend, umeshindwa, you've been outwashed. So just want something ya kuongezea pale to narrow the margin. But ende kufanya kitu yoyote kubwa Kenya hii. So when Gachagua calls himself siji mtoto wa Maumau, siji mtoto wa nini, mtoto wa Maumau, Ndidi Nyoro na watoto wa jana hapa, basi ni wajukuu wa Maumau, mbona wanaitwa watoto wa Maumau? And then why wiping tribal emotion? Because nothing else is working for these people. they are grasping on a straw. They are sinking. It's anything goes. Ukipata kasua utaka rushiki uone kama utapona. Throwing mud on the wall uone kama itastick. Ile itastick ushikiliwe endelee nayo. But as it is right now, imefika kipindi cha lala salama na Azimio are doing damage. Ile ni ile damage. Sasa ni kule, yani unagonga kugonga. Inaitwa Scotch method. Unaenda unaacha kama umechoma kabisa. Because saizi unaona baba ako pale, Kalonzo sijui whatever is doing, hata screen sijui ya mali huko. He is doing damage wherever he is. Ngili is doing damage wherever he is. She is. So it is overwhelming to these people. Other than ile one man show, one man guitar. Ruto is a one man guitar.
Interested party. Kalonzo anachanua, amechukua kombu. Unajua ile kichana anachanua ukambani, anaenda anarudia Voi pale kuchanua.
That's what I've seen, bana. Thank you for the information. These people are doing a tremendous work. Tremendous work. Sababu hata pale Nyanza, whatever kina Orengo anafanya huko is not a joke. Ndio kwa maana tutatembea na mzee. Hawa mambo, my friend, make sure the turnout huku si michezo. Watu watoke wapige kura. Wamaanza kumobilize watu wa mabodaboda, wanaanza kupatiwa mapesa. Ichukua wazee ndio waende kwa kituo cha kura. Hakuna kuacha, no stone unturned. Hakuna kuacha mtu nje. These people must come out and vote. And that's why I'm prevailing upon all of us. We encourage people to come and vote. Tutoke tu nje, carry mtu hata kama unafea, omba mtu akupatie. Mpeleke kwa kituo apige, make sure amepiga kura, amerudi. It is just a one day affair. We want to lose. Hakuna kitu tuenda ku lose. Hakuna kitu tuenda tusaidiane. What we need ni amani. But as far as I'm concerned, the game is over. The game is over kabisa. Asante sana.
Bernard, kidogo niambie interested party kitu. Interested party?
Kusikia?
Unanisikia? Acha nikwambie, kimeumana, unajua kuna nini ilitoka jana. It was somebody that I know huko ndani ya story ya UDA huko. Walikuwa juu mali ya kwenda kwa sababu Azimio wako kila mahali. Unaona kina Josa zenye uoni kwa show hawako huko. Wanakuwa wanachapa vitu zao huko. So kila mahali tu ni UDA. So lazima ni Azimio wamegawana wote. Waliambiwa weende ile pande, hawafai kuwa pamoja wote. So wanachana hawa watu wajui mali ya kwenda.
Sasa hata ukiniambia hata vile unasema hata nani hivi Kalonzo let the cat of the bag. Yeye akisema walikuwa Mombasa, akasema nimewachana nao, nikakuja hapa itakaa siji niende wapi, wakaninena na Sabina Chege. Wakaenda siji Meru, wakaenda, yani unapenya kupenya. Alafu anakuja nakutana tena. Thing is, yani the river hiyo tributary after inakuja na join inaingia kwa lake. It is fantastic. Asante.
Okay, asante sana, interested party and Mato for the updates and an encouraging observation. Our country is in a good position to rejuvenate and become productive for the welfare of each and every Kenyan. And at this critical moment, we want to be sober and make wise decisions as we go to the polling stations. Don't let anybody deceive you. If you ask the hyena to take care of the sheep, get prepared for the sheep to disappear. If you send a thief to catch a thief, they will both agree and steal from you. The only way is let's get people with integrity, people with track record, people that know where we have been, where we are, and where we ought to go. The milkers of this country, those who want to milk this country until it falls dead, they must not be given public office. Not as an MCA, not as a member of parliament, not as a women rep, not as a senator, not as a governor. Kama mtu ako na appetite ya kuibia wananchi, huyo mtu apelekwe kando, afanyiwe deliverance kwanza, hiyo appetite itoke, ndio aweke kwa ofisi. Wa Kenya will soon be celebrating 60 years of independence, yet we are still dependent. We don't have enough food for all our people. We don't have enough jobs for all our people. We have not put to use the majority of our mass land resource. We are living on a minute segment of the vast wealth that we have in this country. All of it because of bad governance. We can fix this on the 9th of August. Please give me credible leaders in parliament, credible leaders in the Senate, credible leaders in each and every county assembly. Let students go back to parliament to learn English. Let students go back to listen to the assembly and go and learn how to talk and communicate effectively. Remove the mess from the Senate, remove the mess from the county assembly, remove the idiots from the office of leadership. Let us emphasize and embrace what is credible, what is admirable, what is attractive. That when somebody makes a presentation, you want to hang on every word he's saying because it's articulate, it's true, and faithful. History ya drama, sijui nani amefukuza nani, nani amelala na nani, sijui nani anafanyanga nini, tuachane nayo. Siasa ya utoto tuachane nayo. We are now 60 years of age. We cannot be adolescent anymore as a nation. So all the boys who want to play adolescent, warudishwe adolescent school. Sisi tusonge mbele kama nchi. So if you are a voter, we encourage you, please go to that booth and give us leaders who are going to help this country move forward. And this appeal goes to each and every corner of this country. Remember, devolution came so that each and every corner can develop equally. So don't expect the president to come to your village and dig for you a dam there and put for your cattle deep there and do that for you. That your MCA and your governor determine whether your county remains behind or it goes forward. So if you vote in the Form 4 failures, school dropouts to go to the county assembly, after 5 years, you will still be having the Maram Road, you still be having the wherever even the river will have dried because they are going to drink it to dryness. So let's be sober as we go about this. And people who are shying off the MCA seat because they think it's for junior, that's madness. The best seat for you to go for, it is the MCA seat because your impact to the community is direct. And the improvement of your backyard is going to be accredited to you directly just by stirring up that particular county assembly to higher heights of greater policies that enhance greater development. So as we go about these elections, usicheze na maisha yako. Ukimtuma Fizi kuchunga kondoo, hatafikisha wote. Ukimtuma mwizi kwenda kutolea pesa kwa bank, hutamuona tena. Ukichagua kuchukua watoto wako, upeane kwa daktari ambaye unajua si daktari, anza kutengeneza jeneza. That is it. So these elections is about saving this country from wrong hands, placing this country in good hands so that we save the future and secure our children's children. Don't play with your vote. Na wale ambao mnapaswa kusafiri ili mpige kura, anza kusonga karibu na polling station. Zimesalia sasa siku 11. Usingoje dakika ya mwisho ndio unaanza kununua air ticket, mara Amsterdam, mara umepelekwa Dubai, from Dubai umeenda Saudi Arabia kwanza. By the time you arrive here is 15th. The party already took place. Please, let's do that in good time. And then get your voters card ready. Get your ID, very important. Your passport, please make sure it is current. Usikuja hapa Venezuela, okay? Kama ulitumia passport yako kuregister, update it, make sure it is current, and be here as a voter and help Kenya take off rightly. Okay, before we bring in Christine, I still want to emphasize, I want to appreciate, I've received from Kelab Shinyega 2000 in the support of the Mtembei TV moving to ordinary TV platform. We are moving very well, and I've also received one more person pledging to be part of the $200. That is Jay. So we are making good progress. Now we are looking for 93 people, okay? I believe this is getting better. So 93 people remaining, be one of the 93 people that will be the pioneers of Mtembei TV on ordinary TV set. Let's make this happen before election day. We can make it. We are in a good position to do it. Let's make all the sacrifices we can. I'm sure we have people here who can just write us one check and we stop this program and go and set up our system and be going. This is a phenomenal undertaking, but you're part of that history. Make history. Don't just read it. Thank you very much. Let's move on. Christine is still buffering. I don't know. Let's pray for her to go through. Papa AZIMIO, you can say something.
Thanks, Bernard.
Big Julius amesema umelala sana, so
Julius is trying to hit on me. I don't know why, Julius, you're thinking that I have just woken up. I was watching everything. I was just reclining. Unajua umri pia inahitaji mgongo isikuwe ikiangaishwa kila saa. Now, anyway, I just want to comment on regarding Gachagwa's.
You are just reclining. The people went to school. You are just reclining. The people went to school when school was still school.
Yes,
different expressions.
Thank you very much. Alikuwa amekaa kwa recliner, siweke TV hapo juu kirecline hivi na kuangalia juu hivi screen na kuangalia unaweza ongea kama umerecline.
Bernard, before Papa says something, you said I'm buffering. I just want to understand because I couldn't get through my iPad, but I think I'm on with my phone. I just want to be clear that you can.
Punguzeni siasa. Papa AZIMIO, go ahead.
Now, I just want to comment on this regarding issuing empty threats wherever he was on top of a vehicle. You know, there is this notion or fashion that regarding and that Cerelac baby called Didi Nyoro, claiming that they are Mau Mau, therefore they are entitled, they feel entitled. You know, these people don't need, I mean, they need to be taught history. And history has it that one man called Jaramogi Odinga Oginga was holding forth for the late Jomo Kenyatta to come and take over the reins of power. And if he felt entitled, he should have taken that power a long time ago. These fellows have got some false sense of entitlement that is not there. They have not contributed anything that has changed Kenya since 1963 until the other day when they now tried to come out as sons of Mau Mau. And in fact, if we are to go to the records, even in the current parliament, what has Rigathi contributed, leave alone being in the trenches, what has he contributed in parliament that can change a single life in over any Kenyan? It is zero. So this is just bravado, and it does not serve any meaningful purpose. And besides, what influence do they wield beyond their constituencies? If they really hated Uhuru Kenyatta, and they felt like Uhuru Kenyatta is an impediment to the Mount Kenya region, why can't they even attempt a quarter of what Raila Odinga did or asked his supporters to do in 2017, to boycott products? They can't, because they know that they do not have any influence. They are just noisemakers. So in a nutshell, let us just come out and vote and then show them how to govern this country the right way. Thank you.
Asante
Bernard,
sana
back to you.
Baba Azimio. Unajua kuna wale watu ambao wana thrive kwa uongo. Na Waswahili wanasema njia ya muongo ni fupi. Wewe unatokezea unasema wewe ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. Mau Mau ni nani? Alikuzaa lini? Ulikuwa wapi wakati huo? Okay. Sasa hivi ndio unakumbuka Mau Mau. Hapo awali ulitumia nini huo Mau Mau kusaidia Kenya kusonga mbele? Gachagua and team are unfit for public office at this point in time. They are not aware that we have a 2010 constitution that demands that each and every corner of this country equally belongs to the leadership of this country and is entitled to all the resources of this country. Gachagua is part of the team that says alichukua pesa za Mau Mau Road ikapelekwa Nyanza, kana kwamba Nyanza ni Uganda ama Nyanza ni Tanzania ama Nyanza ni Mozambique. Hao watu kutu imeingia kwa akili, for lack of a better word, and we should just forget them. We need people who have envisioned this country and understand that development in Nyanza is necessary, like Marsabit, like Garissa, like any part of this country. And no part of this country should be left undeveloped. I envision a Kenya whereby when you go to Marsabit, you don't miss Nairobi. And when you go to Moyale, you don't miss Kakamega. It's all done and everybody's safe where they are. That country is possible. We just need good, right leadership. Hao watu wanataka kuwa governor ili wakule pesa ili inapeana to develop the counties. Surveillance cameras ziwekwe. Kinoti baki kwa ofisi. Usiende kokote. Tukamatie mbweha wote wanaoharibu misabibu. Wakamatwe. Tupate inji ambayo after 5 years we want to see a green Kenya. Green from the north to the south, from the east to the west. It's all green. It is possible. So let's focus. Let's get this done. And then the cartel of Gulano, wherever inaitwa Gulalo, Kalal. Yes, the cartel that stopped that project. They should also be arrested because you cannot milk Kenyans simply because you have to do business. If your business is built on sucking the blood of Kenyans, let that business close. Wewe uende kuharibu mahindi kwa sababu hiyo mahindi ikikuja kwa soko bei ya unga itaanguka. Kwa nini? Kwani hayo mahindi si yatakuwa yamechangia biashara yako? So watu wakufikiria kwamba tuzuie mahindi kuja ili bei ya unga ibaki juu. Those are the bad people, bad elements in this country that needs to be gotten rid of. And as Kenyans, let's begin to focus, look at these things keenly, and be able to secure this country in the hands of right leaders. Thank you very much.
Bernard, at the risk
you're welcome. How are you today?
Bernard, at the risk of being sent to quarantine, because I know I'm misbehaving, I think people really, I don't know if we sit down with our country and with our self-minds and actually understand.
Yes, carry on.
I know I'm at the risk of being sent to quarantine right now. And that's why I say that. I think Kenyans, please, we need to stop the politics. We need to stop the familyhood, the tribal, and everything, and look at Kenya as Kenya. These guys that we're talking about, these are the things that we've been saying here for the last 8 months. We've been here saying, these are the ships that someone will go get a ship inazunguka pale kwa port ya inaitwaje, Indian Ocean, to come back because they're waiting for subsidy. And I don't know what's the obsession with RUTO. There's nothing anaweza sema bila kuongea juu ya subsidy. Why? Because subsidy means you give people money from the taxpayers. You give money. Again, Raila keeps on talking about this. And he's been saying it for the last 3-4 weeks, I believe. Look, unalipa ushuru upende usipende. And he even goes back to even say, look, you're paying, kwanza yo weka mchezo kidogo, cause Raila pia ni mcheshi kidogo. Anasema, hata ukienda kuchukua ile ya kawaida, ile ya one for the road, hiyo ndo sasa ushuru imejaa. Because you're paying your taxes. What does your tax do? All this tunalipa watu, hizi unasikia zimeibiwa. It's your money. It is your money. Watu wameandikwa na wewe, hakuna mheshimiwa. I don't know why we call them mheshimiwa. They should be called public servants. You see, hakuna kitu ya mheshimiwa. Mheshimiwa of my foot. I'm paying you every day. Wo mama mboga mwenye munasukuma, that's the person that is actually making that money possible. Tukate basi ushuru, tusilipe, tuone kama kuna mtu mmoja atasimama Kenya saizi. Kwa wale tuko nao, kwanza hao, tuone kama kuna mtu mmoja atataka, watarudi wote private sector, koza kutakuwa na pesa. Tukate, tuseme atulipi ushuru. Let's go on a strike, atulipi ushuru. Tuone kama kuna mtu atakuwa kipigana venye wanapigania kwa podium. You see, it's so stupid. These are our public servants. Then unaenda pale, mheshimiwa tafadhali nifanyie. Hiyo ni unafaa kuingia pale ukiwa unajua hii ni nyumba, City Hall. I mean, hapo Nairobi. Inafaa kuonaingia hapo ukiwa na authority, because wendo umemwandika. Si amekuandika ati anakuambia ati utatoka hapa sijui nini na matusi zingine haziko. It's called governance. Guys, please, I wish and I cannot wait for the day, because Kenya, we are so big and we need to get somewhere that actually there's no more kunyanyaswa tunanyanyaswa na watu wanakuwa waheshimiwa, and we don't understand that these our leaders, we are the one that pay them with hiyo pesa yote, mshahara yote ni sisi. So Bernard, I wanted to clarify that these guys are useless when it comes to us. Hiyo ni useless, na hatutakuja kukanyagiwa na watu ambao we pay them every day, unless tuache ushuru, tuone nani ataacha kazi yake ya lawyer, tuone nani ataacha kazi yake ya kufanya nini aingie huko. Kama utaingia huko sawa, tutakulipa basi.
So thank you, Martin. I think we will redefine public service. Let's set the records clear. I highlighted this because there was those of you can remember in 2017 there was some claims of state capture, regime change. If you remember that debate, I believe that debate has not been dropped. And this one place that we need to ventilate on, I maybe in the next show. Do we have external forces that are interested in the presidency of Kenya? That's a matter that we can't brush off, because your cartel vile mechorwa, it has more than it meets the eye. And tusinyamaze, we are the mouthpiece right now. We need to talk this out. And so I will leave this with the Jose and Martin, our strategist and researchist team. By this evening, murudi na maswali. Who is interested in the regime change in Kenya? Who is interested in choosing a president in Kenya, and why? Good homework. Najua night class imefika na walimu wa daytime wanaondoka ili walimu wa usiku waingie na tuendelee, lakini singatuki saa hii nasikiliza my sister kwanza, alafu my wanaitwanga remedial teachers wajaingia. Wakiingia tu mimi nangatuka. But please, let's do our best. Let's ensure that we give Mtembei TV a new platform. Thank you. Christine Adika.
Hi.
Karibu.
Hi, Bernard. Can you hear me? Hi, Martin.
Yes, we can hear
how
you.
are you?
We can hear you, our sister. Nice
Yes,
to
I
see
can.
you.
Hi, Big Julius. Hi, Kuseo. Bernard, I just wanted to correct you when you said Kuseo to research on regime change. I don't think he'll handle that one. Kuseo is our IEBC guy, not regime. And before I proceed, Bernard, I like whining, and I'm gonna whine before I proceed making my points. On 2 occasions,
in fact, he should not be hearing this.
Okay, on 2 occasions you've wanted me to talk. The first time you alleged that I'm buffering, and Papa went ahead and talked. The second time you gave me an opportunity to talk, and Martin, even without raising his hand, talked and took like 3 minutes, and even knew that he'll be wrong, he'll be taken on quarantine. So I just want to say respect, it starts with us. That is corruption, you know? Even corruption on somebody's time, it starts with us. So if we want to curb corruption, we better start here. Or maybe they are founders. Maybe they are special, like rules don't apply to founding members. It's just better you clarify, Bernard, you know? Even stealing somebody's time, it's corruption. Especially when, yeah, so, okay, so let's go. Let's go. And he was aware, he knew that he'll go on quarantine, and I think he should be put on quarantine.
Sorry, Sister Christine. Let me clarify. You have accused me. Let me clarify. There are no sacred cows in this platform. There are no sacred cows in this platform. 2, when I say buffering, I just mean that when I add you on the screen and you don't come on right away, I keep having that scrolling spiral. That's called buffering in this end of the world. And that way, even if I give you opportunity, you will not speak because your camera and your audio are not yet wherever added to the app. But it was doing that. That's why I let time pass until you are now okay to make communication. For Martin, he misbehaved, we just fine him. And since you are the judge right now, you can issue any judgment you want. Fine him to any degree for taking your time.
Okay, for now.
Karibu, Christine.
I let it go, but it should not recur. So, yeah, so
unmute.
I'm sorry, nilianza na kuwine. That is done. Me and Martin, we fire each other friendly. I hope he doesn't take it badly on a bad note, but at the same time, you know, we have to be mindful of each other. So, Bernard, today, there's nothing much to say. Martin has been interjecting all the time, and I said almost all the points, you know, that anyone can think of saying. Maybe if I knew more about IEBC, I would have said, but I don't know much about IEBC. But I'm glad because the debate exposed RUTO as a parent, as just he's just a liar, you know. There are many things RUTO said that has come out to be untrue. And I'm glad he didn't debate Raila because we wouldn't have had time to know him better. And if I'm correct or wrong, the 7 billion that RUTO at some point denied it wasn't lost, at some point he admitted was lost. Was it, is this the 7 billion that RUTO told us was some change for Mandazi? Bernard, if I'm not wrong. Ataski. So,
yes, it is the one. You see, the exact words was that 23 billion had been lost. Then he went on stage to deny. Then he went ahead to admit, yes, the money that is in question to have gotten lost was 7 billion. But you see, during the debate, he now changed the story and completely denied to say that the money was not lost. Now, that is the double speak that came out very clearly when he had all the 90 minutes.
Kuseo, and is it the 7 billion that he said it was some change for Mandazi? When that scandal came?
He himself didn't say that. The people who are criticizing that, how can he say only 7 billion and not 23, were the ones who were saying that he made it look like it was change for Mandazi. He didn't use those words. The words he used was that the money in question to have gotten lost was only 7 billion. Only. That is what was annoying some people.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Kuseo, for clarifying that. So there are so many lies that RUTO...
Let's get it from the horse's mouth.
What do you mean, Bernard?
You can put the clip where he was talking like that.
Okay.
No, Christine, just carry on. Just carry on. The video can't play. Just carry on.
Okay, so another lie was about the police reserves, that Matiang'i came out today and disputed it. RUTO has been going to cabinet meetings. He's been getting briefs because the last time I had him talking, he said he does get briefs even from NIS. But I'm wondering why RUTO is having a battle with the police officer. When Rigathi stands up, it's issue with police officer. RUTO should bear in mind that even when he contests elections, he will need those police officers to bring things in order for him, you know? So if he's going around talking, bad-mouthing the police officers, yet he's saying that if he feels the election are not won fairly, he's gonna go to court. He should be made, I think he should know by now that before he goes to court contesting the elections, and if he steals election from us, he will need those police officers to quell things down. So he should stop bad-mouthing them. Finally, the IEBC and CHEBUKATI. I think I saw today the ballot papers landed, and I don't remember Chebukati issuing any press briefings. So I'm just wondering, Chebukati, what he really wants us Kenyans to take his way of discharging his duties, because so far we've had so many unanswered questions. And when he comes out to answer questions, he comes at midnight, knowing very well that Kenyans are asleep. And when things are happening, he tells us, he chooses what to tell us, and he chooses what not to tell us. I think the remaining 11 days, Chebukati should just try to redeem himself by constant communication and keeping us in the loop. Like, I believe, like right now, he should start communicating each and every day, just keeping us updated on what is happening so that we can at least have some faith. Though I'm not worried, but I believe there are people that are worried. As long as Baba has not complained, he's moving on with his campaigns, and he has not talked about anything to do with IBC, my heart is at peace. And even the campaigns right now, we can see even there's RUTO in central Kenya, the turnout. I think he should just see whether he was planning to steal election, even those figures that he was planning to use. I don't think it would have worked, because it's like the wind has changed, it has just changed abruptly, and the amount of votes he was planning to steal, even in Central, to top up, would not have made any difference. So for now, all I can say, with the 12 days remaining, let us share with everybody, tell a friend, Iyo siku hakuna kulala. Bernard is here, I respect Bernard. Okay, so that day we all have to be awake. Vote, vote, vote. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Christine, we appreciate that, na Wakenya wamekusikia. Kila mtu akae macho. The bad elements must be stopped at all costs. And we must hand over this country to right leadership, not these strangers who want to rule this country from outside. Makiadi is trying to come in, and his net seems to be misbehaving, I think, from my end. Tuachie huyu IEBC agent.
Bernard, Makiadi is already in. Makiadi is already in.
Bernard, uko na tabu gani leo?
I'm saying from my end, those animals seems to have gotten to my VPN again.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Bernard.
So mimi nitaachia hapo, tafadhali nawachia the remaining part of the broadcast. The remaining part of the broadcast, muendelee na campaign. Nataka nikiamka tumefikisha hiyo figure.
Have you seen Black around?
Martin, when the chairman wa hii campaign, love. Okay?
Hii tutafikisha Bernard, hii
tutafikisha. Na hiyo campaign, mimi nimengatuka sasa. Makiadi.
Okay, sawa Bernard. Asante sana, uwe na hata ni asubuhi tayari. Uwe na siku njema.
It's well, thank you. See you later. Kuseo, take it.
Alright.
Okay.
Kuseo, usingoje nikuchezee video ya IBC.
Yes, ile ya date.
Gani hiyo?
You know, we keep saying here that
unajua Kuseo, Jose ataongea kwa mpaka kesho.
Ngoja.
Ndeto, if I were you, I would keep quiet. Now, Richie.
Yes.
You see, we keep saying that the DP is so much doublespeak that he narrowed that this week he says this, next week he says that. Now, during the debate, is a good example. What he denied in his previous presentation a few minutes ago, he turned to court and was just play for us the debt question. How he responded
from the DP, I have to look
at
that.
Especially the renegotiation of the national debt.
Yeah, you'll give me a few minutes. I have to look for that video, but I want to play one video here before you come in. Okay. So just bear with me. Just give me a minute. Let me look for that. Let me look for that video.
Makiadi.
Yes, please.
ukipatia kusema maneno ya IEBC, patia kama ni 1 minute, exactly 1 minute, kama ni 2 minutes, because it takes all the time surely.
Haya, sawa basi, wacha tucheze hii video kwanza.
When they arrived at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport Wednesday morning, they were all smiles. In fact, they did everything in unison, including inspecting ballot paper pallets that were being offloaded from a cargo plane that had transported them. A joint statement read by Reverend Father Joseph Mutie, chairman of the Interreligious Council of Kenya, captured what the observers witnessed, giving the process a clean bill of health.
The monitoring delegation inspected the security features imprinted on the ballot papers and witnessed printing and packaging of the ballot papers into booklets, boxes, and pallets, and also labeling ready for shipment. They also verified the security features on the statutory documents printed that will accompany the ballots to the polling stations.
Of AZIMIO La Umoja, One Kenya Coalition, we confirmed that we participated in the exercise. We went to Greece. We inspected the printing and packaging of the ballot papers for the presidential position, and we're in agreement that indeed the process was conducted, and AZIMIO shall also communicate further.
What has been there is what we agreed on, what we saw, how we found it, and I tend to believe that that is the real situation, which is there at Greece and what has come back to Kenya.
It is now emerging that all may not be rosy. Wednesday afternoon, the head of legal affairs in the Raila Odinga campaign secretariat, Mr. Paul Mwangi, raised concerns over the printing of Forms 34A and 34B. In a letter to IEBC Chairman Wafula Chebukati, Mwangi says, our team picked up that there were 2 books of Form 34As, which were labeled as Book 1 of 2 and Book 2 of 2. The team sought a clarification from the commissioners representing the commission during the visit, and the explanation was that extra Form 34As were needed in each polling station because there was need to give copies to election observers, media and other stakeholders. We reject this explanation. Further, Mwangi notes the commission did not give an order to the printer for Form 34B. According to Mwangi, the explanation their representatives got was that the Form 34B was not necessary and it will generate itself when results from Form 34A are keyed in.
The printing is being done from one factory, and by the way, by yesterday when we left, all the presidential ballot papers had been printed. The work that was remaining is packing. The other positions are all being printed from one factory.
Mwangi now wants the IEBC to convene an urgent meeting with presidential candidates to iron out any outstanding issues. The IEBC Vice Chair, Madam Julie Cherera, has also confirmed the presence of manual registers.
The Commission has printed a manual voter register that is packed in the presidential ballot box, the ones that are behind us. So the voter register is cut into the number of voters in that polling station.
A total of 865 presidential ballot papers pallets will be ferried in for the general election exercise using both private cargo planes and commercial airplanes. The second batch of presidential ballot papers of 300 pallets will arrive in Nairobi on the 29th July this year, 2022, while the final consignment of 340 pallets will arrive on the 3rd of August, 2022.
But even as the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission prepares for the August 9th elections, it is expressing concerns that the numerous court cases that are yet to be adjudicated on may derail the process of printing these papers, and thus they are calling on the printer to make sure that even as it goes on with this process, those that will be remaining will be on counties that are near Nairobi. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV at the JKIA in Nairobi.
Jose, you know, we cannot see your face. When you speak about the IEBC, we want to look you in the face. That's what
You see, I told you yesterday that I'm wondering, yesterday I left Big Julius here, and I'm wondering whether he ever took a break, because when I came, he's there again, and he's saying he has just talked shortly, and he said he's here. So Big Julius.
Sasa tufanye namna hii, wacha nikupatie dakika mbili uongee juu ya IEBC, alafu dakika mbili make comments.
Yeah, but I'll not respond to the issues raised by Black until he appears.
Don't worry about Black. Just respond to that video.
What I want to respond to is what you have just played.
Kuseo, before you speak, you have called my name. I have to defend myself. Please,
no. Lawyer. Through your lawyer. Through your lawyer. Sorry.
No. I personally can deal with this. It's very easy.
let him make his remarks first. Then I'll give you an opportunity to respond to him.
No, yes, give him an injunction.
Go ahead.
Style. Anyway, what I want to say is this. There is Eva, Bob, Martin Deto, Christine, and Richie. Good evening to all of us. You see, CHEBUKATI seems not to be aware that we are struggling. Let me use Nani's word, Lumumba's words. We are struggling to really put even a small amount of confidence in CHEBUKATI. And you should take every opportunity to do just that. You see, you remember when during the nomination stage, Martha Karua raised the idea that the agents should be allowed to take the image of the Form 34A. The whole idea was that to make sure that Form 34A for every police station is just 1 and 1 and 1. Why? The parallel tellers, people who are going to do the parallel telling, they should do it from the image they have taken of the single original Form 34A. There should be no extra Form 34As, who is going to audit how they have been used? It is not right. There should be no any other original Form 34A in one polling station, more than one. Every polling station should only have one original, which will eventually end up in Bomas. So that when these things are being audited and verified, there are no confusions about this. Because remember, IBC are the ones in charge. They are also the ones responsible for the security of these forms. By the time thousands and thousands of Form 34As appear at Bomas, it will be quite a challenge to try to even establish whether there are some other foreign for the Form 34As in there. It is not right. So as Paul Mwangi says, it is not clear why they should have more Form 34As to that extent. Because the best way to deal with this, because Form 34A ni kila kitu. After the Form 34A has been sorted, the election is basically over at the polling station level. The rest of it is now the tallying and transmission process. So that is my take as far as that is concerned. Now, I don't know whether I can proceed to give my issue regarding the debt management, where the DP was goofing.
Yeah, you wanted me to
I give you time to if you are able to trace it, the better.
Yeah, I'll actually find that.
Then
video.
I give somebody else a chance.
Sure, I'll find that video and then I'll play it for you. So if you can,
okay, then you can proceed. I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Next, Eva. Karibu.
Oh, me now? Okay, fine. Habari zenyu nyote. Kuzea Okoro, Martin Ubo, Christina Idinade. Poa. I have a very stupid question to ask.
Martin usifungue microphone kujibu, you just wave, eh? Martin, sawa sawa.
I have a very stupid question to ask. Why are they bringing the ballot papers in batches? I want somebody to answer me that after this. Now, going to the discussion today, let me read again. RUTO. Okay, fine. After RUTO's debate, honestly, Kenyans, we know that there is nothing important that we could take from that debate. Otherwise, all people who are politicizing about it on Facebook and everywhere is just a waste of time. I think at this time we should be discussing on what Baba will do for us from the first day he'll be entering in the office. Wasting time on RUTO is just a waste of time. The other thing is, sorry, I don't know. I'm using this rubbish phone that I don't even understand how to use it. Can somebody just take over? Let me write this down and then I'll come in, please.
Okay, sawa Eva.
Yeah.
Wote wameongea. Ose.
Christine has stopped, eh? So then I can proceed.
Christine, do you want to make any remarks before we go to Daktari here?
No, let Daktari proceed. Today I'm loyal, Daktari.
I'll say you are having a field day today. Hakuna mtu anataka kukukatizia. Haya, tupatie sasa story ya nitakutafutia hiyo video umesema. Nilikuwa nataka untupatie story. Kwa nini hizi form 34, sijui ni 34B ama ni ngapi? Why are they printing forms and they are saying that I even had one commissioner saying that some of the forms will be given to the media. How does that happen?
Actually, if you listen to me, that is what I was saying. The media should not be given from 34As. They should be able to take an image. The way Martha Karua had rested during the nomination, it is one from 34. Once all the other agents have signed it, the original will remain with the returning officer. The other people should just take the image of the same form. Remember, to protect the form, they are normally barcoded and serialized, so that whatever goes to parallel tallying at that party or at that media, it is one and the same form. You do not want a situation where other forms are circulating in other different places. There should be only one original from 34A. The other people should not have a form. They should just have an image. They should just have an image. The moment you start having other forms, in other words, you'll be creating room for abuse of the same forms. And remember, there are very many. Of all, close to 47,000 forms. If they all end up in IEBC and there were more than one copy, you can imagine. You can imagine, even if the IEBC want to verify anything, it will be just a mix-up. And given that the same people who are verifying the elections, they'll be there for almost 2-3 days consecutive. Some of them will be so sleepy, they will be so tired. You can imagine the sort of mix-up that can take place there. So you don't want additional or correction from 34A. If there is any problem, they correct it on the original, they all sign, and the same form ends up at IEBC. That is how it should be. Although I've seen if you listen to Paul Mwangi, that is the trend. That is why he has said that they need to discuss the matter further. They do not need extra Form 34As. In any case, remember they are all having unique barcodes. You don't want any form of mix-up. The truth of the matter is that, you see, from AZIMIO side, You only need to have a clean and transparent, verifiable election, and the win is yours. So you want to make sure that there are no loopholes, there are no areas where anybody can try to infiltrate the system. So long as things are done, conducted transparently and verifiably, that should be it. Because AZIMIO has the numbers. AZIMIO has the numbers. I have seen a number of, yesterday, a number of us where I was saying that AZIMIO should protect their votes. Where is Bob? He was one of them. No. You need to turn your eyes to the fake votes, which are supposed to be pumped from the other side through all manner of loopholes. And that is why yesterday we took some time to talk about the ring fencing of the polling stations to ensure that foreign and accounted for ballots do not get there, anywhere near there. So then, do we move on to the date, or you want somebody else to present?
I actually am downloading that video. I hope I got the right video. So let me see if it's ready in a minute. I hope I got the right video. Let me try play it and say, It's the one that he talked about VAT, I guess.
Yes, and the renegotiation of debts.
Okay, hold on. Just give me a minute. Is it the one that has issues about fuel prices?
Yeah, it starts like that.
Okay, I think I got it. Let me...
Wait a minute.
There's one
that one is dealing with the high cost. That one was under the topic of high cost of living and fuel prices. This particular one, there was the topic on debt, national debt.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I have a different one, but let me see.
But it is the one following the one on fuel anyway.
The rising cost of fuel, which, as you know, drives the cost of a number of other products.
I think the first thing that we need to do is to look at the taxes, because 50% almost of the cost of fuel in Kenya is taxes. I think it's time, as a country, we looked at, I think there are 15 different taxes on fuel. And I think it's time we relooked at how else do we raise revenue.
Which taxes would you be proposing to remove from fuel, the cost of fuel?
I think majority of the taxes that are in that bracket, I think there are almost 15 different taxes that are there. I do not have the specifics, but those 15, I think we need to interrogate these 15 different taxes. Which ones can we put aside so that, like other countries, we can limit the taxation on fuel? Take, for example,
let me
VAT.
ask, yeah, yes, okay,
take, for example, VAT.
Correct.
I think we need to rethink taxation, VAT taxation on fuel. That was the latest inclusion of taxes on fuel. And I think it was very controversial.
Yeah, Honorable Ruto, VAT on petroleum products was indeed controversial. Let me take you back to 2013 when VAT was imposed on this as a condition by IMF. At the time, then Majority Leader Aden Duale said, and I quote, "The 181 members have been convinced by our party leader and our deputy party leader on the rationale of 8% VAT on petroleum products." He went on to say, 181 is a very big number, and we will convince our members from the NASA side. So you, at this point in the year 2015, I believe, when this was passed, were pushing for 8% to be added on VAT. Today, you are saying you want to abolish VAT on petroleum products. Why should Kenyans believe you today?
Why wouldn't they? I mean, we live in a dynamic country, and it's only fools who don't change their mind. If you are in a situation where the price of fuel has gone to 160, I mean, it's time to think. I mean, when this VAT was imposed, then the price of fuel was under 100.
Honorable Ruto, when the VAT was imposed, it was at the time a condition by IMF when we were seeking a precautionary facility. Today we find ourselves in the exact same position with a third tranche of an IMF facility, and once again they are calling for the same issue that we are facing with VAT then is the same one we are facing now. And at the point, IMF has in fact said that we do not need to be removing taxes on petroleum products. So with an IMF facility already in place, are you then saying you are going to go back to the IMF and renegotiate the terms of that loan that is already in place regarding IMF VAT on fuel products?
What's wrong with negotiating with IMF? I think any reasonable government, looking at the situation where we are, looking at the cost of living, and how many Kenyans are every day sinking below the poverty line, I think it takes a courageous government to sit down with our development partners, and they are fairly reasonable people, and have a discussion. And I think they are, if not 8%, we need to renegotiate on some of the items that are outstanding. And apart from looking at that, there are other instruments that we can deploy. For example, we have the fuel subsidy fund. We need to think about how that fund is being used, how we are deploying it. Are we deploying it correctly? Is it giving us value? And what changes can be made? We need an open and frank conversation with our development partners who support us. And to the best of my knowledge, they are not unreasonable. They are reasonable people, and they can entertain a conversation on negotiating some of the terms that have been offered to us.
Honorable Ruto, I think that will take us into our second conversation tonight, and that is on the issue of national debt. And I'd like to pick up just where you left off. You say our partners are open to renegotiation. However, on the matter of renegotiating our debt, Honorable Ruto, you just last week in an interview with the international press said you will not be entertaining discussions around renegotiating our debt. In fact, with respect to your competitor who is not here with us today, when he brought up the issue, you in fact called his statement on that condescending and reckless. Mr. Deputy President, are you tonight changing your position and saying you will renegotiate and seek to restructure our debt?
Not at all. I still believe, as I stand here, that it is reckless for anybody to say we cannot pay our debts. I believe that we have what it takes to pay our debts. And mark you, what we were discussing about VAT is very different from negotiating our debts.
But it is tied to the IMF facility, which is a loan.
It's completely different.
How so?
What we cannot entertain as a country is a position that we cannot pay. We are.
Osea, nitakata hiyo video hapo because this guy keeps on contradicting himself. So just finish what you wanted to say so that we can move on forward.
Basically, what I was saying is this. You see, in the same interview, you remember how he approached the VAT issue. He's saying, as far as he's concerned, our development partners, the IMF, you remember the issue Okwara is talking about there is the third tranche of what started in 2013. In 2013, You remember how he was boasting that they had the support of 181 MPs. So since the other side, they were fewer, they only needed to convince them. And the thing will go through parliament. And that is exactly what happened. What happened? The VAT was increased. The VAT was increased. Now, come this time round, he says that the cost of living, the high cost of food, the high cost of fuel are because of the handshake. You know, that is why Okwara was taking him back to 2013. That those increases, the VAT is now saying that he's making us put the fuel prices so high. It's his own creation. His own creation. So now he turns around and wants to convince people that because of the handshake, food prices have gone up, fuel prices have gone up, and that Big Four has stopped. You see how you can't understand. Now, I fast track now to the debt issue. He's saying that the international community are more than ready to renegotiate those terms. Now, just last week, when Baba proposed the idea of renegotiating the debt, he said it was reckless, total reckless. Now, in the same interview, he's asked, are you changing your mind? And he says, no, I'm saying it is reckless. So now, from there now, Miyaka, I don't know what to say next. Let somebody else.
Okay, Julius, 1 minute, and then Eva can finish submission, and then we move on to the next person.
Thank you, Makiadi. You know, Kuseo, there is something that I noticed there, and many of you have realized that you did not notice it. You know what Ruto is saying that Raila plan is not to pay the loans. Actually, that's what exactly he's saying. It means that Raila...
So Kwara reminded him that there is a loan of IMF, the tranche 3. It is a loan.
Yes, I know.
Which Raila suggested we negotiate.
But according to Ruto, if you listen to that video properly, according to Ruto, he's trying to bring this narrative that Raila doesn't want to pay that loan. That is exactly what the narrative that is bringing forward. So that one, he's not double speaking. He's just trying to create something out of it. Thank you, Makiadi.
So Eva, oh, she's gone. Okay. Bob Papa Azimio. Bob Papa tuski. Wacha nitafute video ingi. Oh. Bob Papa, inaonekana kuna delay ya kukufikia sound ama ni vile umevaa headphones. Ina take time before zifike kwa masikio.
Thank you. Sio vile, in fact, I've missed Jose, and I wanted to get some clarification on IEBC. Now, amjambo nyote, sijasalimia Makiadi, nimekusalimia hapo. Deto yuko, tumekuwa naye. Christina amekuja na mioto mingi. Sijui hiyo mambo tutadiscuss baadaye, manake amepata bouncer, sijui nini. Lakini sisi ndio tuko. Now, Jose, there is this idea of Form 34. You know, they are talking about Form 34 printing more than one. Now, do they mean duplicating or printing? Because you see, the forms have got a barcode.
Printing, no, they have delivered. They already delivered. They have already delivered them.
They have delivered several per polling station.
Delivered 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. Remember the video we have just watched.
Yes. But you see, Marijan promised us that they will have that barcode or some kind of serial in that not any other that will be received. And if you are to have more than one, does it mean that they have the same barcode? Which is very unlikely, unless it is a photocopy.
Bob, even if they don't have more than one barcode, imagine 46,000, 47,000 of them. Even if you are the one sitting at Bomas to peruse, you can see you just get mixed up. And remember, people have not slept for 2 days. Do you see?
Anyway,
you are being set up for
Jose, what I wanted to assure you is that you know, there in Bomas, each presidential candidate has a team that is perusing those forms physically. That is what happened in 2013 and 2017, and that's how we were able to nab these fellows, because what they had uploaded on their portal was not matching with what the physical forms were showing. So that should not worry you. What should worry you is that there is the most important thing is that there is no any other person sending material to the IEBC server. That is the most important. That is what we need to foil. The rest is history, because definitely we all know it, and we have seen through our campaigns and the AZIMIO strategists, we have the numbers. They do not have the numbers. The most important thing is to ensure that there is nobody infiltrating that server. And I want to believe that Deep State is onto it by all means, because AZIMIO does not need to steal any votes or to rig this election, because they have the numbers. Because we have the numbers. So that is my focus. My focus is on the digital part, which is more important, because the figures that will be posted there because remember, Marijan said that the image will come encrypted, and then it's like they have a software that can read that and then upload the figures. So at the end of the day, what is most important is to ensure that there is no infiltration of that server. The rest is history, because before the returning officer, presidential returning officer, who is CHEBUKATI, declares those results, all those forms must have reached Bomas. They cannot declare that result without those physical forms reaching Bomas. And he has clarified that.
Let me ask you a question, Bob.
No, let me ask you a question, Bob, first. Kusiongoja, let me ask you, what forms are you talking about? What forms are you saying must reach Bomas before? In fact, hata si Bomas this time. Nasikia wanatangazia sijui ni NYS ama ni wapi. Some place in Ruaraka. Don't think it's Bomas. What forms are you talking about?
The final tally from each polling station, the 46,000.
What form?
They must get to Bomas.
What is the name of that form you're talking about?
Form 34, is it form 34A?
Ebu confirm kama hii ndio inaprintiwa double. Confirm. Musia will tell us.
Because Form 34A.
It is the same form that we are talking about, right?
Oh, yes.
Sasa, Bob, hold on.
They are extra.
Bob, what we are telling you here is this. Form 34A is supposed to be a copy for each, is it constituency or what? Where do they send them from?
Each polling station.
Each polling station.
Yeah.
So what IBC has done, it's printed one copy, it's calling it 1-1, and then it went ahead and printed extra copies, calling them 2-2. So our question is this, even the media was asking, where are you taking these extra Form 34As? And IEBC is saying that some of these extra Form 34As will be given to the media, it will be given to the agents. Why should agents and the media have a copy of an authentic original document that is only supposed to submit results?
Yes. Bob, you are not getting where the issue is. That's why, Bob,
I have gotten
did you listen to Mwangi?
Now listen, also let me finish. You know, what I told you is that there is only one form that will come from the polling station to Bomas or whatever, where the returning officer, the presidential returning officer will be. And any other form, regardless of whatever they have printed. You see, that is my understanding. Yes, we can only have one form being transmitted to Bomas. And that is the one that
then we are in agreement.
That is the one that Martha Karua insisted that all agents be allowed to take an image, whether they want to either photocopy or issue others to the media. That is none of our business. We want one authentic Form 34A, which is coded. The rest we do not know. That is my understanding.
That is exactly what we said. That there should only be one form. Any other person can have a photocopy or an image, not another form.
Yes, a photocopy is, they can photocopy or an image, but we only have one. We are together there.
Okay, ngoja kwanza.
So then what do you do with the extras?
Hold on, Jose. Let me see if I can help this discussion move forward. I hope this video has the details that we are talking about, because I've been looking for this video for a while. It's a commission of the IEBC who is talking about the same. Let me see.
Tafaruku mpya unaotokota kati ya chama cha Azimio One Kenya na tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, huku sasa wakimwandikia mwenyekiti wa tume hiyo Wafula Chebukati barua kupinga walichokumbana nacho Ugiriki. Na kwa mujibu wa barua iliyoandikwa, mshauri wa masuala ya sheria wa kampeni za urais za Raila Odinga, zipo dosari katika uchapishaji wa fomu 34A ambazo anadai IEBC imechapisha 2 na fomu 34B inachapishwa katika kiwanda tofauti. Hata hivyo, kauli hii inakinzana na yao ya awali pindi wawakilishi wake wawili walipowasili nchini na waliposema kila kitu walichoshuhudia Ugiriki kilikuwa shwari. Ripota wetu wa masuala ya siasa Kennedy Mureithi na mengi.
Mapema Jumatano, karatasi za uchaguzi wa urais ziliwasili nchini na kundi la wawakilishi 13 kutoka vikundi tofauti, vikiwemo vyama vya kisiasa waliokuwa wamefika Athens, Ugiriki kushuhudia uchapishaji. Ukaguzi ulifanyika katika uwanja wa ndege wa JKIA, huku IEBC na walioandamana nao wakisema walipokea karatasi za kupigia kura milioni 8.
Pallet carries about 54 boxes, and the content of a box is the ballot papers that are supposed to be in one polling station.
Kando na hilo, walitoa taarifa ya pamoja iliyoashiria hali halisi ya mambo, huku katika taarifa wakisema kila walichokiona katika kiwanda hicho cha kuchapisha karatasi za kupigia kura kiliambatana na sheria na taratibu zilizowekwa.
The monitoring delegation inspected the security features imprinted on the ballot papers and witnessed printing and packaging of the ballot papers into booklets, boxes, and pallets, and also labeling ready for shipment. They also verified the security features on the statutory documents printed that will accompany the ballots to the polling stations.
Kadhalika, maajenti wa chama cha Azimio One Kenya na UDA pia walitoa taarifa na kukiri kila kitu kilikuwa shwari.
Of AZIMIO La Umoja One Kenya coalition, we confirmed that we participated in the exercise. We went to Greece. We inspected the printing and packaging of the ballot papers for the presidential position, and we're in agreement that indeed the process was conducted, and Azimio shall also communicate further.
Whatever has been there is what we agreed on, what we saw, how we found it, and I tend to believe that that is the legal situation, which is there at Greece and what has come back to Kenya.
The presidential ballot papers are being printed from one factory, from what we saw.
The purpose of carrying with us the stakeholders is so that they can see with a third eye and really ascertain to the country that the process was the way they have seen.
Lakini mchana huu mambo yamebadilika. Kiongozi wa mawakili katika kampeni za Raila Odinga, Paul Mwangi, ametifua kivumbi sasa akidai zipo dosari kadhaa ambazo maajenti wake waliona na wanataka majibu kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati mara moja. Katika barua iliyosambazwa kwa vyombo vya habari, Mwangi anadai wawakilishi wetu waliona vitabu viwili vya fomu 34A ambavyo vilikuwa vimeandikwa kitabu moja cha moja na kitabu cha pili kwa pili. Wawakilishi wetu wakataka kuelezewa hali hiyo. Waliambiwa kuwa fomu 34A zilichapishwa zikiwa nyingi zaidi, kwani maajenti, wanahabari, waangalizi na washikadau wengine watapata nakala pia. Hata hivyo, tunakataa maelezo haya. La pili, tume haikutoa maelezo ya kuchapishwa kwa fomu 34B. Wakati wawakilishi wetu waliuliza, wakaelezewa kuwa fomu 34B hazikuwa na maana na zitatolewa wakati matokeo ya fomu 34A zitatolewa.
The printing is being done from one factory, and by the way, by yesterday when we left, all the presidential ballot papers had been printed. The work that was remaining is packing. The other positions are all being printed from one factory.
Haya yanajiri wakati kampuni inayochapisha karatasi za uchaguzi ya Inform Lycos inatoa tahadhari ya kuchelewa kwa kuwasilishwa kwa karatasi hizo.
Last delivery was to be done on 29th of this month, but because of the late court rulings, we are going to have the last delivery on the 3rd of August, which is at the extreme, really extreme end in our operations.
Baadhi ya makamishna wa IEBC waliokuwa na wasiwasi na shughuli hii nzima walifikishwa katika taifa hilo la Ugiriki na hadi sasa wanasisitiza shughuli hiyo iko shwari. Kennedy Mureithi, NTV, katika uwanja wa ndege wa JKI.
Aya, sasa habari ni hii. Let me ask you so that we can deliberate on this. Number one, the agents, the political parties, agents that went to Greece to witness the printing of ballot papers arrived a day before every ballot paper was actually in the country, which means, like you heard the commissioner say, that by the time they were leaving, all the presidential ballots were printed. So, like I said here sometime before, why was it necessary for them to fly there? Because I know the printing company can decide to print extra ballots after they leave. How sure are they that the ballots that they saw being printed are the same ballots that will arrive in the country? Number one. Number two, Bob Papa, I think hiyo Kiswahili sasa, wewe ni mtu wa Mombasa, unasikia Kiswahili vizuri. Umesikia kuna 34A, 1 of 1 na 2 of 2. I know very well if you have a long document, you only can capture it as 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. That means that is the same document. 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. That the 2 of 2 shows that that's the next copy of the same document. But now we have extra 34As that are being given to CG observers. Observers wanapeleka hizo form wapi? Labda sasa hapo ndio tunaweza kuendelea mbele. So you want to respond?
No. Yeah. You see,
Can I?
Just a minute, Papa. You see, the team that went there, what they were witnessing was for PR purposes. If they were serious that they wanted to verify what was done, then they would take in technocrats or technicians, so to say. You remember when you are doing the printing, normally you do your trials. Once you get everything right, you are supposed to do the setting, and the printers normally do a count so that you don't go beyond whatever you had set. They are normally preset, and the machine will only be preset to stop at certain stages so that there is no duplication. You know, in the past, these people would even print form number 200, 3 copies of the same. Now, the system count, which is actually done through technology, ensures that the pieces you have set is what you get. And they have a way of rechecking whether that is exactly what has happened. In the event that there are others are spoiled and what have you, they have a way of interrupting. Then they record the error messages and blah blah. Then they repeat. But that is what they do. Now, our people who went there were just to witness that the printing is going on. They see where it is being done. And remember, the people who, if you want to mess up with this, normally you can't do it there. As you say, these people still have the option of doing whatever. So it is not that waterproof, but in terms of psychologically, you must be so daring to, despite all this, to still do it. But you can do it because these days all these things are done through technology. Digital checking is where the secret of everything lies. Now come to these other forms where Bob is raising up the issues. You see, they have admitted that they have extra. And their reason for having extra is that they want to give some to the medias or to the parties, the people who are doing parallel or what have you. And we are saying there should be no extra Form 34As, because when all these 47,000 forms end up at Bomas, even if you are trying to check, Bob is trying to say here that in 2017, that they sat there, they had a team. Those people working 48 hours, you find yourself asleep. These people are busy doing their own things. And that happened in very many, even at the same Bomas. People are so tired. What do? Things are getting at a critical stage and you are not finishing. Even your ability to verify what is being done also goes down because of just mere lack of sleep. So the best thing, you don't want to be forced to be checking more than Form 34As. In one polling station, there should only be one. If there are errors, you correct it on the same and let agents sign. That is how things are done. You don't discard that one, and then if you don't do that, you give them the opportunity to introduce things which were not there in the beginning. That time, maybe not even all the agents are there when the returning officers are changing those things. So you want the form which everybody has photographed the time it is being transmitted to be the only and only form. Well, anyway, that is just my take. I do not know what IEBC is intending to do with the extra Form 34As other than giving it to the parallel tallying centers.
Okay, let's move on to Bob. Bob, those extra two of two, like my friend Elikana here is saying, these forms also have their serial numbers. They are not like a copy of the one of one. They have their independent serial numbers. So as you come in, please address that also.
You know, why do we have agents at the polling station? Those forms are normally signed by the agent, the presiding officer, the agents, and there are three. I think there are three places. The agents of different political parties, and then for each okay, first there's a form, because I've worked there, though it was a long time. I worked there a long time ago, but I know there are different forms for each polling, stream, and then when they have counted each stream, each fellow who is manning a stream signs a particular form. Now they to confirm the voter turnout and the ballot. Then they go to the counting. Once the counting is done, all political party agents present will sign, and the presiding officer will sign. Now, once you have signed that document, the work of those agents is to ensure that the record of that Form 34A is transmitted. They are under no obligation to sign any other form. That is why you have agents. Therefore, any other form, it will only be your agent to sell you out, because if they sign other forms, they will be they're the ones who will be messing you up. Once they sign that one form, it is transmitted, and that transmission normally it's done. It's done there when they are present. That is how it should be carried out. But you're not going to ask your agents to sign any other form. So those extra forms that have been signed are of no use, that have been printed. For me, they are of no use. Unless you have any other reason why your agent should go sign any other form.
Bob, even unsigned forms, during the Supreme Court, you didn't see them?
Listen, Kuseo, we are not talking about, Kuse, let us agree one thing. We are not talking about
what you are saying is the ideal. What you are saying is the ideal.
Hold on, Kuse. Hold on. Let Bob finish. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Kuse, let me tell you, you are under no form that will be uploaded and accepted at the presidential tallying center, which is not signed by your agent. You are at liberty to dispute. And if your agent has not signed, the presiding officer should give comments down there. There's a column for comments. And I want to do this, Jose. Let me just look at check my laptop, and I want to send you a form. I think I still have some of those documents in my backup in my laptop. I want to send you a forms. One of the forms that led to overturning of the election, because those are some of the forms that did not have those signatures. They varied from what the IEBC had uploaded in their portal. So your agents are only under obligation to sign that one form that is being transmitted.
Okay.
So it is any extra will not serve any purpose if you don't sign them.
Okay. Let me do this. You know, Bob, when you talk about signing of forms, you realize that in Kisii we had ghost polling stations, and those ghost polling stations also submitted Form 34As. So I don't know, when you talk about agents, are you also considering that we have polling stations that the IEBC says, and most of the people still in the political parties do not know where they'll be located at. So I don't know if you're considering that, but let me give na Christine mmenyamaza na ndeto sana. Wacha nikuje kwa Julius 1 minute, alafu tukuje kwa Christine. Ndio at least muchangie hii conversation, msikae ni kama mnatuona hapa tu. Haya, Big Julius.
Thank you, Makiadi. You know, saa zingine Bob anasahau Kenya. You know, the rigging doesn't start in the polling station. The rigging has never been the polling station. That's one thing Bob understands. Actually, the reason why IEBC brought those stickers with the Venezuelans, that is the reason they brought those stickers. Actually, I think they wanted to use them the same, those from A extra, for the A and B extra.
They were being sneaked in.
Yeah, so the reason why they
give people time to finish their submission first. Kwanza ile kazi ya DJ ya jana, unasimamisha muziki kwanza uongee. Haya, endelea Big Julius.
Sababu the reason why they had those Venezuelans brought in the stickers actually is very connected, very much connected. That's why they printed also extra 34A and Bs. So under the rigging, definitely doesn't happen mostly in the polling station that they are agents. So that is one thing that we have to understand. Hii rigging huwa inafanyika mahali, haifanyiki kwa polling station. So we have, I think I really I'm supporting what Kuseo is saying, because this rigging plan is planned differently. Wanafanya maneno ya rigging kando. That's my take on this. Thank you.
Aya, Christine, karibu.
Makiadi, from my understanding, I think I'm smelling a rat because the last election we had the same number of positions to be voted for, to be elected. And I'm just wondering, like, nothing has changed from the MCA to the top position. And I'm just wondering, like, why do we need a second page of Form 34A, you know? Because I believe in the Form 34A, we are going to put presidential results for whatever they have gotten, the MPs that way. So to me, I'm not so sure what is going to happen with Form 34A, but given now that it is coming in 2 pages and there are other duplicates, it's fishy. We need a clarification.
Martin. Martin, hauna story ya unmute, umemute.
Thank you, Makiadi. I'm so sorry. But you know, personally, I still don't get it at this age and time that we live in today, because and I think Kina Raila had brought up this thing that every agent has to take those pictures, because since I was a kid and I saw those things, like you know, when I come from a political family, but I used to go to those things when I was a kid. But unajua hii kitu inachukuliagwa hivi, because we are not voting digitally like here. You take one paper, wanainua hii ni ya Martin, hii ni ya Makiadi, hii ni ya Jose, and then after that, now that's where the digital comes in. So now that you've tallied everything, now hapo ndo inaenda, and hapo ndio sijui what happens in between the polling station and Bomas of Kenya for the last elections that we've had. For me, and what Kina Raila were talking about, is that once ishafika hiyo point mumeinua hizo makaratasi zote na imeandikwa, because there's people in that hall that you're in, then let your returning officer or your mwenye umesema kuangalilia hiyo side ule wako apige hiyo picha. Hiyo picha akishapiga hiyo tali hivi kwa simu, because simu hazisahau unless umuonge na watu wamepiga na kukuwe na watu wana take those cameras, you know, because now we live in the digital era. I bet you ikifika Bomas na inasema kitu ingine na mtu ako nayo hapa, hata sisi here tunakujanga on our debate team hapo hivi, on our debate channels tunaekaga vitu hapo hivyo, tunasema ndio hii mtu alisema hivi na nini, we put it there. You can't run away from that. If we can do that, then even kina Chebukati, there's nothing they can do, because we have the evidence. Let all the returning officer of every iwe ni UDA, iwe ni Azimio, iwe ni nani, wacha wapige picha. Ndio returning officer wa Themba akileta kitu different na ndio tulipiga, na returning wa Makiadi kama mimi ndio returning nimwambie hii ndio tulipiga, ndio hii hapa. Then there's nothing that can happen after that. At that point, Chebukati will be no one, because, well, he'll be just a returning officer mwenye atatangaza. But we have these gadgets that we can go, kila mtu apige picha, ndio hii, okay, mumekubali, this is a polling station, uko Katumani, uko kale kadogo kabisa, zimemaliza, tumeona 1 2 3 4 5 6, these are the results, do you agree? Yes. Unaenda unapiga picha, pap, tumia watu wenyu. So ikifika huko Bomas na ikuje vibaya, si venye ilikuwa, then it's over. So tuache kupigana, hii kitu yote tu na wale watu wanaekwa pale hivyo, have your returning officers in there, be able to have a good gadget that they can take the photo of, and then even if we go to the judge, we can say, here it is, ndio hii. Na watu watashindwa kitu ya kufanya because you can lie something that I've already taken a picture of with this phone. Thank you, Makiadi.
Haya, sawa. Kusema nitafanya namna hii juu umeongea sana mambo ya IEBC na Bob, nitawapatia 1 minute alafu niende kwa Lord Adams. So just 1 minute. You still have a chance here.
I just wanted to point out, you see, I like what Bob is saying. That is the ideal situation. That is how things should work. But you remember, this Form 34As, they must be pre-configured in the KIMS case. Now, by accepting the extract Form 34As to be configured in the KIMS case, you are giving IEBC a route to start bringing in. Because remember, if they are not configured, they will not be received at BOMAS. They'll be rejected. Now, if they have pre-configured them, and then they are not even supposed to be used, who is going to use them? You don't. In fact, the best thing is to ban them. Declare them. They are not necessary the way Bob is saying. So what do we do? We should witness them being banned. Now, the challenge in this thing is 47,000 from 34As are going to end up in BOMAS. Even, Bob, even if you have to see how many agents, those people after 2 days, they will not even know what they are reading. They will not know what they are reading. Even assuming the returning officers try to be malicious and start changing things, even canceling this after the images have been taken, it will take a mountain of verification at BOMAS to detect those things. Remember, CHEBUKATI keeps saying that they will only verify what has arrived on the original Form 34A. You don't want a situation where you end up with more than 2 original Form 34As from one polling station. Anyway, thank you.
Aya, Bob Papa, 1 minute.
Yeah, Use, I just want to echo what Ndeto said. Use, the reason why Martha Karua was insisting that agents be allowed to take an image is because our agents are not dealing with people at BOMAS. Our agents are dealing with a setup tallying center for the party. Therefore, in as much as we have agents at the presidential IEBC presidential tallying center, which is BOMAS, we have our own tallying center that is doing. It is a fully fledged place, my friend Kuse. We are not dealing with some child's play here. It has every constituency, every polling station has people who are manning that digitally. And our agents are supposed to send this image. And like Ndeto is saying, if the figures that IEBC is floating on the screen do not tally with the figures that our image has, then hell will break loose. That is where now we will demand those physical, the presidential agent of AZIMIO can demand CHEBUKATI to give him a copy of that image that he has received from the polling station. So, Jose, don't try to be an alarmist. I'm telling you, AZIMIO is well catered for in terms of this thing. The only thing, and which I want to believe that has been foiled, is this Venezuela saga, which was trying to set up some polling stations that are unknown to the political parties. And it is not only about the Venezuelans. If you realize, yesterday or the day before yesterday, the Abdullahi, what do you call him, Ahmed Nasir, went to court to force the court to produce some 2 Indians. Those Venezuelans have already given enough information. And it is an intricate web of so many people who are supposed to carry out this fishy stuff for whoever they were doing it for. So stop being an alarmist. Sisi tunataka kwenda kupiga kura, tutaki story mingi. Wachia AZIMIO to deal
Bob,
with that.
you are being unfair. I'm the one who told you.
Hold on.
Why was Bob?
Hold on, Kuse. hold on. You'll get a chance to respond to that. Bob, I'll still want to come back to you later. I want you to tell me how an agent, a party agent, will force Chebukati to show them what Form 34A has been sent to him. I would want you to tell me that. And what Kuseo is saying is this: you have over 47,000 Form 34As. And if you are to go form by form to verify if what your party agent sent to their tallying center is the same as what Chebukati took, then it means a presidential candidate who might have won unfairly will already be in office. Lord Adams, karibu.
Thank you so much, Makieli. Good evening, everyone over there. Yeah, I've been watching from afar, and I've been educated a lot by Mr. Kuseo. He has really educated me. He has informed me. At the same time, even though I got mixed up somewhere down the line. So, by and large, I'm not really gonna go into nitty-gritties of IEBC. I just want to leave it, let it be the way it is. I'm just gonna I've accepted, so I'm just moving on. I've accepted the IEBC the way it is, so I'm just moving on. I'm not going to dwell on the current affairs today. That's it. I'm only going to dwell on the current affairs, and I'm only going to dwell on the current affairs that has caught my attention this afternoon when I was watching a live news from Citizen TV with Jeff Koinange about when Raphael Tuju broke the news that William Ruto was bribed, or rather paid, in billions. We don't know what figure. He didn't disclose the figure. He only said that Ruto was paid in billions of shillings to render his support to Uhuru Kenyatta in 2018 and 2017, respectively. And it is so alarming, though sad and unbelievable, and yet it is also believable. Because Tuju, in his explanation, he said that he was paid money plus, but they didn't pay the whole amount of money because it was so huge, since it was in billions. So what they did, they also gave him Ministry of Finance, Agriculture, plus some other parastatals that he mentioned, like like pipeline, lucrative dockets. So, when you look at the way William Ruto went into looting spree, and then you compare, or rather listen to what Raphael Tuju was talking about, sometimes I sit back and I say, you know what, the whole government, the Jubilee side, they don't even need to complain about the thievery that William Ruto conducted in first term, because it is them who gave him the key. They bribed him, and then they gave him the key. When they gave him the dockets, not ministerial dockets and parastatals, it was like a donation because they didn't pay him enough. So he was given those ministries to go ahead and loot. And I believe that the dams, for example, under, for example, the case of Kimarer and Aurora, those are under agriculture. So they really gave this guy the key to go ahead and loot so that he can recover the money that maybe was promised. It was a promise made to him. So I think they don't even need to complain. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that the whole people, these people, all these people are rotten, including Tuju himself, who is an alarmist, who broke the news. So that is why Ruto has been just thumping. He's daring these people because he knows what exactly they did. So it was a system that somebody once said there was system ya majambazi. It was a system of thieves. It was something, it was a syndicate. So it was very sad that William Ruto was paid to do or to be whatever he is. But he'll be very, I know tomorrow he'll come out and, deny everything. And it should not be a breaking news because that is what we expect anyway. So, and it is sad. But when somebody is corrupt, it's like it is a chain. So Ruto plus it used to be called Kenya, Kieleweke and Tanga. The rooting spree was combining them together. All of them were into this thing. The only thing which might have happened is that maybe Ruto might have paid himself in excess. Maybe he was told to go and steal up to a certain level, but then he went beyond, he went overboard. So the hell broke loose. And this is when they started disagreeing. Those are my thoughts. We may disagree with each other, but from where I sit, Uhuru Kenyatta and his friends and whoever is behind him, that these are the people who engineered Ruto's stealing or rather Ruto's thievery. They're the people who engineered it. So they don't need even to complain so much because this is their brainchild. They're the people who created Ruto. Whatever Ruto is doing, it's them who created it. So I think we need a government with a lot of sanity and rule of law. And a lot of people need to go to jail. Actually, if I were the president, if I were to become the president in August, because this is something that Raila Odinga is not going to do, even though he's going to become the president, I would build a new jail in one of the islands in either Indian Ocean or Lake Victoria, and jail a lot of people in Kieleweke and Tanga because they messed up our country. If whatever Raphael Tuju said is something to go by. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Julia.
Asante Makiadi, good to see you. Themba, Martin, Christine, Kuseo, Big Julius. I always ask myself why he calls himself Big Julius. Bob Papa, Lord Adams.
Because there's a small one.
I don't know. That one is debatable.
He has a junior.
No, I said that is debatable.
Big is comparative, eh?
Yes, so it depends on what comes to your mind when you say big.
Usiende huko Julia.
You have evil minds. I didn't say nothing. So I want to share the feelings.
Julia, I'm listening to you. I'm listening. Just bring it on.
Just ignore them, Big Julius. Au ndio wanafikiria mambo mengi. So I want to share the feelings of Adams. I think that's the only thing I want to comment about. That I felt very disappointed when I had to do sharing that Ruto has to be bribed to work. I mean, though I want to take a different direction, and I don't want to be very naive, right? I thought Adam is a very nice person, but I think he wants to be, I don't know whether he's nice or he's playing nice, because politicians really are weird.
No, Adams is not a good person, Wewe.
Maybe he's playing good. Politicians, Adams, are really weird, because if you look at the way Ruto has risen from 1992, Youth for Can 92, if you want to think about the things he may have done, and he may have worked with Moi, he even worked with Raila. What about the stories of 207 and Ruto? If somebody comes out to tell you what happened between the two of them, what they agreed on, what they wanted to do, maybe we'll be very disappointed also with Raila. But I'm really disappointed, like you are, that he has to be bribed to work. And assuming that our president was not that was innocent, but I want to assume or to take the belief that the main agenda of Uhuru Kenyatta was to bring peace to Rift Valley. And therefore, he thought he should take that opportunity, and he did everything he thought he could do to bring this man aboard. But I felt very bad when I had Tuju says that, well, according to Tuju, while they thought that Uhuru was trying to bring peace to Rift Valley, Ruto was trying to create a kind of a kingdom between two communities, between the Kalenjins and the Mount Kenya people. And he thought he can use those numbers and get away with everything he was doing. And then that he asked for money, he asked for the cabinet secretary, cabinet posts, because he thought he can build a kingdom. And, I thought, what shallow thinking. How can you think about two communities when we have the rest of Kenya? This man has never had Kenya in his heart. It is only himself alone. And then he can blackmail two communities, because that is blackmailing them, telling them that we are going to have peace between the two of you. We hamutapigana. By the way, let me say something. And I want to say this, that without any fear of contradiction, that I don't think that the common Kalenjin man has ever thought of fighting other communities. These things are planned, and those warriors are paid by politicians. So I want to say this. When we talk about William Ruto or even Gachagua, they do not represent the views of their communities. I'm saying this because I had a clip that was played earlier by Bernard. I didn't like the comments that came after that. So the comments and the views of William Ruto and the likes of Gachagua and Ndindi Nyoro do not represent a community. So I think William Ruto came up with this thing that Rift Valley hakukaliki, unaona, hakuwezi kukalika. People cannot live there if you don't come from there, unless I'm the one ruling you and I'm the one who is going to bring. It's a lie. I don't believe the common Kalenjin man doesn't want peace. I think they all want peace. Nobody wants to sleep thinking that another person is coming to burn their houses. So he took advantage of that. And William Ruto, and during the days of Moi, they have done that thing. They have paid warriors. They have hired criminals to orchestrate violence in the Rift Valley, and other people. They have done that again and again, and they have gotten away with it. So they use that, and they paint a community to be violent, which I don't believe so. I never believe that, and I'm not going to start believing that. So he took advantage of that, and he made it appear that he had to be there for there to be peace. And Uhuru also bought that, because really Uhuru thought after 2007 experience, we really need peace in this country. While I think Uhuru and his friends were thinking about the country, William Ruto was, I had to just say this, it was very sad. I felt bad about it. William Ruto was calculating how he can establish kind of a kingdom between two communities for himself alone. And that is why now you see he says he saw himself as a co-president, because alipata serikali nusu. And so he literally sabotaged Uhuru, because he didn't think Uhuru was the president. But sometimes going back to my Bible, everything works for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose. That's what the Bible says. So this conflict between Uhuru and William Ruto has helped this country. Nyinyi watu mnaweza kafikiria, you people just imagine this situation. If Uhuru today was campaigning for William Ruto, tungekuwa wapi sasa? Nyinyi nataka muimagine to your situation. Juu mimi sitaki kuimagine your situation. That I would be somewhere, hearing Uhuru walking around campaigning for Ruto and thinking that they're about to rig him in. I think I'll be the most depressed Kenyan right now. So that conflict worked for our good. So thank you very much, William Ruto, for being foolish and sabotaging Uhuru, because you did that. Now we'll get rid of that nonsense. Kenya si ya kabila moja ama kabila mbili. All of us have a right to be in this country. This is our nation. We are a nation. We are not a tribe. Yes, we are tribes, but we are enjoying unity in diversity. So whatever William Ruto did has helped this country, because tutamsahau kabisa. Maybe Lord Adams will hear that leo amehamishwa Kamiti, sijui leo amepelekwa Kingongo. Maybe that is how I hope me and you, we shall be writing that down. Julia tuliambiana, leo tumesikia William amepelekwa wapi, ametolewa Kamiti, amepelekwa. Those are the things we want to be hearing, because that conflict between him and the president has helped this country. I don't know where we'd be today if we'd be hearing Uhuru campaigning for Ruto, or maybe he'll be like, vote for him, ama kumi yangu kumi yako. I'm very happy with that. So we respect that. I felt very bad about what Tuju said, but it's good he's telling us, because all that is done in darkness shall come to light. So I don't want to comment about IEBC. Kuseo, stop discouraging my voters. Niko na wafuasi wengi hapa. So Kenyans, we are winning this thing. Don't listen to Kuseo. We will guard our votes, and our agents will take the pictures of those. From that what? From that for what? Kuseo.
On 34A.
Yes, they take the pictures of.
Yeah, I had already said pictures would be taken. I don't know where Bob got that from.
Yes, Bob is saying you are discouraging voters.
No, Bob was asleep. His system was not even working.
Okay, Bob, umesikia wachanga kulalanga kwa mjadala. So they'll take the pictures, and this is what somebody has said. Because Makeni, I don't trust even this at Warienda at looking at the printer, the printing of ballots. That is drama, because the machines can print anything they want. So achange drama, but they will take pictures of those things. Lakini wacha tuambie Chebukati, wacha tuanze kusikia hesabu different from what we are having. Tokamonia gagabute, kama mjui your definition mtafute inamaanisha nini. Tokamonia gagabute, wacha tusikie to some difference. Let him there. That my final comments is, I'm putting my name on the private chat. I'm doing this campaign. You can see that campaign on the LIPA expansion of Mutembe. You people, one person or a few, some people came up with this idea, and they came up with Mutembe. And because they came up with that noble idea, we are here sharing ideas, and we are talking to people in our country. We are talking across the globe. Now, and I think after this, we are going to be meeting here to share about the way forward of our mother country, Kenya, because we want a difference. Remember, after this, we only have 5 years to make a difference, or we'll have less than 5 years to make a difference. So we'll have a very short time. We're going to do it. We must do it. And how do we start? By doing that. We got to start now. So me, I'm putting my name on the private chat. I'm kindly asking the diaspora. Now, waomba tutoe $200. If you can. I'm saying if you can. Si lazima. I'm not holding a gun on your head. But I'm saying, because if I had Bernard saying 1,000, but 1,000 is $10. Allow me to use this, is only $10. I think Adams won't blame me by saying only $10, because $10 can only buy candies in Walmart. Ata uwe stoka hapo na boga, cabbage, unaweza nunua ile cabbage ndogo, kitungu, that is all you can buy. $10. So I think $10 may apply to Kenyans who are in Kenya. So I don't think $10 will apply to the diaspora. So I'm kindly request you, I'm writing my name on the chat. Unajua inafikanga wakati mwingine mtu anasema do as I do, not what I'm asking you to do. Because I may be talking here na kumbe kuna kitu ninafanya. Yani kwa Kikuyu tunasemanga, no, is Matiba who would say kuganagweka. Matiba would say kuganagweka, alikuwa anasema kusema na kutenda. That is what he used to say. Kuganagweka. Alikuwa anasema tunajenga shule, kuganagweka. So putting my name on the private chat, and I'm asking those who are watching me. I can see we have 307 people. Kama uko Kenya, na kuomba, you can give what you can afford. Kama uko diaspora, you can also pledge on the chat. Na waomba. And I think the details are on the chat. The details are Bernard, wako Kenya, they can send M-Pesa. Me, I use Sendwave. So when I send money through Sendwave, I'm able to access M-Pesa. I send my money direct to M-Pesa from Sendwave. I think you also have other apps that you use apart from Sendwave. You are well informed. So that is what I'm kindly requesting. Watu wa diaspora, kama tunakuja kwa hii show, na waomba ni kusema na kutenda. Twende kazi. Asante Makiadi.
Asante Julia. I think umesema yote yenye Bernard alikuwa anasema tupeperushie watazamaji. And so I'll leave that there. I hope watu wanatuangalia wamesikia hiyo campaign. Na hata ukiangalia hapa chini kuna namba inapita, till namba iko hapo ya Mutembei TV, ama utume kwa namba ya Bernard, ndio hiyo hapo 0718454585. Namba yake ndio hiyo, Bernard Ingozi. Unaweza ongeza Reverend ndio ujue pesa yako iko safe. Wacha tuende kwa Ndemba.
Hamjambo. Christina Barigani. Christina, how are you? Christina, I'm for Bob.
Remember, why are you removing Christine?
Mimi nitoe Christine. Why should yeah. Thank you, Richard Makiadi. Thank you. Patia Christine link Makiadi. Thank you, Mato. Thank you, Kuseo, Big Julius, Lord Adams, and Bob Papa. I know lots have been said, and I'm hoping that I said this time there's focus. I'm choosing to focus. I'm choosing to not to listen, look to the right, look to the left. We have an election to win. We have a State House to gain. And we have a celebration awaiting us ahead. And that right now, any diversion, I choose not to focus on it. Unlike Kuseo, who wants to give us a lot of things about IEBC, I said he can handle that. Christine, why do you drop out when I say hi?
I'm sorry, I don't know, it's Makiadi who didn't want me to reciprocate your greetings and kicked me out. Hi Temba, I missed you. How are you doing?
Sasa Christine, mimi tunatoana wapi?
Ndio nashangaa Makiadi ni nini?
Atushei hata mpaka ya shamba.
How can you defend Temba surely?
The only boundary we are sharing hii ni hapa ya basement na na first floor. Hiyo ndio boundary tunashare peke yake.
Makiadi, I cannot confirm or deny because dia analia huku, sasa siwezi jua uko na mpango gani na mimi.
Kuseo was almost celebrating that you have gone away because of me. You know,
Temba, you're my favorite person, and you know that. You know.
When you just came back, Kuseo already started. You see now, Temba, then you came back. Hey.
No, lazima nijitokeleze, Temba. I'm here.
You have saved my skin from Kuseo and Mato. They were going to really bash me here.
Good.
Wacha nikuulize venye nani ameuliza Christine. Sasa mimi nimetokelezea wapi pia?
Christine, mimi mwenye ameingilia katikati umerudishwa.
Nasikia ni Black alikuwa amehack system. Sijui Black ako na nia gani, ananitaka huku chini.
Then, may I clarify something that someone is asking me?
Okay.
Kuna mtu ako na swali hapa anaitwa Barnes Nyags. Okay, maybe I think Bernard has been talking during the day. and maybe watu wa usiku hawajaelewa. If you read the announcement on the screen, the last announcement, kuna namba za kutoa pesa. What exactly that Mutembei is planning to do is to install, I think, a digital TV, so that even watu wenye wako Kenya wenye hawana internet, they can watch Mutembei kama vile they watch Citizen and KTN. And Bernard said that they have a target of 1.6 million Kenya shillings. So, and the target is to do this, to install this before the election, so that we can broadcast live what's happening in Kenya, and probably have a TV like Citizen, have a TV like KTN. So that's the starting point, 1.6 million. So that's the target. Bans Nyags na wengine. Now, like I said, we want to leave this TV different than we found it. It was a noble idea.
Julia.
With this.
Julia.
Yes.
Let me explain that nicely. So basically what is happening is that, yes, we are going digital. The channel wants to go digital. And where we are, the people that were gotten and to be able to go digital, and this is not going digital on another channel, like getting a space on another channel. This is going to be a Mutembei TV channel where you watch from morning to evening, depending on what time it is. It's 1.6 million to get into that channel, and you can just go to your digital Kusha your digital, you go and una program, you just click on it, channel 46 or whatever you want to click on, like KTN, KBC, and all those channels. So basically, it's what we are coming up is we need to come up with 1.6. There's a calculation that was done with the first people that actually did kind of contributed, but then there's another contribution that is about 200 people. Not 100 people for $200 US dollars will cover everything plus the extras. And those people will be first when it becomes time to do contracts or anything, or maybe try and do make the channel get your contracts into it. So basically what we're saying, those 100 people, if you make $200 for the 100 people, you have the first lot where you can choose what you want to choose, or how you can do your contribution, or how you can get your returns if you ever need to get there. So hata tukikuja place ya what do you call this, like when Safaricom was being monetized. So basically what we're trying to say, let me not go too much. So basically is that the 100 people with $200, we get that, the channel is there, and we're trying to get this before elections. And this channel, instead of being on YouTube and Facebook, then it's out there and is being watched out there. And I want people to understand also, when that channel is out there, there's gonna be contracts of marketing, and people are gonna come here because now the channels are gonna have be too much, Makiadi, Julia, Themba, the guys, the moderators might have their own channels separately, and that's regular channel. So we're trying to move it to digital, like you watch KTN, KBC, and all that. It's a start. I think it's a chance for us, our generation, that we don't have to watch kina CNN and watch kina KBC, watch kina KTN, that we're getting this chance while we're boarding the flight before it takes off the runway. So I'm urging everyone to really think about what this channel is. If we can have at least 1,200 people watching, I saw one day 1,200 people watching. If we can have that.
Asante Matu wamesikia. Asante. Thank you so much, Martin. So you had vile Matu amesema, na waomba tushikane mikono, tuseme harambe, tuinue Mutembei.
So I have a question, Julia. Just one question, 1 minute, Temba. Does it mean that, okay, because it is going to digital, I think it is going to the mainstream media. So is it the right time now for, if maybe I'm interested in getting shares, I want to go the shares way, can I throw in my coins right now?
Yes.
So that,
I think somebody, Bernard said that they are working with their lawyer, that has to be structured because they have said, the companies are like, kuna public limited, kuna partnership, kuna blah, blah, blah. So they are working on something structured. So I think Bernard will get back to us. Like you can buy shares.
And so Adams, to answer you, the 200 that he's talking about, the 100 people that he's talking about are gonna have the first hand on the shares when it comes to the shares. That's what I was looking for. When it comes to the shares, the first 100, those 100 people with the 200 are gonna have the first seat to start buying the shares. So I would advocate anybody to get into it right now. Jump in it.
Could I ask a question to Julia?
Yes, Kuseo.
You see, I think on 2 occasions, I've been here earlier and did engage with Bernard on the same. So he said that the contribution we are making now is not to do with the investment. That's what he said. He said the contribution they are doing now is for the target of before the elections.
Yes, that is clear.
Yeah. But for the investment, the way you have said, he said that they are trying to structure something with their lawyers. Then they will give the interested parties the way forward.
Yes,
Jose, I think there's a mistake. There's a mistake.
Let me respond to Kosel. Mr.
Now,
Kosel.
can I say something, Julia, Mato, and
personally, I've already done that.
Hold on. I'm the moderator. Let Member do his submission first.
Can I say something? Can you guys, especially those who are in the planning committee, you need probably to have a meeting so that there's one clear communication and that flows, so that there's no disjoint. Like Kuso is saying, there shouldn't be any gray area, so that you have one clear communication. I suppose that can happen between today and tomorrow, so that as it flows from Bernard to Julia to Ndeto to anybody coming, there's one clear communication. Any explanation is one, so we don't have disjointed. I think we can leave that for now. But in the meantime, what Julia said stands. I think that can be sorted for now. I think some people are already giving in. If I have been supporting the channel amount into $100 and then I put in another $100, yeah, you will be given those clarifications. All your questions, you put them there, and Julia and Deto will be taking them, and then maybe as we move on tomorrow, we'll have one clear communication. The bottom line is, it's moving on to digital TV. You stand to benefit big time. You'll be will be one of the owners. You'll be one of the key people. You are creating jobs for your brothers and sisters as Mutembe TV is growing. I mean, how else do you give back to Kenya if not this way? And how about you being a part of that change? Like they say, we need to be part of the change, not just like bystanders. And since you've been there in Mutembe TV, how about you become a shareholder? How about you become part of that process? How about you become part of the next big CNN in Kenya? You got that opportunity. Do it. Do it now. Do it bigger. Do it nice. And the train has left the station. Guys are doing it. Why are you being left behind? All right. Okay, let's move on.
And it should be moved to Nairobi Stock Exchange immediately.
That's the spirit. I mean, that's they say that the Rome was not built in a day. So when you start this conversation, the things we talked about right now are things that have already been discussed, are things that started somewhere, and someone made it bigger, another person made it bigger, and who knows? Mutembe TV Digital Kenya, Mutembe TV Digital US, who knows? And the next time we have Mato, which state? Nasikia Mutembe TV Digital, the other side, bringing news 24/7. And of course, you'll be proud, because now as a shareholder, you'll be able to say, there's a sister of mine in Nyachogo who does not have a job. Kindly make them the news.
Then I'll be reporting from South Carolina.
Exactly. I mean, that's what we're talking about. So let me give my, it is not as these people have just hijacked my presentation. I really even did want to talk about what is going. I've said here that my focus is clear. We have an election to win. We have a state house to go to. I know today they are going to be responding to Tuju after Tuju has told us about what happened, and they are going to be very angry. I liked what the answer that was given to the deputy president when he said that Baba feared to come and explain to him in Tialara, and Junet said that Tialala means fighting corruption and Tibing means taking him to court, and him spending time in, in jail. I like that kind of explanation, because he imagined that he can use that against Baba. Now, I want to give my submission in view of a story that maybe most of us or some of us could have heard it, and probably right now it makes sense. By then, I wondered why the story used to have such interesting twists and turns. And maybe for those who can remember, there was this story that was told over and over again about these 9 sisters. And the 9 sisters were 8 of them, I think, I can't remember the exact number, but I think 8 of them were very beautiful, but one of them was ugly. And then this handsome young man came to this village, and then they pretended and they wanted to marry these sisters. And then they married these beautiful sisters, but they didn't choose the ugly one. And so when the wedding had everything went pretty well, and they picked the 8 sisters. But now on their way, as they went with these sisters, the ugly one followed them. And then they found themselves in this, those stories used to be very interesting. Now, these people went to a place where it was this, it was a strange place. But now this ugly one hid herself. And when it was time to sleep, she didn't sleep. So because she was hiding. So she came, and when the beautiful ones were asleep, this young man turned into these very monstrous creatures, and they were preparing some nice pot, because now they wanted to cook this pretty sisters who were asleep. And for some reason, this ugly sister was able to notice that. And so she went and woke up this beautiful sister, and she told them, "You guys wake up and see. These guys are preparing to cook you and eat you up." And they woke up, and they disappeared. But on their way, these ugly creatures who are the handsome young men noticed, and so they followed them. The story ends up where these people, the ugly creatures, the handsome men, did not get the sisters. They did not eat them up. And the ugly sister ends up being the heroine of the story, because she saved the situation, as much as she was not chosen by these creatures. What is the moral of my story? The ugly sister has come to save Kenya. Yeah. When they came and they went and cuddled together, the ugly sister has been ignored for long. But now time has come for the ugly sister to save Kenya, to save the situation. The monsters are roaring, but the ugly sister is going to stand up. But now this is the thing. The ugly sister it is time for that Baba. He's been ignored for long. They have been choosing the wrong people. But now it's time for him. And he has warned them that now this is it. People thought that this is where we are getting everything. We are getting honey. but it was laced. And now they have suffered enough, and now here we are. And that is what I wanted to say. It's time for the ugly sister to dance, because it is time. Enough is enough. Enough is enough of the thievery. How much is enough? Enough is enough of the lies. How much is enough? Enough is enough of, telling us propaganda. How much is enough? Enough is enough of stealing our election. Yes, enough is enough. And this time, Kenya is going to say enough is enough. Thank you.
Aya, Themba, kama umemaliza nadhani kila mtu alikuwa amesubmit, but before Sea ukuje, wacha niwachangamshe, najua mmesikia sauti nyingi, so at least a different voice will make it sound better. Hii nakasirishanga Julia. Kuna moja hapa ninataka kucheza lakini najua itaharibia Julia.
DA alisema ulimtupa, but hiyo tutaongea baadaye.
Nani alisema alitupwa?
DA alisema ulimtupa, so
Haya. Hiyo tutaongea. Wacha kwanza tusikie ile kitu inaendelea hapa sasa.
Placement happened with the handshake, and therefore it is much more of a political dynamic rather than a policy dynamic. And lastly, I think...
all right, the Irungu syndrome. The deputy president is coming out, and so we have to... Yes, okay, let's go to Ken Morethi and just see.
We didn't quite get to down to the real manifesto issues. I would have hoped that my competitor would have been here, so that Kenyans can have the benefit of looking at both sides. Unfortunately, and it is understandable, that there is only one plan in this election, the Kenya Kwanza plan. The other side have sketches, and that's why they are not here. We are the only side that has a plan on fighting corruption, conflict of interest, state capture. The other side are actually hostages. And in fact, they are sponsored by the people who are actually culprits of conflict of interest. And that's why they're not here, because they do not want to offend their benefactors. Unfortunately for all of us, we didn't have the benefit of the other side, but I think the people of Kenya have information. They know why they will go to vote on the 9th of August.
Now, how would you describe this decision by your competitor not to be at this particular debate? Now that you're saying that you've gotten the opportunity to articulate your issues, but yet you believe that he should have been here, how would you describe his not being here?
As I have said, he is not here because he doesn't have a coherent plan. He cannot support a coherent discussion. He cannot sustain a debate on issues, because even in the public space, the only conversation is about the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. There is no conversation on the other side because there is none. They don't have a plan. The other issue is my competitor is running away, literally, from any discussion on matters corruption, matters conflict of interest, matters state capture, because they sponsor him. And everybody knows that he's a project. In fact, nobody knows who the real candidate is. Maybe when you people send the invitation, you didn't specify. I think there must have been a problem as to who you had invited to come to this debate, whether it was the real candidate or the project.
Well, also there was the appearance that was made by Mr. Waihiga Mwaure, and he actually debated and took issue with a number of the number of issues that have been there, and also presented his manifesto. What would you say about the other candidates that you're running with now that you've enumerated more about Raila Odinga?
Well, I did not listen to the discussion with Mwaure, so I don't want to really get into that. But I think the people of Kenya have a choice. I mean, I'm sure they've listened to him.
They've listened to all the other candidates, and the people of Kenya will make an informed choice on the 9th of August.
Thank you very much, sir. That is UDA presidential candidate, Dr. William.
Unajua hata watu wakikataa nicheze hiyo video lazima nicheze, because I did not have a chance to speak on that video yesterday. And so Ndemba, as you take over your the chairmanship of the panel, let me do my submission, because I had not done my submission. Mine will be on the issue of that video. Number one, the deputy president is actually introducing on that screen for the second time ule wanaita mama mboga. If you people have seen what happened when the deputy president was going to the debate, huyo mama umeona akitokea hapo kando akiwekwa aonekane na kamera, alisukumwa na Hussein Mohamed mbali sana. Sijui kama mliona hiyo. So for the deputy president to be seen like a commoner, mtu wa watu wa kawaida, after kupiga hiyo kelele yote huko ndani, anakuja kuweka mama mboga hapo, you know, for optics. Number two, this guy has been given 90 minutes to explain what he's going to do for Kenyans. He comes out of a debate, which I called a conversation or whatever, interview. And then what he speaks about is our competitor did not come because he has no agenda. I mean, Adams, nikikupatia 90 minutes, you are supposed to shine, because nobody is arguing against you. You are not debating against anybody. You have all the free time to articulate your issues, but the deputy president feels necessary to walk out of that interview and come to bash Raila Odinga because he failed in the debate. One thing that I realized that people do not know about the deputy president, there was an article in the Daily Nation here where they compared the investments of Raila Odinga and the investments of William Ruto. Now, William Ruto has a company that is called Western Hotel, which is just a hotel, like, you know, with the directors, which include William Ruto himself and his wife. And then it is said that, listen to that, this hotel bags millions every year from conferences and conference facilities and accommodation paid for by the government institution. Yani, government institutions zinaenda kuhold meeting kwa hotel ya William Ruto, and he bags a lot of millions from the government, and he's talking about state capture. Number two, there's a company called Amaco Insurance. All the directors will be there, some of his best friends. Now, this company, it's an underwriting company, which is just an insurance company. It bags millions every year from tenders to offer insurance for several counties and government institutions. William Ruto. The final company that was highlighted here is called Matiny, M-A-T-I-N-Y Limited. There's Charlene Chelagat Ruto. There's Chebet Rael Kimeto, who is the wife and the daughter of William Ruto. Now, this company bags a lot of money, which is millions and millions of cash, leasing at least 170 apartments to the police service. This same William Ruto, who is talking about state capture. And Mark Yu, he has a daughter. He has a daughter right now, who is, I don't know, an ambassador or what, to the Polish government. I mean, to Poland. And he's still brave enough to tell us here that he's going to fight, he's going to talk about state capture, he's going to fight corruption. The guy himself has a case in court right now where he grabbed land belonging to Kenya Civil Authority, and he's still talking about fighting corruption. So I felt like William Ruto really wasted our time. I watched that debate. I have to say I watched it because I expected nothing to come out of it. So I watched the debate and I felt it was not worth Raila's time. Raila did a good thing. I heard you people talking hapa jana mkasema Raila angeattend angeosha Ruto. I don't think Raila would have even wanted to be there because nothing important came out of that debate. The only thing that we know is that Yvonne Wakora alitoka hapo na trophy. Alitoka na zawadi hapo. The only person alishinda medal kutoka kwa hiyo debate ni Yvonne Okwara. The deputy president alijikoroga, akajikanganya. After 90 minutes, hakuna kitu yenye ameambia wa Kenya, ni kukuja kubash competitor yake. Asante Ndemba.
Yvonne Okwara alitoka na kikombe. Did you, Rajab Makiadi, when I watched that video, I don't know if all of you were able to see. Okay, I saw that. I don't know if you guys saw that. Did you see the way Mutua was shaking his head behind Ruto?
like a coward.
Like a small boy. Remember, I have been wondering what happened to Mutua. Alikuwa amekaa hivi kama amenyeshewa. Like, you know, the small boy standing behind his father, like, now see, kanyange hapo. You know, they like a small, terrified boy. What happened to Mutua? The Mutua.
You see, Mutua was shaking his head to everything the deputy president was saying, even when he knows it's a blatant lie. You see, the deputy president is saying.
Demba, did you see the crowd that was inside the studio was pro Ruto because he laughed and they clapped? You people, did
But
you see
he's the only one who came there, and he came with his team to come and laugh
when
and
he
clap.
laughed, you know, he laughed at one point. This man was asking him about.
Enough.
He was asking him something.
No, there's one stupid question that he answered. I mean, it was a good question from the side of Yvonne, because Yvonne asked him about something to do with the deputy president, and then he answered Yvonne and told him, "I know you've never been a deputy."
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of answer is that?
What about that other question? How much is enough?
How much is enough? Yeah.
And then he says, and then they clapped. I'm like, what are they clapping for?
That is where the statement came, enough is enough, because when Latif asked him that how much he was asking him about land, you know, Moteshi land, whatever land, and then he asked him, okay, can you explain this land issue? And then he could not explain, and then eventually Latif asked him, how much is enough? Then he said, enough is enough, and that is where now they clapped. Yvonne was asking him. Yvonne asked him about he's been in the same government, and he's been the chair of IEBC, and he's saying that the declaration of the contracts that have been made in government should be made public. He said, in fact, he was ashamedly saying that, unashamedly rather, he was saying that if you go to the government, I mean the Ministry of Finance website, you cannot see, there's no documentation. You cannot see those contracts. Because according to him, they are shady. There are things that have been done that were not in the program. One of them he cited was the Uhuru Gardens. That Uhuru Gardens has not been made has not been made with money that was budgeted. And then when he was asked, he costed how much? He said almost over, I don't know how many billions. You know, he seemed to have this obsession with billions. Then Yvonne Okwara asked him, you've been in this government and some of these projects started in 2013, like SGR and many others. Did you ever raise the issue? Did you ever talk about it? There's nowhere in public where you have said that, okay, these are the things you've raised. Then that is when he said, you know, like his hands were tied. There are things that have been happening there. He can't say all of them. And then, of course, he said, you've never been a deputy president. You know.
Yeah, he also said you can only do it as a deputy, can only do so much. So what? How much? So much.
You see, that's just excuses. But I liked what how Uhuru is responding to him. Uhuru has pointed out one thing. Uhuru is saying that you people, someone is coming and telling you that we picked the Tulibeba Ocean, ikatoka huku ikakuja huku Mombasa. Can we really do that? When he goes to Mombasa, he tells them tutarudisha ocean. When he comes to Naivasha, he tells them how business is going to benefit you guys here. So, I mean, it's total lies. And Uhuru was like, you guys, I want you to try and help me get this guy who's not going to lie. You'd rather have someone who is elderly, who is not lying, than have someone who is younger but full of lies. And that is what he kept on saying. So I think the time has come, and the next few days is going to be really hot. The kitchen is really going to get hot. And Kusel, one thing I know, and I'm completely convinced by it, that whatever IEBC done, IEBC has done up to this point in time, whatever it is that he's planning to do, the goose is cooked. There's nothing, there's nowhere they are going to run away to. They can change Form 34B. They can try to bring all those Form 34A. They can try to do all that. The goose is cooked. All the shimos they could have used, all these things that are being done is to confuse them completely. Anybody who was thinking of doing anything is now even looking at everybody else. Are you the one selling this out? You see, you've already even casted doubt on the same people who are probably even thinking of something. And the people that the deputy president paid have to return the money. Now, back to that video. When you look at Mutua, you see a defeated man because he's part of the guys who are supposed to be, I don't know, his PR guys. They not prepared him. The guy, messed in the interview. He said his own thing, but now he has to make a brave face.
Question. Do you think they had the room to prepare him? DP sio mtu wenye unaambia ati uende uongee hivi, useme hivi. He's not that kind of a person. He tells himself what to say, and he worked there confidently. I teach them a lesson. That's what I think.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he's not one to take advice. And even you can see when he's coming out, I mean, a gentleman would come out and say, okay, fine. I mean, like Raila said, there's a video, I don't know if Makiadi, you have seen it, where Raila, last time when they didn't come, he said, I wish they could have come, but I wish them well, But right now, this guy is coming saying, I know this guy, I know he's a project. Even these people, the letter they sent, probably they sent to the wrong person. You wrong person, and you lost an interview that you are alone. Yes, Martin, what do you want to say? Here, everybody has said something, so it's open session. So I'll give Mato, and then Papa Bob, then Kuseo, and then
pass it on for now. I have a call coming in.
Okay, Papa, what was it? And then Makiadi. Papa, unmute.
No, yeah. I just wanted to mention that from that video, forget the theoretics of the Mamamboga also, because they have been touched on. And I also want to forget the imbecilic gestures of one Mitua. But one thing I want to just point out is that, my opinion is that those debates, those debates, I take them to be an interview. And it is basically to try and present yourself to the public. And in the eyes of the public, they want to gauge your suitability. It is not a forum for selling your manifesto. That is my thinking. But William Ruto feels like time was not enough and that he should be selling his manifesto there. Then what is the reason for the campaign period that is given by the IEBC? It's like he does not understand, either he does not understand what he's doing, because he feels like every chance he gets in front of a camera, he wants to sell the bottoms up model or whatever it is. And in addition to that, the most annoying thing of that interview was, for me, was the food issue, and Galana Kulalu in particular, because he lied so much about that. And then when you look at it, it is just the other day that people are talking about food, and when it was reduced, the unga was reduced, he became, he became so agitated about that. And yet that Galana Kulalu thing, the Israeli ambassador who resigned on account of that Galana Kulalu said that they have done it again. The farmers and their political representatives have ensured that project has not taken off. And for that reason, he did not feel like he was being useful to the Israeli government, and he tendered his resignation and requested for a recall. And the reasons that that Ruto was giving for failure of that project are totally different. And he continues to lie. He lies that there are people who have been prosecuted for selling him, fraudulently selling him land. You know, there is nobody in court with regard to that issue of mutation. Nobody, absolutely. If he has people who sold him that land and he has another different court apart from the Kenyan judiciary, let him come forward and give us the names. Those are some of the things. And his so-called supporters like Black still believe that he is telling them the truth. So I think that it has become a cult, and we should not give him any more airtime from now on. And I even I don't sympathize that I have been denied venues for the 6th, though I have heard that they want either on the 5th they want to be in Kisumu, so that they cause they try to cause some either mayhem, some kind of uneasiness, so that they can now tilt the scales that they were hit in Kisumu. Azimio needs to be focused, like they were saying, eye on the ball. We need to get to State House, period. Thank you.
That was Kusel, then Makiadi, then Adams.
Well, I just want to remind ourselves that, you see, the DP was trying to address the issue about security. And these perennial fights in the Kerio, is it Keio or Kerio? Keio Valley, Kapedo, Turukana, Nakuru, and Baringo, I think. He was trying to put it on record that they have buried 150 people there. That earlier on he had invited, I think, some meetings with the community leaders, and that the thing was put under control. But later on, because apparently the government, I don't know what he said, the government, he said there were people in charge who wanted to fight a militia, which he is apparently having there. They decided, I think, to disarm the populace there. And that he has really, when he was asked as deputy president, what did you do? Then he says that he had put in resources there in terms of hospitals, in terms of burials, and in terms of dealing with starvation in the area. Now here he is the deputy president. Then he was asked, you are doing this as the deputy president, ama as yourself? Then he says, as deputy president. So he was asked that, the government, you mean the government is fighting its own deputy president? The answers are not coming out. The answers are not coming out. Now, I like the way President Uhuru takes his issues. I like the idea that he still calls his vote one vote. He still says, akona hiyo vote yake moja tu, mahali ataipeleka. Kenyans, the life goes on. Then I don't know what he meant by saying that that Kenya has a Kipchoge Keino. If you want to mbio, Kipchoge Keino iko. I don't know whether you understand. I didn't understand where he had to give that example when he was talking about people who are in government are running too fast. Thank you.
Okay. Mine will be, I have to give Kenyans credit for their thinking. This is what somebody came up with today. That when William Ruto is in rallies, it looks like that. When you take him to the debate, I was really impressed by that. By that depiction of William Ruto, because this guy, like Julia asked today, I think, Julia, you've asked a very good question. Was he was he trained? Was he told what to say? Or was he told? I think William Ruto came to the debate very confident that he was going to inaitangwa kupiga duster. Atapiga duster now moderators. Vile Gachagua alikamata off target, akaenda akiendanga. Ukiulizwa kitu tu ni William ni Uhuru Kenyatta, the president. So I think William Ruto came with such a narrative, and then unfortunately alipata watu ambao walikuwa wamerehearse namna ya kumtackle. So when he tried to go off the topic, they knew how to stop him. And that is what we were discussing hapa the other day when we asked ourselves, if you are a moderator, umeandikiwa swali namna hii, nikuulize Julia, leo umeenda kanisa, uniambie unajua leo gari yangu, Julia, niambie leo umeenda kanisa. That is what the other moderators should have done, because this guy, the previous guy who is Gachagua, knew the trick. If you ask me a question and I don't want to answer, what I do is just nakamata hiyo tangent ya Uhuru Kenyatta. And that is what this guy, what is his name, Gachagua, did for a whole 90 minutes. He never debated Martha Karua. He never answered any question. All the questions that were asked to him or given to him to answer, he took a different trajectory and escaped with it. And the moderators did not have the audacity or the strength to bring him back to the topic. So William Ruto comes there and he thinks he will do the same thing. And niliona hata alikuwa na Mwakenya. Hata Mwakenya haikumsaidia, because these people are very good.
You saw Mwakenya? I don't know. See, I had the moderator said you cannot have any written material, you cannot have a thing in an earpad or anything.
He had Mwakenya, ama ni mimi niliona peke yangu?
Seriously?
Alikuwa na Mwakenya pale, alikuwa na karatasi pale kwa meza pale kwa hiyo podium.
No, it wasn't Mwakenya. The way that thing is made, there is also a pen and a piece of paper put down there for you. So you're allowed to, you can make points, but you cannot come with your own stuff there. So that's what he did.
Kwa hivyo kukuja na payslip kama ya Gachagua.
They were one, Makiadi. They were one, but they were one not to bring, like you are saying, what happened when they were one against it. When Ruto was being asked, he started saying that to punish me. So he was asked, William Ruto, you are an assistant minister, you are a full minister, you are deputy president, you know, akahesabiwa all the time he has worked in the government. So they really put him off, they really stopped him.
Yeah, but you see,
unajua Makiadi.
Yeah.
Go papa, wacha Makiadi amalize. Unajua mkiendelea Makiadi akiongea, sasa
hata namalizia. But what I was saying is this, unajua the other guy mwenye alienda kusema alishine kwa debate ya deputy president, yeye aliulizwa swali akaona hii mambo imekuwa ngumu, akafungua koti akatoa nini mrefu A4. Unajua alikuwa amekunja kama hii yangu mara mbili. Iko na bei ya fertilizer.
Somewhere. Makiadi alitoa from somewhere. Wewe kuangalia somewhere.
Huyu jamaa alienda akafanya research ya bei ya fertilizer, akaandika yote DAP sijui nini 6,000 nini. Sasa wakati alitoa hii kitu ndio ilimuokoa throughout the debate. So William Ruto thinks that akikuja kwa hii debate anaenda kupata the same moderators wenye Gachagua alimislead ndio watakuja kumuuliza. Yvonne Okwara, even after being demeaned, unajua mtu akikuuliza ati wewe ushaikuwa vice deputy president wa wapi, that person umemgonga with points, so anataka kukudemean ndio feel, you know, akushukishe inaitangwa nini tajriba yako. He wants to demean you so that you cannot ask those hard questions. But I think Yvonne Okwara was prepared for that. So when the deputy president told her, you've never been a deputy president anyway, I don't expect you to know that, you see the people in the back started laughing. But Yvonne Okwara just brushed that thing off and then she went for the jugular. Akamshika ile mahali nyingine sitaki kutaja hapa kwa sababu kuna watu wanaona. Anyway, wacha niachie Bob aendelee, nitarudi baada.
Wacha tusikie Lord Adams alafu. Ngoja Bob, ngoja.
Yeah, mine is very simple. Julia, yes, the guy was trained. Ruto was rehearsed and he was prepared, well prepared. But I think the UDA people had asked before, 2 days before, they wanted to know the kind of questions they're going to be asked in the debate, which they were given. But on the material day, which was yesterday, when Yvonne Okwara was introducing the rules and everything, she said very well that the questions they're going to ask right there has not been shared. So the guy was like, he was shocked. So when they started asking questions, Ruto was prepared, like maybe he knew he asked something like, what is your network? Tell us about Kim Morera and Aurora. Those questions were not asked to him. So as he was talking, he tried to bring them in, like Aurora and Kimarel. He just mentioned that from nowhere. It wasn't even asked, just brought it in and answered, and it was used so to punish him. And then he said, the people who were dying, the 150 people were killed to punish him. Like he was prepared for something else, and that something else did not come. Hence, he was fit in a wrong place with a different question. Now, lastly, I have a question to everybody here. And I want to know something, Mr. Femba. The Kerio Valley, the skirmishes that are going on, where the 150 people died, what is really, I know Mama Marcelina maybe would have answered you because she's from there, but my question is, what is really going on there? What is the bone of contention? Is it about land? Is it about, what is the bone of contention? What is really going on? Because this thing has been going on for so long. The other guy who went to Transoia to become the governor, what is his name? Who was the Rift Valley something? He really tried, and he was almost putting these things to rest. But this thing is escalating right now. So I really want to know what is really going on there. Why are people dying? Because the police can't even stop them. I know it's been a long time, but what is the bone of contention? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm hoping those who have an understanding of it will someday. It's a very long historical. It cannot be answered within a very the time that we have here. But generally, is a struggle for the natural resources, culture, and stuff like that. So hopefully someday we'll find time to just expound on it and talk about it. It's basically resources, and there's a valley there that even some of the locals understand it better than even the Askaris. So when they get in there are people there who, the bandits, so it's culture intertwined, resources and stuff like that. I liked what Makiadi was saying about the DP. At some point, he tried to bring in the issue of their competitor, but the moderators made sure that he was kept busy defending his corner, that there was little time for attacking. Have you ever seen a game where the ball has been brought so close to your court, so all of you are lining up at the goalkeeper, trying to make sure that no goal goes in, because if you try going forward, it will be scored here. So Ruto was on a defense. He was never on attack. He tried to attack a little bit. When he tried to say something, he's brought back to his court. Then, of course, no, when his words get lost, now he starts stammering. My friend, you see, when he start mentioning figures, Ruto has gotten lost. When you start seeing, now, and then of course he starts biting his tongue, his lips, and the teeth do not open at that time. This thing. Then he'll throw in the figures that you don't even understand. 2 billion, almost 2 billion. And then when it comes to the figures, he gives some emphasis. Now Ruto is lying when he has started giving you figures. When he starts giving you figures, know that Ruto has lost ideas and he is now lying. Look at Ruto. Look at his speeches and his campaign. Anytime he's about to lie, he throws in a figure. Si tumejenga barabara karibu 1,500. Si tumeninia hapa karibu 1,200. Tutawekea hapa karibu bilioni 10. Tutalekea bilioni until those billions now, we don't even know where they'll be coming from. But let me hear what Bob has to say. And Christine, and you talked.
Yes, Temba, talk, unless you want me to talk.
I didn't hear your beautiful voice.
Yeah, I'm wondering why you are asking me, yet you are giving every person second chances. You know, when you keep it open, some of us can't compete with Mato, Adams, Bob. We can't. At least Makiadi is usually polite and sensible sometimes.
And why is Bob so sad?
We Julia, shida iko wapi? Hata sijaongea leo, nimenyamaza, hata nimerukwa. Oh, sorry Christine, hata sijagongwa, hata sijaongea, nimenyamaza. Mi nimerukwa kwanza, give my way. I'm a humble person.
Why is Bob so sad when Christine is talking?
Sinikuachwa, itabidi azoe.
Ameoga? Okay.
Aliniambia ameoga na nimeona ametafuta mtu comment section kumemana.
Alright, okay. Wacha tumalize ndio tunisikie hiyo umbea ambayo iko mtaani. Inaitwa gumzo mtaani. Wacha tusikie Bob alafu nirudi kwa Mato.
Unajua ya miss sijachapa yangu, nilikuwa pole, I was on the phone.
Bob, sema. What do you want to say?
First, I've forgotten what I wanted to say initially, but I want to just address what Adams has asked about what happens in that area of Kerio Valley and what have you. Do you remember? This is my position because I've read a few articles on that area. Do you remember one man called Toto Man? Be what?
Yes.
You know. Yes. Now, Rift Valley has had its own unique relationship between their leaders and the police. And this stems back to the days of, if you know, Ngoroko. Not Ngoroko. Now, during this time, a lot used to go, I mean, there are resources there, but of late, cattle rustling is the main business in that place. You will be shocked that some of the cattle that is stolen there finds its way to Saudi Arabia. It finds its way to Mombasa here in the ships and taken to Saudi.
Really?
That is big business. Yes, that is big business. That is business that at one time you had one fellow who was even an IG operating in that place. I mean, a deputy commissioner of police who was fake operating in that place and those caves there, valleys, and he was not noticed for a very long period of time, and nothing happened to that guy. Why do you think that guy was still walking scot-free? It is an intricate web. In fact, the fellow who had written that article is a correspondent of writers. It is an intricate web between the police and the politicians. Those people who are killing each other there cannot cause. They don't even really hate each other. It is about the cows. Any cows identified in good numbers, it is a matter of somebody placing an order and they will be found. So of late, it has been all about those cows, cattle rustling. It's a very big business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you then.
Mato, what is it? Before I bring in Christine.
Unauliza what is it? Ni kama nilikuwa nimeinua mkono, sikuwa nimeinua mkono, but anyway, I understand. You know, so
uko na unenge sana.
What is it, Plaza, that nilikuwa nimeinua mkono, but anyways, it's so cool. You know, like today I had a friend actually that just travel. They walikuwa na matanga, and well, I can't say luckily. It's sad that I couldn't travel with them because ni mtu alipoteza mtoto Kenya, and we were supposed to go all of us sisi wote to Kenya for the matanga katoto kadogo, and apparently life cut short down. I feel bad about it that sikwenda, but they came back wakaniletea tu vitu hapo hivi, and then they were telling me how they met my mom na venye vitu zinaendelea nyumbani. And sometimes when you look at that, you really understand that some of us that live outside here, things happen, eh? And tukiangalia Kenya yetu, the reason nimetokea mbali huko this is my closing remark. The reason nimeendea mbali huko, nimeendea hiyo kitu huko mbali, is because this country is ours. Matanga vitu kidogo kidogo kama hizo, by the way, they will always remind you where you come from. Unaweza kaa huko hivyo dhani huko si kwenyu, ama you don't care, but we have to care about our country. Now, I wanted to say that because that was something I promised him that I would say, because he watches this channel. Na aliniambia, man, you need to tell people that they understand that it's not a game. We're not going to play with our country. That was out of him. God rest, her soul in peace. But going back to myself, how many people will kutoka kwa hiyo nini, kutoka kwa hiyo, the monologue of Ruto, how many people have to suffer and die because the government is against Ruto? Who is he? That was a question I was asking myself. Who are you that people have to, kitu yote imefanyika huko is because people are fighting me? Who are you to be fought so bad? We don't even need you. Go away. Do whatever you want to do. Ukichukua nini, ukienda upite na nini na kuku ya makiadi, utachapwa. Pita huko bwana. Hii nini unatuambia ati everything is all about you? Ati kila kitu, hata watu wakikufa it's wa government inanigonga, sijui prices imeenda juu because watu wananigonga, kimwarel na nini haikufanyika because watu wananigonga, sijui kulalu haikufanyika because, kwani how special are you? Me, I'm tired of this BS. I'm sorry, this is a national TV. I'm tired of that BS. And then Ruto is also very used to hitting journalists, and not hitting physically. Kwanza kuona Hussein Mohammed, somebody I had so much revered. I am disappointed to see Hussein Mohammed with him. Na nasukuma mamboga hivyo. That guy alikaga kwa, if you guys remember, he was one of the revered. Walienda head to head. He was the only person that could almost only get Ruto, because Ruto answers and questions and answers his own, his own questions. Kila kitu akienda kuwa interviewer, everything. But that guy was the only person that could almost break him. And then you see him with him. Na alikuja kabisa akasema, okay, now it's time for me to move on to new things, and I'm moving on na nini, tukamfanyia a good send-off from his journalistic career, thinking he was going to go somewhere. Now he's gone to Ruto. Yani, I don't understand. Even the other one, Nyali, Jichopevu, the one that was asking the CID, did you even talk to Ruto about it? Story Juma. Did you talk to him? Wanaogopa kumjibu. Who is this Ruto? And that's why I keep on telling you guys, that guy is a cartel. He is a mafia. Unajua kina Ruto and Kashagwa, wana act kama wale watoi. I don't see wote tumeenda shule wenye walienda boarding, wenye walienda primary school too, day school. Kuna wale watoto walikuwa unakuja na maembe. alafu unaenda kukula, and I did put this in the group earlier. Unaenda kukula, anakuja anakuambia ni share with me. Ukikataa, anaanza kukutusi, anakuambia si hata endo ukue na kitambi na imejiandika maembe. Kwanza hata hiyo maembe yako si tamu, anaanza kukutusi, you know, because why? You feel bad about it. Basically, why did I come up with that? Is because our friend Mr. Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, the man that I never liked, the man is not working with RUTO right now. And he's smart. He's changed the way I think about life. I've come to think hata ukiona mtu anakaa mjinga, maybe life inaweza mteach vitu zingine. RUTO has been exposed by his boss. He wanted to be a president before he was a president. Alikanyagia Uhuru the first time, and that's why for the first 5 years, we didn't see any development. All we had was Kinarotich, you know, getting, you know, corruption cases likuwa mob. But on the second one, venye alitolewa, now we've seen things happen. And like my friend was telling me, by the way, Mato, you were right. Nimetoka Kenya, yes, ilikuwa matanga, lakini nimeonezo mabarabara. Ulikuja hapo kaniambia, na tukuwa tunajua. That's a guy that has not been home for 6 years. I was there 4 months ago. Sasa ndio amekuja akaniambia hapa hivi, akiniletea tu tule vitu ametumwa, akaniletea ama akachukua. Akaniambia, yenyewe Mato, you are right. Yenyewe Kenya imebadilika. I could not find my own home because vitu zimebadilika. Because, guys, I'm asking, please, with all due respect, I changed the way I do my politics, especially for the next 2 weeks. I changed them not to really kupigia watu, but to really beg people that are listening to us. If you're still on the RUTO side, please come with us. If you're on the fence, auko sure, please come with us. We don't want people coming back to tell us about Mau Mau. We already got our independence in 1963. Watu wa kwenda kusema watu wenye wanaza deal na Uhuru na RUTO, I mean na Raila ni watu wa Mau Mau, watoto wa Mau Mau. We don't want that thing. We don't want it. We want to have a good Kenya, and that's why we say Azimio la Umoja, Declaration of Unity. So we cannot have side moja inaleta vita, division, na ise digini inaleta unity. Si wote tunataka kupendana, si wote hapa tunapendana. I don't care what mali Lord Adams ametoka, I don't care mali Makiadi ametoka, I don't care where Julia ametoka, where Christina ametoka, Julius kule ametoka. We are here and we laugh and tunachekanaga si wote. This right here is the Kenya that we want. Your story ya Mau Mau na story ya sijui nini, we need to finish that. We need to be able to live wherever we are. So I'm begging Kenyans, please, we only have a couple of 2 weeks. Come together, Azimio la Umoja, Declaration of Unity. And then we have the women also in that too. And we have a humble human being wanting to lead us. Story ya vita, tuache na tutupe mbali. We are all Kenyans. Thank you.
All right, I think, Christine, before we start taking our closing remarks.
Okay. Okay, Tembas. Kuna mtu ananichanganya hapa.
Nani wewe anakuchanganya? Kwani Miss alikuja huko?
wako in shifts. So nilitaka tu kusema Temba, I'm wondering why Makiadi is only mentioning Yvonne Okwara's name, while Eric Latif also did a very good job.
And now he's a man.
Yeah.
You so loved it.
No,
he was so Okwara. So relax.
Christine, Christine, does the word interested party mean anything to you? There's a guy up on Itago interested party.
No, Christine love guys with chest, and Latif has word. So understand.
Yeah, Adams na hata ningekuwa Kenya angepewa kitu. He did a good job. So back to business, Temba, you see when we have good moderators who do their research well, who do their job well, it makes the debate good to follow through, you know, and it makes the leaders accountable. Unfortunately, Makiadi, if you didn't know, Ruto had a preview of the questions that he was supposed to be asked, because shortly he had a preview of the topics that would be covered. Maybe he just didn't know how the questions would be framed, because shortly after he started the interview and the questions did not go as they expected, Itumbi tweeted and wondered why those questions, you know, he had to be asked those questions. It was not in their plan. So yeah, likewise, Gachagua too, it is rumored that he had a preview of what was being asked and he prepared appropriately. Unfortunately for Ruto, he didn't have any ear gadgets or any marks allowed inside there. So he had a difficult time. You could see Ruto fumbling, you know, there are things he didn't expect to come towards him. And he was fumbling as he was answering them. At some point, he was contradicting himself, which means in his mind, he didn't expect these moderators to be that thorough at their job. That was a good job done. And I just wish Ruto was somebody sensible that Raila could debate him. It could have been very fun, but he had a fixed mind. He knew he would talk about project, because if you follow the last year's debates, when Raila talked about Uhuru not showing up for the debate, for sure, he did not bash Uhuru. He talked positively and ended even the interview by saying he wished him well, you know? So sometimes the best weapon to fight an enemy is just talk good about them, not castigate them. Ruto knows very well Raila cannot be a project, because Raila gave them headache in 2017. Even in 2013, it was still not an easy game for them, but Mutunga failed us, you know? So at this point, I still need transparency with IBC. If anybody can reach out to Chebukati, we still need transparency. There are many things Kuseo is trying to explain to us, but it's not coming out well. So I would still need a clarification. And now when you mix Kuseo and Bob, you even get more confused. So sina maneno ingine, unless maybe Bob akona kitu ya kuniambia. Amenitupa Jo.
Haya, ngoja tunaingia umbea in a few. We want to thank everybody who has joined us today. The panelists, Big Julius, Lord Adams, Bob Papa Azimio. Bob Papa, fupisha jina bwana. Tunaelekea time ya election. Mambo ni mengi, masaa ni machache. Time ndio hakuna. So tunataka majina tunasema haraka haraka. Makiadi amefupisha, so tuweke majina ambayo tutaita chap chap, unaona? So hapa tunaelekea mambo ni mengi, masaa ndio hakuna hata ya kuita majina. Christine, asante. Mato,
yani umehamia chap chap na tunajaribu kuvuta kaka kijana ketu kamekatalia huko.
Chap chap, unaona hata governor ashatoka bana. Governor wa Machakos ashasema yeye ana support Wiper. Sasa chap chap ile nini alikuwa alete kutoka Machakos ndiye apewe Senate nomination. Hiyo sasa imeenda. Yeye ingie tu UDA, aache story mingi kwa sababu hana chama. Na watu wake wale walikuwa washakuwa wanaenda kuvae, au wanasema au wana support Azimio. Unaona? So life is difficult for that guy. Now, we thank everybody who wale walitujoin kule wa comment section. You keep the conversation going. Subscribe to Mutembei TV kama kawaida, and at least make it fun. It is always a good thing when you come here to comment, to give us feedback, to talk, and even share. We really appreciate every one of you. That is how we do it here at Mutembei TV. Everybody is appreciated. You only need 4 things to come here. You need a working gadget, a connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. And Danny Darius aliongeza ya kwamba you need a working brain. So that is something that we know is very scarce on Kenya Kwanza people, UDA. So we know that scarcity has made them even disappear from this debate, and they hardly show up here. And when they show up, they just go into too long verbosity that we don't even get to understand what they are saying. I wish one person called me, so when he comes here, he focuses on Christine and forgets anything about politics. Kwa sababu akianza kuongea politics, we struggle to tie the two, and even Christine gets embarrassed. Si ndio Christine? Tafadhali mwambie.
No comment, Temba. Unajua kitu yako ni yako, hata kama ni mbaya ni yako.
I know the struggle is real, my dear.
Don't expect me to say anything bad about my baby.
No, it's nothing bad. It's reality.
Themba.
To me, I don't see that. Whatever you are seeing, to me, I don't see that, unfortunately, Temba.
No, you're not supposed to see it. We have to show you.
Sawa, Christine.
Themba. Mwambie Alex aache kunigongo huko chini, anasema mimi kunywa beer flat. Sijui hiyo ni gani alinibaia wewe.
Black, you are blocked and chased all of our people. We have done that. We have become endangered species. As Black, I mean, how have we chased you people? You have run away. We have not chased anyone. So thank you so much. Kindly subscribe to Motembe TV. And also, please, if you don't mind, subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. We really appreciate those who are giving us the company. Tunashukuru sana kwa wale ambao wameweza kusubscribe kwa Themba and Lulu Show. That's a show between my daughter and I. And we kindly go there, Themba and Lulu Show. It's Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. You go there, give us feedback. Tuna videos moto zinakuja pale. Asante sana kwa tupiga support. Thank you so much. So kwa wale ambao wako hapa, kabla tuanze dakika chache za umbea, ningependa kuwapa dakika moja at least mfunge. I know Mato alikuwa ametoa hoja zake za mwisho, alisema hata kuja tena. So yeye nita nini hapo. Julia tafadhali, tutaanza na Julia dakika moja, Makia dakika moja, Big Julius dakika moja, Lord Adams dakika moja, Bob Papa dakika moja, Christine dakika moja. Tukiendelea.
Okay, asante Themba. Mimi sina neno, nataka kusema tu Wakenya wenzangu, let's support this Motembe TV and make it better than we found it. That's my point, that a few people sat and came up with something constructive, and today we are sharing views, and I can see there are still around 234 people, and at the end of the day you find very many people have watched these things. So let's make it better than we found it. The other thing, tuko katika wakati wa lala salama as far as elections are concerned. So I'm asking you, kama bado you are still thinking penye uko, vuka sakafu, don't waste your votes. Azimio, we are winning this thing. Wachana na hiyo stories za kusema ati we are being rigged out. Sisi ndio deep state, you are not rigging deep state. Kama wewe unasikia deep state na ujaona deep state ni kitu gani, deep state si animoni hawa watu unaona hapa. Sasa hii ndio deep state. So if you want to know what is deep state, this is the deep state. So we are winning this thing. So naomba mvuke sakafu because we are getting this thing on 9th Asante Themba.
Makiadi.
Yangu ni rahisi sana kama kawaida. Watu kwanza wapime suti, ndio nisisahau kusema hivyo. Nasikia za watu ziko kwa dobi, nilisikia kuna dobi siku hizi. So watu wapime suti zao kwanza. Alafu number 2, nataka kusema ukisikiza ile video nimeona leo hapa ikichezo ya ile Mato alikuwa anasema ya Gachagua. Mimi ninashindwa hawa jamani nini wanajaribu kudrive, what is their point? Kwa sababu kama unasema nyinyi ni watoto wa Mau, nyinyi ndio watu mtadili na Raila, ni vita mnatafuta ama ni kura mnatafuta? It's very unfortunate for people to be making such statements like 2 weeks to the election, because it looks like these people are now planning something else. na hawataki kusema. So using that language against Raila Odinga, I think hata hii watu tunaitanga ma DCI na nini wako usingizi, because hata kama walisema wamepatia watu period ya kupiga kelele ya siasa na wasishikwe, I think that was extreme. I don't know kama kuna kitu watafanyiwa, but wacha watu wafanye politics zao, politics ambazo ni safi, kwa sababu like Mato always tells us, Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. And I think UDA has lost the plot, they've lost the vote, and now they are trying to stir confusion and bring tribal animosity. I hope Kenyans are listening to them very well, and Kenyans will not fall for these shenanigans at this moment. Thank you.
On that, before I forget, they need to remember some things that have been said here before. Old people start wars, young men die in them. And two, you can never have a monopoly of violence. If you come and tell someone that mimi ni mtoto wa Mau Mau, hata wengine walizaliwa. So hakuna mtu unaweza tisha ati kwa sababu wewe sijui ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. Hata wengine walizaliwa na watu, they might not have been called Mau Mau, but they also come from a place where there were heroes and there were hao ndio walisema kwamba watu walizaliwa, wote walizaliwa. So this thing unasema kwamba mtoto wa Mau Mau, Mau Mau is not just about fear. Mau Mau is about liberation. And if it was about liberation, it also means other people also were liberated in Kenya, and pia hao walizaliwa. They need to revisit their history and see where people also used to fight. So Mau Mau is just a name you want to use. And someone cannot, Makiadu Shona mtu anakuambia ati wewe nitakupiga. Alafu when you start fighting anafikiria yeye ndiye ako na nguvu. When you start fighting and realize things are gagna. One day the US came to the Somalia. Is it Somalia? And they thought they would come in and live. When they got there, they had casualties.
It's called it's called the Black Hawk Down.
Exactly. Now, if someone can go there and read that, now another thing, you can read about these things. The war of Iraq, they won the battle, but the war continued. You know, you can never dare people to. Or nobody has a monopoly of violence. Nobody. So if you can come and start saying sisi ni watoto wa Mau Mau, hizo ni vitisho za pesa 8. And some of them walipigwa tear gas kidogo hivi, wakaanza kusema woi, wakaanza kuleta shida, kupigwa tear gas town tu. So hizo ni vitisho ambazo huwezi letea serikali ati mimi ni mtoto wa Mau Mau. Those are not things you can come and tell us. You can be, hata kama wewe ni mtoto wa Kinjeketile. I remember there was a person called Kinjeketile. Yeah, even if you are mtoto wa Kinjeketile or one of those, you should not even dare. In fact, Black, go tell them wanaweza kuwa watoto wa Mau Mau. Hata wao wengine walizaliwa na watu na wa Kenya na they are heroes. So see, kuwa mtoto wa Mau Mau does not make you a Mau Mau yourself. Yes, Christine, nasema ni
Temba, I'm sorry to maybe go against the rules, but Missy anaomba link, please.
Sasa Mise jamani.
No, he matters to me, Temba. It might not mean anything to you, but to me, it's a big deal.
Wacha tumalize closing ndio tumlete hapa yeye asalimie watu. Haya, Big Julius. Makiadi nipatie link.
Thank you Demba. Kwanza nataka niambie Christine, naambia Mise hatutaki kura yake nakae nayo. Haiwezi tusaidia. Hawa watu tumewatongoza muda mrefu. By the way, I was the first person to start kuambia Mise aingia Azimio. na kwa comments Isoe anasema Demba please block Black kwa sababu yeye ni homeless. Mimi that's a lighter note. Nashukuru sana by the way. Let us be focused. As Julia said, hakuna haja tu kuogopa. Nani ametoka? Huseo. kukosea. Hakuna haja tuogope. Let us just be focused and vote. Ask for our friends and relatives wale hawaja decide to vote for Baba. And by the way, niliinua mkono, I wanted to contribute on the issue of of Kerio Fale, but it seems I'm very short. You cannot see me, but it's okay. Maybe it will be next time. And I really appreciate Mutembei TV as Bernard and the rest advising. Saying about their support. We want to support and make it bigger, 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 because it has enlightened us with many things that we didn't know. Myself, I didn't know. I've met very important people, very good minds people. I think it's better also we share the same goodness with the local people pale ushago pia, kwa sababu hawana internet kama sisi, wanaweza pia wapate because wale watu wanakuaga hapa, they are very enlightened. It's really something. It's something. So I'm really appreciating it. Let us keep the fire burning. Thank you, Themba.
Adams.
Thank you. My last burning shot is sometime back in the in mid 2000s, like around 2007, 2006, 2007 there. I went somewhere like I attended some of the lectures of one Professor Ali Mazruri. And in one of his teachings, one day he was talking about Faili za Giza, the dark files. So I just want to explain a part whereby people like Hussein Muhammad, Muhammad Ali, Alfred Mutua, Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, and the rest, and those people who criticized William Ruto so much, but later on went and started bootlicking him. So when you listen to what Professor Ali Mazrui used to say about Faili za Giza, like the dark files, he was talking about something called nafsi, the soul. When he said, when you sold your soul to the devil, you must dance the tune. When you sold your soul to the devil, you must dance the tune. So the likes of those people have counted Muhammad Ali, Hussein Muhammad, Alfred Mutua, Musalia Mudavadi. These were people who at some point had, if not integrity, but they had points and they were heading to a certain direction, which was very good to the future generation in our country. But they ended up selling their soul, respective souls, to the devil, who was the highest bidder. So right now, they're dancing their tune. That is why yesterday you could see somebody like Alfred Mutua just nodding his head behind him like a coward. You just see somebody like Hussein Muhammad, who left media with the highest ethics standards, just became like, I don't know, a homeless guy behind Ruto. They sold their soul to the devil. The devil is now dealing with them, and they have to dance the tunes, and the tunes are being called by the devil himself. I beseech and call upon every Kenyan to be very cautious with the devil, so that one day, if it is not you, then it shouldn't be your child, it shouldn't be your brother, it shouldn't be your relative or your community person. Should never, ever sell his or her soul to the devil, and be warned about the tunes that he calls. The tunes may be sweeter, but the fruits are bitter. Be wary, Kenyans. Let's all arise in one accord and go and vote on the 9th. Thank you and God bless.
Bob, Papa.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to be brief, and and focus on the goal. And the goal is to ensure that our presidential candidate gets to settle. All other side issues have been nipped in the bud. Stories of rigging and what have you, those ones will not happen. Issue of Chebukati, he will conduct these elections, and he must. Then thereafter, we shall deal with him individually for these shenanigans, which he has carefully avoided in his last press statement. So for now, we want him to become, we want the public to have that confidence in the IEBC. The small attempts of these individuals thinking that they will manipulate as easy as that, it will not happen. So eye on the ball. Let's focus on that. And lastly, on the can I call them dynamic duo of UDA? Let them keep on, talking the way they are talking. That is a bunch of narcissists who are feeling so entitled that they want to brandish themselves like Mau Mau and some heroes who are not there. They have contributed nothing absolutely to the modern Kenya. People who are Mau Mau, people who should be actually claiming that trophy. There are people like Raila. They should be talking about their father. Their father stepped down for Jomo Kenyatta. Where was that Mau Mau fellow of Rigathi when Jaramogi was doing all that? So these are just noisemakers, and there's nothing much they can only appease their base, and not even their base beyond the central Kenya, because Rigathi Gachagua cannot go to Rift Valley and tell them that he's a son of Mau Mau. No, they will not even listen to him. They had their own one somewhere. So those are just noisemakers. Let us focus on gathering as many votes for Baba and all other Azimio candidates so that we make it happen in round one. Mambo ya rigging tusahau. Hiyo nimewahakikishia. Some of us have some information which other people might not be privy to. So be guaranteed. Mambo ya Chebukati after elections. Thank you.
Thank you, Papa Bob. Christine. And Christine, once you're done, I think we will finish, then we close the show. I don't want to hear anything UDA coming from. I don't want my evening to be spoiled by people here. Tutatoka tuache mtu hapa kwa show. Kama Christine anataka kubaki na yeye, wabaki hapa wakiendelea. Mimi, I don't want my evening to get drowned. So Christine, I'm sorry, but after
don't be a hater. Wacha tumgeuze arudi.
Christine, to your last comment. We will deal with it.
Atemba, unfortunately, you've interfered with my train of thought, but I wanted to tell you we talk as a family, and given Misa is here and is the head, so it's gonna make my final submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Na unaona ile vitu ilikula Ananias na Sapphira. There's a story in the Bible about a man who came in and they had stolen. Sasa akaulizwa bibi yake, uliiba? Akasema ati hatukuiba pesa. Bwana akakufa, bibi akakuja akaulizwa, uliiba? Ati hatukuiba. But anyway, welcome Mise. Nice to see you. Today I can see you have a Azimio blue jacket. I think I like the way you're trying to get acclimated into what is the reality. How come it was hard for you to get a yellow coat, yellow jacket?
Just like good evening, everyone. Just like my lovely darling there has said, as a family, we sat down and we have agreed on a number of issues. I've been aligned by my lovely, and I wish Bob would be here to listen to this, but
Bob, where you can you turn the curtain, listen to this lovebirds.
Yeah, my lovely wife, we had a meeting and my wife put me into a room. I had a meeting with myself. And today I'm here to declare that we came to an agreement, to a conclusion that we should all support Azimio. Wanasema behind every successful man, there is a woman, and behind every happy woman, there is a man. And for that reason, I compromise my pride and my ego. Now I'm here to declare that, as Christine has said, I'm here to support Azimio. And when people are going out, they should not only vote, they should vote for Baba, because if Christina said, who am I to say no? So kwa hivyo
kesho utaenda kuoga urudi UDA.
Darling, vile umesema mimi nimetimiza vile umeniambia na nitashikilia hapo hapo.
A kiss for you, my darling.
Miss,
that is not genuine.
Miss,
I hope Bob is
nimesikia umesema
listening.
Behind every successful man is a woman. Ama nimesikia namna gani? So if I want to be more successful, do I add more women?
No, I think you are misquoting me. I said behind a happy Mise, there is Christine. So I don't know where you got what you are saying, but if you set your questions and you want to answer them, that is welcome as well.
Hey,
okay, sawa.
We have Mise kwa Azimio. Congratulations. No wonder
we have case closed.
One nimekuja.
Case closed. Sasa hatutaki sasa tena kuendelea, ndio tusiharibu hiyo mapenzi, iendelee mpaka tarehe 9. After that mnaweza kuamua kuachana, we don't care after that, lakini mkae hivyo mpaka tarehe mapenzi ikae
unachoma.
Themba, I also want to appreciate Julia for the numerous.
Julia is not here. Julia, are you there?
Yeah, I want to appreciate her. You know, she's been very consistent, and she's.
Julia.
Yeah, I think she's here. Yep.
Julia, why do you keep showing us the camera?
She's eating. Ujasikia kijiko ikipambana na sahani. Ama hii inatoka kwa Mise. Mise, wewe ndio unakula na fujo namna hiyo?
Ni Mise.
Saa zingine nakulanga hivyo. So I just wanted to.
What did you want to say so that we can have Julia singing for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate Julia for her consistency, her tenacity, making sure that she has aligned us, and the hope, the ever unwavering hope and determination for making sure that everyone here on that day will cross the floor na tupigia Azimio. Our country needs such women of determination and strength, and never giving up, so that we can have a proper leadership installed on August 9th. So Julia, you're most appreciated and celebrated this evening. And I want you to know it's because of you and Christine that I've made that announcement, and I am sure that I will stick by that until we finish. And I hope afterwards you will hold on me, because I still need the two of you. If you leave, Bob is going to nini Bob? Funga mic.
No, hii kitu nataka mshikilie. Christine, shikilia Mise mpaka tarehe 9. Tunataka hiyo mapenzi ikae tight mpaka tarehe 9. After tarehe 9, whatever happens after that,
Hapana, mimi sitaki kura yake. Kaa na kura yako Mise. Hebu tuombe.
Ndio bana, kura yote tunagather all scatter none. Mtu akiingia tunafurahi, akiendelea kwa huko nje tunamchapa.
Julia, calm down.
That is a marriage of
Julia, calm down. Mise, let me advise you.
Wait. What do you mean calm down? That's a very serious statement.
Yes, I was wondering.
I want to advise you.
Where were you? When have you been up?
Mise, a man who changes his political stand because of a lady, that is a weak man. Remember that the USSR was brought down.
Bob anaongea out of pain and jealousy.
Yeah.
Bob nachoma.
You're saying inasemanga any man, any person that cannot change their mind, they are weak people.
Hapo mimi whatever the reason, iwe ni kwa sababu ya Christine, iwe ni kwa sababu ya nini, lakini the fact is umechange, umekuja Azimio. Hiyo ni tosha.
Unajua Bob.
Safi Temba, you guys, you need to give me something. Kazi imekuwa safi.
Bob
umefanya kazi poa. Christine, hapo mimi nimefanya kazi poa. Unajua I had already made up my mind. I was not going to respond to this gentleman kwa sababu my focus is straight, my purpose is clear, my vision is vivid. There's a place we want to get, State House, and that's it. Anything that is digressing us from that view, I do not want to give any ear.
That is Christine. Kunya soda ya madiaba on my bill.
I do take Chardonnay, Martin. Si unitumie cash up. I do take Chardonnay.
Bas, tuma lakini ukituma namba nitagongo na jamaa.
Haya, wacha Julia atuimbie alafu tuendelee na umbea. Julia, wewe uende ulale kwa sababu naona wanakuweka hapa.
Yeah, they are not being fair and they are telling me nasty things. Bob ananiambia calm down. I don't know.
Calm down. Bob.
I don't like to hear those things.
Watch is sour grape.
But before that, Richard Makiadi, there was a video I wanted these people to hear. Muone Uhuru akilia kidogo ndio.
Temba, saizi na vile tunaenda kulala.
That's an Obama moment. By then,
There's now President Uhuru Kenyatta continues his tour of Nakuru to launch development projects in the region. Let's just listen into part of the proceedings in that part of the country.
Bado tutakuwa pamoja na nyinyi. Kustaafu kwani ni nini? Si bado tutakuwa hapa Kenya tu. Si bado tutakuwa tukiendelea kutembeleana. Si bado tutaendelea kushughulika na mambo tofauti ya kujenga nchi. Basi bado tutakuwa pamoja. Na ndio nilikuwa naambia wenzetu kule Maimahiu. Kwa sababu sasa unasemekana wewe umestaafu, wewe ni mzee. Kwani uzee ni ugonjwa? Kae gukurare ari murimu no ahote gukura amatige guturehera githina ile kitu ya muhimu ni watu waendelee kusaidiana na kufanya kazi pamoja, ama ni namna gani? Na watu waheshimiane na watu waungane pamoja. Mimi nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu na nashukuru wakazi wa Nakuru. Nyinyi ni wananchi kutoka kila kona ya Kenya. Hii Nakuru hakuna jamii ya Kenya ambaye haina makao ama msingi hapa. Na mumeweza kuishi kwa amani. Na hiyo amani ndio tunataka idumu. Hatutaki mgawanyiko. Kwa sababu mgawanyiko ndio unaleta shida, vita na mmwagikaji wa damu. Na tukiwa hivyo, hakuna maendeleo tunaweza tuyapate. Jameni, nilisema jana mimi sitaki kuongea siasa sana kwa sababu lakini tutaongea tu kidogo. Nataka niwaulize wenzangu, kutafuta amani ni kitu kibaya? Kutafuta amani ni kitu kibaya? Msimamo wangu kutoka mwanzo umekuwa kutafuta njia ya kushikanisha wananchi wa Jamhuri ya Kenya waweze kuishi kwa amani. Wakati nilienda na nikasema hata kama yale yalikuwa yametendeka, tushirikiane na mwenzetu na wenzetu wa Kalenjin na wa RUTO. Nilikuwa nimefanya makosa? Si ilikuwa sawa tu? Na si tuliona amani? Si tuliona amani? Wakati sasa nilienda kutafuta hata huyu mwingine anaitwa mzee wangu Raila Amolo Odinga, na yeye nikamwambia, jameni, hakuna haja ya vita. Nilifanya makosa. Kama ya kwanza haikuwa makosa, hii ya pili iko makosa kwa namna gani? Na si tumekuwa na amani? Si tumekuwa na amani? Si tumeishi pamoja? Jameni, msiwe watu ambao watadanganywa. Msiwe watu ambao watadanganywa na siasa ya pesa nane. Oi mayaga ida muthaitha andu aitu mutigatuike andu mekohenio mutotorie thina-ini. Hatutaki shida. Tunataka Wakenya wawe kitu kimoja, na tunataka hii nchi iweze kuendelea na yale maendeleo ambayo yako. Sini namna hiyo? Kwa sababu hata ukiwa unatafuta kura, tusitafute kura kwa njia ya uongo. Jameni, mlikuja mkaambiwa ati Uhuru anataka BBI na Raila ati kwa sababu anataka kuendelea. Si ndio mliambiwa? Sasa mimi si nimebaki siku niende nyumbani?
Haya, kuna place alikuwa anasema
that's very powerful, yeah? That's very powerful.
Kuna alisema walimtusi mpaka katusi mama yake, so that you can look for it, ambayo alisema walimtusi mpaka katusi mama yake. He was making a case anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know how you didn't get it, but I did put it on the group. Angalia kwa group.
Yeah. Julia, tuimbie.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Amina.
Thank you. Sasa wewe tukuache kalale, tuache sisi wambea tuendelee na umbea.
Julia, good night.
Utoke kwa comment Julia.
Hata naeka earpad sitaki kuasikia.
Utoke kabisa kwa comment, hata usiseme kitu.
Julia, tunakupenda. Thank you so much. Na pole leo nilikukanyaga.
Makiadi uko na wimbo leo?
Kama kawaida, najua ni siku mingi sana kabla tupate wimbo, lakini kwa haraka haraka leo wimbo wetu unajulikana kama Sadu Makambo, umecharazwa na mwenda zake mwimbaji ambaye alikuwa mashuhuri kabisa, anajulikana kama Franco Lombo Lwanzo Makiadi. Wimbo wenyewe unaanza na sauti inafanya Iko mtu amewakisha mic kama nasikia vibaya, nasikia echo. Mise, your mic is on. Okay, thank you. So wimbo wenyewe naenda namna hii. Sadu Makambo oebisa kangai soki na lobina landa na kokuta basi nazalaki na bango, alafu nasikia mfanya bango bato bazaliko panza basango ya lokuta na kombo nangai na kombo nayo, alafu inachapa batela makila nangai batela bolingo na biso batela mondenge tobeta kisadu. So nikitafsiri nasema Sadu Makambo yobisa kangai soki na lobina landa, yani Sadu, the stuff that you told me if I decided to follow, yani Sadu kama yale maneno ambayo ulikuwa unaniambia ningeyafuata, na kukuta basi nazalaka na bango, yani I would have found women that I was with. Bango bato bazali kopanza basango ya lokuta, yani wale ladies ningewapata wangekuwa wana spread lies na kombo na ngai na kombo na yo. Kombo niliwaambia ni jina, wangekuwa na spread lies juu ya jina langu na jina lako. Alafu inaenda inasema batela makila na ngai, yani batela makila na ngai, yani safeguard our bloodline, uweze kulinda ule upendo wetu. Bahatela bolingo na biso, yani safeguard our love. Bolingo ni mapenzi, biso ni wewe, our biso, bino you, our. Okay, bahatela mondenge tobeta kisadu, yani safeguard the pact, ile maagano ambayo tulitengeneza pamoja na yeye. Alafu kidogo pale tu inasonga nasema bazalaka present na la vie, yani then they hurry with life, yani wale wa jamaa wanaharakisha kwa maisha. Baeba te mokilie koki kobaluka lobi, yani they didn't know that the world might change. Wale watu wanakimbiza maisha wajui kwamba maisha yanaweza badilika. Alafu inaenda inasema bali bazalaka kulinga bango, yani men loved these women. Bazalaka kofinga ngai na melaka likaya yani they insulted me that I usually smoke. Alafu unajua narudi pale kwa chorus tena. Chorus yenyewe ni batela makila na ngai. Batela ukumbuke ni safeguard makila na ngai, our bloodline. Batela bolingo na biso, safeguard our love. Asanteni.
Wewe Makiadi, unajua shida yako ni venye hatuwezi kudeport kwa sababu saizi unajua nini iliitagwa aje, passport siku hizi ni za East Africa na Congo imeingia kwa East Africa. Wewe kama kungekuwa na hiyo tungekudeport straight to Congo.
Makiadi, that was a very perfect selection. I was listening to it and thinking it was the best. I think it's my favorite. Thank you.
Unfortunately, Nyaugenya, you didn't realize that Mise had some leftover feelings for Julia.
Sasa kwa wale ambao mko hapa na hampendi umbea, mwanze kutoka kwa hii mtandao. Sisi tumebaki hapa na umbea dakika kadhaa, alafu tumemaliza serious business. Sasa tuko kwa umbea, ni umbea reloaded.
What happened while I was away?
No, just in the show before Julia left.
Lord Adams, what is you feel Motieno? Naona amebadilisha jina. Ayuko na A tena. What happened?
I think there is A there.
There's A. Let me see. I saw A here and I didn't see A.
Put on your
Motieno. Oh yeah. A. Na ameongeza ka dot hapo juu. Inamaanisha nini?
Unajua tumekuwa tukiambia Adams to conduct himself and carry himself with decorum, lakini hakuwa anasikiza. Sasa ona masaibu.
What happened?
Wacha tusikie kwanza Adams, unapoendelea kusort Makiadi DA alisema ulimtupa, ulimwacha kwa mataa. Umerudi kuoga?
Actually, Themba, DA just
jana DA aliteta sana hapa. Alisema ulimwacha kwa mataa. So kindly Makiadi, can you clarify? She is down there.
She already got engaged to somebody else.
Unasikia mapya ndio hiyo sasa Ndemba.
And it is very wrong, by the way. These people at the comment section, you are only supposed to get engaged with the people in the panel. You don't engage yourself there. When you engage yourself in the comment section, is illicit, not allowed.
Inaonekana nimepigwa teke Ndemba.
Lakini Makiadi you can handle it. Unasikia Adams sasa anateta hapa. Adams na Bob hawezi lala.
Adams, you are using very, very strong words. Illicit.
Yeah,
that is a very strong term.
Misi alisema nini nisikie sahi? What did Misi say?
Nilisema watu kama Bob hawezi Adams na nani hawezi wakahandle heartbreak. Utaona Bob amerusha curtain. Tantrums kidogo.
Mrs. started tuko na broken.
No. Mrs. started by congratulating and appreciating Julia prior to even appreciating you. That tells you this man has got hangovers.
No,
and you
Papa,
are at risk.
Pay attention. Mrs. started by me then. Of course, you know, I'm not a jealous woman, Papa. Hata wewe tu ni vile uliniacha kwa baridi. Wewe ndio ulinipatia character development.
Christine, nimekwambia bro code is real. Bro code is real. Tunapenda tunajuana.
You know,
Bob.
Mato, you know, the only person in this channel, in this panel who operates like an umbrella is Christine. Like she can house everybody. So long as you don't
no. That's misrepresentation of Christine's character.
Adams.
Yani unaita Christine ati yeye ni garbage.
Adams.
Msikia Misi unajichomea bwana.
Hapana, ameambia Christine vibaya. At Christine can house, and you know that's a very bad
but she's
that's a very good thing for a lady. A lady is supposed to host everybody.
Not in the manner which Adam present.
She's genuine. I was describing generosity using figurative
generosity. That's overrated and misrepresented generosity.
That is how to describe generosity figurative.
Honey, let Adams know that.
Miss, you're such a selfish human being. Utaki si tukwe kwa umbrella, unataka kuwa peke yako.
Temba, unaona vile ukiacha floor open, some of us might not even get a chance to talk. But anyway, Temba, before they interfere, there's this lady amekukufia sana comment section. And whenever you pop in, that's when she pops up. And you've been ignoring her for this long. See, you respond.
Who is this?
Now, I want to...
Mary Jones, just
Christine.
speaking from tomorrow. Anytime Temba Ingia, that's the time, and Ingia, she sends greetings, Temba ignores.
Because, you know, Temba's wife
let me ask you, Christine.
Unaangusha bonchal. Wewe unasalimia na utaki kusalimika.
I have sixth sense. I'm very keen. I observe many things. Many things.
Christine, Mary Joy salamu nyingi sana. Wacha Christine, wachana naye. Usikubali kuchochwa na Christine. Mary Joy, nimeona salamu zako mara nyingi ukiingia unaingia kama kuna watu wanaongea, siwezi kusimamisha mtu akiongea nikusalimie, lakini salamu za leo, za jana, za juzi, za kesho, tafadhali pokea.
Once again, ngoja misi kidogo. Demba, once again, unakumbuka story ya Gitash Day nikikwambia ukipendwa pendeka. This is about a couple of months ago.
Unajua kuwa mpole Mato. Mary Joy, tafadhali pokea salamu zangu. Usikubali kuchochwa na Christina Dika. Yeye ni mtu ambaye kidogo anapenda kuchocha sana. So sasa usikubali. Mimi pokea salamu zangu. Tafadhali Christine, usiingililie. Ngoja kidogo. No, dada msikoja.
Just to confirm that you're never keen on that lady, you didn't get her last name right. You are never keen, Themba. Be keen from tomorrow. Get the name right. I don't want my mother to do.
Ngoja Lord Adams.
I'm just saying that, can you read whatever DA has written? Something very
strong. That's what I want to read for Makiadi. Makiadi unaambiwa ya kwamba hukumpatia huyu DA attention anasema ya kwamba you can't park a lady like a car in a parking lot and walk away from it for a week expecting to find it still there. Makiadi, wewe ulipark DA kwa parking lot. Makiadi, bono ka park DA kwa parking lot
kwa snow.
Sasa nyinyi ndio mmenibreakia news, nimepigwa teke na kuna jamaa ameshajitetea tayari bwana. Kupindua serikali imekaliwa si kazi rahisi.
Niko na swali kwa Christine.
Wewe Emma Zakisha, acha kuongeza moto. Emma Zakisha. Haya. Wewe Bob ulishaachwa hapa na Christine. Christine alishakuacha kwa.
Can you clarify the status?
Unaona mimi anabonya ugali hapo.
Which status, Bob?
Christine, can you clarify the status of I want the clarification status ya Mise. Is he a Ben 10 or who is he? What capacity is he occupying your heart?
What is Ben 10?
What is your problem? What is your problem, my friend?
That is a very difficult question and personal question for Christine. I don't think she's ready to answer.
Christine, don't answer that one.
Thank you, dear. I'm not ready to answer that one.
Christine, you don't owe Bob Papa any explanation as to what is happening on the other side. Yeye ajipatie shughuli. Aoge arudi kwa soko. Aache story big.
Remember, Christine should also go ahead and teach her purported quote-unquote husband manners and etiquette. You should not talk with food in your mouth. That is a gross.
But hiyo chakula inaenda wapi? Ungeuliza hiyo chakula inaenda wapi kwanza?
If you read the comments of Eufin, you would have sat back, relaxed, and wait to be redeemed. Right now, the question na Emma, Themba alisema ati hawezi kusimamisha, wakauliza anataka asisimamishe nini? Ni nini Themba ako nayo hawezi anataka kusimamisha?
By the way, Themba, Emma amekuuliza swali ati huwezi simamisha mtu akiongea.
Mise.
Nyinyi watu mko na akili mbovu sana. Mnaambiwa na nani? Mnaambiwa na Wekesa mtengeze patanisho. Tunataka patanisho tuweze kupatanisha Makiadi na DA kwa sababu Makiadi amerudi hapa baada ya wiki. Alafu kufika hivi anapata mtu anaitwa DA ameshaoga na akarudi kwa soko. Na akachukuliwa na Bans Nyags.
Na nimepiga ngoma moja maridadi sama hapo inasema bahati la makila na ngai bahati la kulingo na biso. Imagine. Na napigwa teke nasema chunga mapenzi.
Yaani was it that easy?
Imagine napigwa teke. Lakini sawa tu.
I have a message for Makiadi. Do you mind if I deliver the message, Themba?
Makiadi hiyo ni influence ya Christine. Christine ndio amekuja na influence ambaye watu wana
Makiadi, this is just my observation. You are a very handsome man. The other time you stood up and I saw your chest, uko na kifua mzuri, uko na sauti nzuri. But I think you are a snobist too, you know? You are too serious. ulipata msichana mrembo sana. Yeah, you are too serious for love life, Makiadi. I don't know whether I'm the one judging you wrong. That's just my observation. Kindly work on that.
MDA has confirmed.
DA naribu zaidi. Wewe Christine ni mtu haupendi wengine. Kuna Papa na Nyangumi Makiadi kama Christine katika hii nini. Hata ukijaribu. No. Christine.
Let me say the last one. Let me say the Temba. You know, for some of us, I have seen some of you. Some of us that live in diaspora, life can be so lonely at times. So tukikuja kwa hii group, like right now, I take you all as my brothers. Unajua? Now, I believe if you see something that I'm doing wrong, you will just advise me or positively criticize me, and I'll take any criticism positive. Just like me, if I see something, I was just advising Makiadi. Makiadi is like my brother. Very handsome. He's got the chest. Ni chini tu ndio sikuona because sijaona akivaa suti akitembea.
Kiuno yake na ya black.
Too serious.
Ukisema chini unamaanisha nini? Unajua
Makiadi tafadhali usisikie hawa kina Christina Joane Papa na Nyangumi. Yaani hata ukijaribu wimbo ukijaribu umekuja hapo umeimba wimbo mzuri, DA karibu anakuja polepole. Christine anaiweka sasa ile moto karibu. Christine no.
DA is my sister and I'm supporting
wacha Makiadi ajitetea. Wacha Makiadi ajitetea.
DA are true. Their observations I've made.
Wacha Makiadi ajitetea basi. Manake sasa wewe unaongeza moto na Makiadi hajaongea. Wewe umetumwa wewe.
He's that guy who will not talk.
Christine, wewe ngoja umetumwa na Bans Nyags uharibu hii kitu. Makiadi tafadhali.
Ndemba nimeitwa snob sijui ni nani nimelenga. Ngoja Bob Papa nijitetee kwanza. Nimeitwa snob sijui ni nani nimelenga. Number 2, nimesikia wajaona huko chini sijui wanataka nifanye nini. Sijui kama wanataka niingie ligi ya Wajakoya lakini sitatingiza nini. Otherwise acha niseme namna hii. Hiyo accusation zimemwagwa mingi. Unajua watu wanasemanga snob. There is a difference between a snob and an introvert. You might be an introvert but not a snob. So probably I'm an introvert.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I might be an introvert. Unajua introvert na snob ni watu wawili tofauti kabisa.
That might be a trait of an introvert. So that means
this is the final part. DA inaonekana tafadhali usikwe na rush decision. Tafadhali rudi. Makiadi is kuna room ya reconciliation. Bans Nyags bado haja huko sana, so we can always have this reconciliation meeting so that hii story. Wewe Bans, wacha kufurahia mwenzako akiumia, usiwe mtu unataka kusherehekea.
Bill
Temba, I think we need to
read the comment ya Bill. Soma comment ya Bill H.
We need to ask Mr. Misa if they do. Misa, do you deal with the family matters, divorce and the rest?
Wacha tupatie Bob nafasi anipatie mawaidha kama mzee wa panel.
Ngoja hiyo comment.
Ngoja Mise, wewe yako staki kwanza, wacha nisikize Bob.
Hii comment ya Bill.
Ati mnasema ati introverts don't sing in public. They do. Wacheni zeni bana. Okay, wacha tusikie
Bob.
Makiadi, unajua mimi naweza kukupatia mawaidha ya kwamba vile Demba amesema Christine Nyangumi, unaona vile amemeza Mise amemezeka hata ajijui bana, shapotea kabisa. Kwa hivyo usikubali hata ukiambiwa ati iko chest iko nini, wewe ni next target. Wewe hebu potea tena, kimbia teke.
Hiyo
asante kabisa Papa, umesema ukweli. DA usisikie mambo ya
behaving like a jilted lover.
Ngoja
DA tafadhali, ngoja Mise tafadhali DA usisikie mambo ya Christine. Christine anakuchochea uache Makiadi, alafu kisha yeye akimbie huko tena hivi kidogo utasikia amenini Makiadi. Usisikize mambo ya wambea DA. Na huyo Bans Nyags si mtu serious. Ushawahi muona hapa? Afadhali Makiadi ushamuona hapa. Huyo Barnes
actually Barnes is a woman. I think she's a
hapana Makiadi hakukuacha bana. Makiadi ulimwacha?
Temba kuna kitu Bob amesema hapa na Adams kwanza amekuwa akiinsist ati mimi ni sister wa mimi ni brother wa Christine. Yeah, that is true. Christine, she is my sister in Christ. Hiyo ni sawa. Lakini hiyo ingine si sister, nikikuhakikishia. Mimi ndio ule mmoja. Lakini Bob hiyo kitu nasema ati
sasa Mise umesema wewe hujui kama ni sister ama ni brother.
Sijasema hivyo, nimesema she is my sister in Christ, lakini kwa hii nini mambo ingine ya kusukuma mimi ndio niko hapo. Bob amekimbia.
What do you mean sister in Christ, Mise?
Yeah?
Unanichanganya. What do you mean sister in Christ?
Sisi zote tumeonekaniwa na Jesus. Lakini kwa hii ingine mimi na wewe mimi ndio nasukuma. Lakini huyu Bob bila anaanza kusema ati wewe ni nyangumi. Nafikiri Bob, mbona ubaya bwana? Onea ndugu yako wema, na ufurahie ndugu yako.
Barnes Nyags anateta. Makiadi tetea die wake. Die tafadhali njoo wachana na huyo Barnes Nyags. Hatoshi mboga kabisa.
Huyo Barnes Nyags ashafanya nimepigwa teke, lakini sawa tu. Nasikia walibarikiwa na Danny Darius jana.
Danny Darius alibariki wapi bwana? Kuna mtu anabariki kama tujabariki hapa juu bwana.
Ndio ninaona Danny Darius hata yeye amekuwa adui yangu na mimi namchapianga mistari hapa kila siku.
Danny Darius
amekuwa hasidi, si adui. Unajua ukisema adui inakaa. Ndio hii unaona anasema alipokea baraka jana ya kuendelea. Hiyo ni
Danny Darius bana, yani wewe uliombea DA kabla hata tujamalizana huku bana, hata divorce bado bana.
Hii alimaliza mapema. Alimaliza mapema sana hii Father Danny Darius alimaliza mapema. In my absence, lakini sawa tu.
Haya, tuseme hivi sasa. Remember, you are the one who left. You are the one who left. Makiadi anasema hivyo. Wewe ndio ulienda. Oh yeah, nilitoka jana kabla uombewe. Oh okay, sawa.
Unaona Makiadi has no emotions, he has nothing, he's just comfortable. Like no Makiadi.
No, what do you do when the lady has said that she has
Papa analianga anasemanga ati sasa itabidi anunue.
Hizo ni tabia za kina Mise bana. Hizo si tabia za watu ambao
Papa analianga akiomba sabuni ya kuoga. Adam, the last time you bought him soap?
Yes.
Ati sabuni alikuwa alipatikana nayo kwa bafu akitingisha miti.
Tena Protex.
Sasa Makiadi, unaenda kuoga?
Sasa mimi nimeona inasemekana divorce ilikuwa filed juzi. Na sasa kama Father Danny Darius amesema ikaende, sasa tutafanya nini?
Sasa yenyewe, lakini unajua kama Danny Darius ashaombea, sasa unajua ni ngumu sana bwana. Unajua hiyo inakuwa sasa tena. Yaani Darius si ungeacha hata Makiadi arudi bana.
Mtu kuja kujitetea bwana.
Mtu huja kujitetea, wewe unaombea tu bwana Darius.
Kwa sababu kwa divorce iwezi kuwa filed and finalized before separation period. So kwa hivyo na hiyo separation period lazima ikue mwaka moja. Kwa hivyo bado uko within. Enda rudi ongea na DA vizuri.
Hiyo Afrika inanga mambo ya separation, unaachanga ukiachika Si unaona Ruto na nani na Uhuru. Unaachanga ukiachika, wewe unaenda zako. Anakamata mwingine.
Si unaona Ruto hajakubali ameachwa Makiadi. Wewe ni vile anashinda akilia hajakubali.
Christine wacha hizo bana. Mimi namsupport Makiadi. Hiyo ndio.
Why?
Unajua
wewe
watu wengine wakizama wanataka kuzama na wengine. Unajua nyumba ya Adams haiko mzuri. Sasa nataka kuzama na Makiadi.
Ati Barnes anasema atanipata ako Arlington na mimi niko Dallas. I come to Arlington, I can give you my address Barnes Nyags, ukuje hapo tusotiane.
Ajuko mali kwa open carry.
September. This guy called Barnes Nyags amechukua ile what we were describing the Mkuki thing. akaweka kwa mlango ya Makiadi.
Aliona Makiadi ametoka akaweka mkuki. Makiadi sasa kuna mtu ndani ya nyumba.
Not knowing that he himself is temporary.
Makiadi ndiye anataka link. Mpatie link akuja hapa umuone leo.
Die tunafunga show.
Mpatie link.
Patia link.
Patiana link.
Ngojeni panelist, ngojeni. Remember, I think tumegonga 10th hour na hii show sasa
10th hour ni yako, patiana link.
Na hii show sasa imefika mahali ambapo mkutano itaisha.
Hapana,
patiana link.
Remember hii mkutano itaisha.
Wewe leta DA kwanza kuambia kwa
kama Demba hajafunga wewe ndio nani unafunga nini? Demba ndio ufunga mapema. Patiana link.
Hakuna mahali Makiadi anaenda. Makiadi
hii mkutano itaisha.
Makiadi itaisha.
Demba, wacha nimpatie link. Wacha nitumane link.
You see now, brother.
Are you serious? Amehepa.
Hata kama amehepa wacha tulete DA. Wapi link?
Are you serious?
Haja ya kumleta. Unaleta link ya nini kama Makiadi amehepa? Kabla story hivi.
Wacha kuna interest Demba.
Nataka kuona unajua. Makiadi ni best yangu sana, nilikuwa nataka
Makiadi rudi hapa.
Makiadi kuja. Hiyo mambo mato ni kwendanga hakunanga ubeshte.
Makiadi kuja. Makiadi yuko hapo, acha akuje tubalize. Makiadi kuja tumalize show.
Rudi. Sawa, atumleti tumekuwa sawa, atumleti.
Hapana, peana link.
Nilisema hii mkutano itaisha. Unakumbuka aidha RUTO akiambia RUTO hii mkutano itaisha.
Lakini Makiadi hiyo hujafanya poa, by the way. You don't do that to a woman.
Hii mkutano itaisha, Christine.
No, Christine, enough is enough. Enough is enough.
Hata RUTO alisema enough is enough. Okay. It is clear that wacha tuseme hivi. It's clear that Makiadi anarudi kuoga. na kwa wale ambao Makiadi na Papa
anataka sabuni gani Temba?
Hata Bob amerudi kuoga. Makiadi na Bob
magani Makiadi? Rexona magani? Imperial.
Ni sabuni ya kipande ni mzuri.
Ile kipande ni ile Makiadi na Papa wanarudi kuoga. Papa usijali, maisha inakuanga hivyo. Kuna kupatwa na kuachwa, na saa zingine hata wala na kuacha ni unaonanga ni kama ni competition ndogo sana kwako, lakini ndivyo hivyo wale wameshaamua. Sasa wewe pia rudi tu uoge. Mato Linet wa bomba yuko pale chini.
Anasema ya jogo.
Mato Linet wa bomba tulisema mshikamane wewe na Linet wa bomba. What happened?
Imetokea lini?
Wewe Mato wacha zako bana. Linet wa bomba tulikuambia ushike Mato mshikane, motivational speaking iishe. Ukishamshika tu hivi basi. Sasa Mato tunakutuma kwa Linet wa bomba. Yuko pale chini.
Na ameambia nani akachukue jogoo. Sasa mimi na hiyo tulisema lini? Kwani wewe unaotaga vitu zako kwa umelala?
So Marco hiyo comment ya Black Temba imenibamba.
Lakini
yani ya pili ama ya kwanza?
Ya mwisho next to ya Yufin.
Papa ameoga sana hadi
lakini kuna hiyo nyingine inasemekana DA amesema this is Temba, that is how cowards run.
Ati Mato ni muoga. Mato ati wewe ni muoga sana, huwezi chukua Linet.
Hapana.
No, ni mimi ni muoga, napenda kuoga.
Lakini unataka Temba, DA is our friend. We need to tell and explain to her that these things are there for better, for worse. Lakini yeye amebehave kama anataka for better. This is the worst part of it. Kama aliachwa kwa parking lot, that is the worst part of it. So it is for better, for worse. So she need to stay put.
Naona wameanza siasa pale kwa
mimi na Linet tunajua kujipanga
sisi. Kwa sababu naona Eugene Otieno A wametumwa yeye na Linet, wametumwa hapa kugonga admin moderator.
Lakini Adams unajua nini? Mimi na Linet si tunajua kujipanga, si tumepanga familia yetu vizuri, si tuna
safi.
Sasa hiyo yetu hainanga hiyo maneno mingi.
Okay.
Chill.
Mise, I don't know why Mise is so worried about me. We are okay. Who's complaining?
No.
Okay, wacha Christina ongea.
Confirm hapo chini.
Wacha Christina ongea.
Ask her to confirm for you.
Eugene, unatusikia na unajua vile Adam amekuwa KBF. Hebu confirm hapo kama kwa cold room hapa vile Themba anatuwekanga huko nyuma. Hebu confirm.
Haya, ngoja tuanze. Christine, ulikuwa unasemaje? Manake sasa kipindi cha lala salama, Bob Papa ameenda kuoga, Makiadi ameenda kuoga, na tafadhali usikue mtu, Christine tafadhali usikue mtu ukiona mtu anaumia wewe pia unasongesha ukali pale. Manake unajua pia umefanya hata dia akawa na roho ngumu sana. Manake wewe unampigia makofi unamwambia hata Makiadi akijaribu na wimbo huku wewe unaweka tu makali hata Makiadi. Alafu Darius pia tulikuwa tunafikiria ni rafiki yetu hapa, kumbe yeye si rafiki. Wale ambao tulikuwa tumewaweka pamoja, yani Makiadi amekosa siku mbili tayari DA ametoka na akaenda kwa soko na akapatikana na bus nyags. Yani hivyo tu, yani hii dunia haina wema kabisa.
Okay. Themba, the reason as to why sichomelei but nimepita katika Kenya Institute of Character Development with a diploma and it's not fun. So I wouldn't be happy nikisikia a fellow woman going through chenye nilipitishwa. It can lower your self-esteem to the point and you can even go into depression, Themba. Alafu finally nilitaka kuambia, I hope the things we discuss here, you know, sometime I don't know Themba, but maybe some people in the comment section take some things seriously, you know. For me, ninajua kuoga, kungarisha na everything and life goes on. So the people that take things seriously, itabidi wapitie KICD tu pole tukiwasaidia. Thank you.
Imora.
Wewe Christine, wewe na kuchomba. Yaani ushachomea DA sasa ndi haya sawa. DA usikubali kabisa.
Ninakwanga na 6th sense Themba. I normally have a 6th. Themba must love.
Christine
wanatoka KICC.
Watu ambao wako na raha leo hapa, ni Mise. Today tunapomalizia show, wale wako na raha ni Mise tafadhali enjoy it while it lasts. You have won, you have the trophy. Save it and hold it tightly. It is actually so hard for you to win the race against someone who is so experienced in this genre like Papa Azimio, but it is his loss, it is your gain. We clap for you, we are happy for you. Bob Papa unaona hata ameanza kusinzia, na hivyo ndiye atasinzia akiachwa. Now the next person the next person that is also so happy today, it is Lord Adams. Lord Adams, naona Eugene Otieno umeshikilia, umesindilia foundation, ukakorogea nini, naona uko locked kabisa, hata jina imechange inakuwa whatever you put there.
Sema hivi Themba, the oldest union ever seen ni yetu.
Yes, actually yenyu imelast for long. Hiyo yenyu iendelee hivyo. The longest mtakuwa na cup.
Themba.
Martin Deto,
Martin Deto, you are a happy man. The silent, wao wana operate kisubmarine. Martin Deto ana operate kisubmarine na Linet wa bomba. Wana operate FBI. Ati tunajua.
Themba hapo kwa Ufinsi.
I clap for you. Lakini sasa wale ambao wanaenda kuoga, Makiadi pole, tulidhani ni mchezo. Mimi hata nilikuwa hapa nikafikiria ni mchezo, lakini siku 2-3 bwana hujaenda. Tumejua kwamba kuna marafiki ambao si marafiki wa karibu. Marafiki kama Dani Darius ambao waliombea union ambayo haikuwa hata imepitia hapa bwana. Sasa tunasema tu ni sawa.
In fact, Mr. huyo Dani Darius asituombe, we might not last.
Lakini haya hamta last. Alafu tafadhali die ujue ya kwamba haitakaa. Hata hiyo yenu na Bans Nyags haitakaa. Hivi karibuni hapa utarudi kuoga. Na ukirudi kuoga tutakuwa hapa.
Sasa Ndemba, ni kumalizia tu. Sasa unaona nimetupwa mtu mzuri kama mimi, sina maneno mingi. Nasikia Bans Nyags ni Loverboy, Sasa huyo hata kesho tutakuja hapa muone wamekosana sasa. Hata afadhali ile yako mbaya kama mimi sasa.
Hiyo Makiadi hiyo inaitwa ile roho mbaya unaambianga black
mabe.
Sasa hiyo
sasa ni kamati ya roho chafu.
Huyo ni wewe leo.
Lakini Themba,
wacha tuone kama hiyo ya Dani, hiyo ya DA itakaa hii wiki ishe. Tutaona tu, lakini kwa wale ambao mko na raha, tafadhali muendelee kuwa na raha. Hii imekuwa kipindi cha umbea mkiletewa sisi. This has been nothing serious. So kama watu 153 mnapenda umbea, tuonane kesho tena. Wakati wewe umehepa mbele ya kila mtu.
Themba.
See you tomorrow again.
Emana niambia ati usione macho hivyo, atizo macho 4 zinaona mbali.
Si ndo nasema wewe na Linet mna nini FBI. See you tomorrow. God bless you. See you again. Come on, Themba Lulu. Enda kwa Themba Lulu show.
Adios.
Subscribe. Thank you. God bless you. See you tomorrow.
Adios muchachos.
Mwamusha papa bwana.
Adios. Life is good.